Chapter 151, Chapter 144. There you both are, I've been looking everyone for you. Rin greeted us at the doorway. We were out training. Artoria said simply. Rin glanced at down, her eyes going to our hands intertwined. Is that what they say these days? Her lips curled up. Rin. Artoria huffed cutely, as she always does when Rin teases her. Yes. I said shameless. Will. She shot at me as well. Me and Rin both shared a small laugh at our blushing night. It was all too easy to get her flustered, but always worth it. Artoria, you need to be more honest. Jin attacked Artoria from the back, wrapping her arms around the smaller girl. Just the other day you were asking me all about MMPHH. Artoria had quickly spun around and held her mouth shut. I raised an eyebrow. Curious? There is nothing to be curious about, she said sternly, but her reddening cheeks begged to differ. I'ma get the juicy details later. Rin said without room for argument. There is nothing to know. Artoria quickly denied. Let us call Meridia and cease this pointless banter. She quickly tried to change the subject. All right, let's stop teasing the poor knight. Well, if she didn't want to talk about it, I wouldn't push it anymore. Meridia, want to come on over? I spoke out into the open air. Seemingly moments later, the door opened again, my beautiful goddess walking inside. I'm here. Yes, you are. I moved to hug her, haven't seen her in a few days. How've you been? I have been well. She said with a content sigh escaping her lips. Merely dealing with some annoying issues, as always. Are we ready to ascertain the contents of the scroll? God, yes. Rin threw up her arms. Been waiting forever. I have been very patient. Jin added. But I very much want to know what's inside. Her nature was clearly showing here. She had an almost impulsive desire to know things. It only required a thought for her to be hugging the large scroll again. Here you go, sister. She handed it over to Meridia. Thank you. Meridia replied, still a little taken back by the nonchalant attitude that Jin had. From what I could tell, she didn't hate it though, more so was still adjusting to the idea. So how does this go, some kind of ritual or? Rin started to speak but Meridia just yanked it open without any fanfare. A cascading golden light burst out, threatening to envelop everyone in the room. You will cease your tantrum lest I destroy you permanently, you arrogant little parchment. Meridia growled and it began to calm down. Well, that happened. I muttered. Humph, arrogant things are not used to being commanded. Wistfully appearing and disappearing whenever they want across time and space. Meridia snorted. I have no idea how Hermias Mora can put up with these things, I can practically taste the disgust it has towards me because of what I am. Hey, a lot to unpack there, but thoughts for later. What's it say? Jin looked very eager. One moment, it technically does not contain any words, I need to peek at its existence. She stared at it, eyes glowing slightly. Hey, that is actually a bit interesting. She muttered. You're teasing me. Jin pouted. Maybe a little. Meridia smiled. It speaks of Oriel's bow, something I haven't heard about in many eons. Also with some nonsense about a Lord of the Night rising. That's it. Jin looked sad. More or less. Meridia pursed her lips, closing the thing. It did say more information was contained within 2 other scrolls, and that they should be somewhere here in Skyrim. Oh joy, I guess that's more tomb raiding we'll be doing. Rin sighed. Please, like you won't be the first to sign up to raid some tombs for riches. I rolled my eyes. Just because you're right, doesn't mean I can't be upset. Rin huffed. Artoria seemed to ignore us and faced Meridia. You spoke of a bow. Yes, Oriel, you may know him better as Akatosh. Meridia began to explain. His bow is, a rather powerful artifact. I believe the term you use is divine construct. I call dibs. I said immediately. Bullshit. Rin retorted. Respect the ancient rights of dibs. Fuck your ancient rights, I want a divine construct you already have like a bajillion. You make a fair point. I acquiesced. Good. Rin nodded. But I have a counter-argument. I stated. I want it. Are you not leaving in a few days? Artoria chimed in. Yes. Saber's right, so we can get it while you're gone. Rin threw her hands up in celebration. Damn it, I forgot. I sighed in defeat. All right, what were you saying, Meridia? Meridia looked, amused by our little argument. As I was saying, it's Akatosha's Oriel's bow. It has much history in the founding of Nirn and is extraordinarily powerful. She paused, looking towards Jin. I believe I may have some old records stored away in my realm somewhere. I can give you a better written account for your library. Kia, you're the best. Jin jumped at the eldritch goddess, grabbing her in a big hug. Why yes. Meridia accepted the affections happily, even if it was awkwardly returned. Would you like to keep this? Of course, this is getting put in a special place in my library. Jin grabbed it quickly, hugging it tight. And you say there are 2 more in this provenance? According to the scroll, yes. Meridia replied. Interesting. Jin had a big grin on her face. I shall make room for more then. It was kind of funny, when talking about a divine weapon of untold power, Jin cared more about the scrolls, or the records and knowledge. Question. I grabbed everyone's attention. Would Akatosh be upset that we requisitioned his divine weapon? Who knows? Meridia shrugged. I have not spoken to him in a very long time. But he generally was not very uptight, for lack of a better word. If you abuse its power and damage Nirn, he may take action. Though, it's highly likely that he may already be aware of what will transpire, being the god of time. That's true, and we haven't had any divine intervention yet, so I can only guess we're either in the watch and wait category, or otherwise ignored. I would say the former. You have garnered a not small amount of attention from higher powers. Meridia acknowledged. Sheogorath actually sent me a letter. She pursed her lips. A letter? Artoria asked. Well, I use the term letter very very loosely. She sighed. What do you? It was a cheese wheel with words etched into it. She deadpanned. And a random bite taken out. I have several questions. Artoria spoke. There is a good chance you will only have more if we continue down this route. Meridia said dryly. Sheogorath's sphere of influence lay in madness. To decipher his mindset, I feel even I am woefully inadequate. What did the letter say? Rin asked. Was it about any of us? It was, unfortunately. Meridia confirmed with a light grumble in her voice. Though what specifically, I do not know. Only that it had some of your names carved with some other undecipherable nonsense. I am waiting until he inevitably shows up to make a scene. Will you be okay? I asked hesitantly. Oh, he isn't very aggressive, normally. We have learned to ignore his madness when it is more benign. He will get tired eventually and move on to the next random thing that catches his attention. She waved off my concerns. So, if we ever meet him? I asked. Play along, call me, run away if possible. She said bluntly. If you were going to run into any of the other Daedric lords, he is perhaps one of the better ones, relatively speaking. Of course it was implied that we were not to seek them out ourselves, especially me. She made it very clear she did not want me associating with them willingly, and I would honor her feelings. I am curious, have you good relations with any of the others? Artoria asked. Meridia looked contemplative. If you ever come across Azura or Nocturnal, I have a cordial relationship with them, I suppose. She pursed her lips. But even then, I do not advise you to seek them out, or spend time with them at all. I see. Artoria furrowed her brow. I had been taught by Merlin how to speak to divine spirits on the off chance I ever ran into one. I suppose it is not much different. Well, you can always threaten them with the spear of destiny. They can't manifest in the world fully, should give them pause since part of Big G is inside the thing. I pointed out. Yes, that is one of the last resorts I have at my disposal. Would probably cause a lot of chaos among the higher powers if that was revealed so blatantly. I think seeing another world's god would definitely throw everyone off balance beyond what we've done already. You should know, the Elder Scrolls also possess power if used correctly. Meridia spoke up. Alduin only just now reappeared because he was flung from a previous era, through time, into this one by mortals utilizing an Elder Scroll. Wait, seriously? I looked at her. Yes, have you not wondered why his re-emergence was so sudden? I hadn't thought much about it. I tapped my chin. Does that mean it could be used again? Unlikely. She shook her head. That scroll used was unique, as they all are. If you could possibly find the same one, but even then, he would be on guard against it. And I do not know if Akatosh would allow his domain to be infringed upon again, or if he would desire the prophecy to continue to be postponed. He he he. Jin started to giggle. My Elder Scroll. She hugged it. So cute. All yours. I kissed her forehead. I'll go get started on finding the others, might have a few previous leads to look into. Jin excitedly said, quickly departing back to her library. All right, just give us a heads up if you find anything, I'm going to finish the kaleidophones. Rin responded. I'll have them done in a day or so. I am thankful for your assistance. Meridia looked like she was consciously trying to express her thanks. Don't worry about it, just tell me if need anything else and I'll do my best. Rin gave a small smile, beginning to walk away. I see, thank you, again. Meridia said evenly. I too have things I must get back to, but maybe we can get together. I believe that it is normal for mortals in situations like this to eat meals at certain times. We can do dinner together, I'll whip up a few things for everyone. I happily accepted. I may not be the best cook, but I think I do all right. I will look forward to it. She walked up and placed a quick kiss on my lips. I will return, my lover. She turned to Artoria. Please keep him out of trouble in the meantime. She said with a small smile. I shall endeavor, but such a task may be beyond my capabilities. Artoria smirked. As I expected, but I felt the need to say it regardless. I'm right here. I pointed out. I am aware. Meridia said dryly, giving me a look as if daring me to deny her words. Before I depart. She turned back to Artoria. Would it be all right if? Meridia sort of held up her arms, but I could tell what she was implying. Artoria walked up and gave the goddess a hug. Of course. This was ridiculously sweet. Jin has been helpful in giving me advice on mortal interactions. Meridia explained, as they separated. I am told this is a step in familiarity for relationships outside of lovers. Yes, it's something those clothes do. Artoria agreed. Meridia just nodded. I shall return later. See you soon. I smiled and waved as she walked out the door. So. I looked at Artoria. Market. Yes. She smiled brightly. Allow me to go change my clothing, I have something I wish to wear. Take your time. Artoria excitedly hurried up the stairs with an amusing pep in her step. I sat down on the couch and waiting for a few minutes, mentally reaching out towards Sir Wiggles who was still in Whiterun. I had checked in every now and then, and from the link, I could tell he was having fun and I more or less asked him if he wanted to leave, he didn't wish to, so I let him keep playing. I briefly wondered if it was time I should attempt to awaken his aura. I had an idea of what I was doing now, and I was confident I couldn't hurt him. Worst case, it rebounds on me and I get the soul equivalent of being kicked in the balls from aura whiplash. If it all worked out, I could also awaken Thorum's and Rin's auras. I didn't know what would happen with Artoria, wasn't going to touch that until I had much more information. Wilhelm. I looked up, seeing Artoria walk down the stairs, my idle musings coming to an end. She was wearing a white dress, thought the materials and design looked like it came from this world. The general look of a normal woman you could find walking around Skyrim. But what caught my attention most was the fact that her hair was down as well. I found this while shopping previously, it reminded me of the fashion from my era. She awkwardly fiddled with her fingers. I had sometimes wondered about wearing such a thing when I was younger. I hope you don't mind. You look beautiful, I said sincerely, offering my arm. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me to the market? She gave a warm smile. I would be delighted to. She took my arm. If she didn't want to be simply Artoria Pendragon, not the King of Knights for this outing, then I would certainly not argue. Chapter 152, Chapter 145. The guards waved to us as we entered the large gates to Whiterun. At this point, I think most of the guards of Whiterun could recognize me out of a crowd. I'm sure my hair color, while not being unique, was eye-catching enough, especially my state of dress. Where do you want to go first? I asked her as we entered the main road of the city. This was her idea, I would let her lead on this little date of ours. Gin required a variety of alchemy ingredients. There is a shop not far ahead that has everything she needs. Artoria replied, lightly tugging on my arm to lead me in that direction, her empty hand holding a basket. I have been here a few times in the past days as I have ran errands. It's kind of you to do these things for everyone. I do not mind. She smiled. I enjoy this place, this city, and people are very friendly. I like this here too, I fell in love with it after coming here for the first time. I gave a wistful smile. If there weren't dragons running around, this place would be perfect. Yes, dragons. She pursed her lips. I do not care to think about them for the moment, I wish to enjoy our last bit of time together for a while. You're right, let's not worry about any of that right now. It wasn't hard to guess she wished to have a peaceful time together and not create any kind of stress or anxiety about what's going to be happening in the future. For this moment, we were just out shopping without any other responsibilities. Is this the place? We approached a building near the center of the market, a sign hanging above with a cauldron on it. Indeed, let us enter. She continued to lead up, pushing the door open, a bell greeting us as the person behind the counter perked up. Artoria, back already? The woman had a gentle smile on her face. I have returned, Arcadia. It is lovely to see you once again. Artoria greeted the woman quite familiarly. Did she make a friend while she was out and about? I was happy for her, even if it was just a passing acquaintance. Oh, and who's this? The woman gave me a once-over. The boyfriend you mentioned. This is Wilhelm, my boyfriend. Artoria nodded and introduced me. A pleasure. I said politely. You weren't lying, he is quite fetching, isn't he? She grinned, making Artoria look a bit bashful. What can I do for you, darling? I require another batch of the materials I purchased previously. Artoria stated, handing over a list. The older woman took it, pulling it up to her eyes. Let's see here, frost salts just came in and are fresh. The briar heart is good for a few more days, if you want it. Otherwise, the other stuff is more common and I have it all. She set the parchment down on the counter. The briar heart will be acceptable. Artoria confirmed. Please wrap everything up and I will pay in full. Right away, sweetheart. The woman went to her shelves and started grabbing various items and setting them all in a pile. The total should be 314 septims. She stated, wrapping everything up in parchment and putting it all neatly on the table. Thank you, Arcadia, your services are impeccable as always. Artoria praised, setting the coins onto the table and taking the contents, putting them all in a little basket she was carrying in her empty hand. Come back soon. Arcadia waved us off, Artoria pulling at my arm again as we left the shop. You know her well? I asked. A passing familiarity. Artoria replied. I have been to her store several times now, I had thought it appropriate to become friendly with the owner. What else do we need? I looked around. Rin needs some stuff, right? Indeed, she asked me to get some metals. Artoria nodded. We continued walking through the market, people hawking their wares, and various stall owners trying to grab the attention of passerbys. Every so often we would stop at a corner, or a stall, haggle with the owner or purchase an item, filling up Artoria's basket further. Oh, these look good. I commented, a stall full of produce. I'll take 2, please. I set a few coins down as I was handed a couple apples, giving one to Artoria. Thank you. She smiled. The apples here are always good. I said idly, taking a bite. Anything else you need, maybe pick some stuff up for dinner tonight? I asked. This sounds like a wonderful idea. She smiled bright, eating her fruit. I shall procure some ingredients. Would you please take care of our voyeur? I paused for a moment. You noticed her too? Yes, I was content to ignore her, but the constant eyes on the back of my head are starting to become annoying. She let out a small huff. All right, I'll go see what she wants. Thank you, Wilhelm. Artoria stood up on her toss, placing a kiss on my cheek. Of course. I smiled at her, stepping back and moving towards an empty area. I let it up against the side of a building, appearing calm while I finished off my little snack. Are you going to come out or not? I call out lightly to my surroundings. I'm surprised you knew I was here. A feminine voice approached me, hood over her head, hugging the shade. Serena. I greeted curtly. I think it would be more surprised if I didn't notice you. And Artoria noticed you before me, she did not enjoy your constant spying. I turned to face her. You seem at ease walking around in the open, did you take my advice I wonder? I did meet the Jarl. She admitted. He did not appear thrilled to see me or accept my presence, but he was willing to listen to Thorim who pleaded my case. Since then I've been free to come and go without being attacked. Well, he is a practical man. I doubt he would have thrown you out or killed you even if Thorim wasn't there, probably just tried to get something in recompense for letting you stay. I shrugged. She pursed her lips, crossing her arms. I see. She said simply, letting out a sigh. I should apologize for spying on you and Artoria. She looked a little sheepish, leading me to believe it wasn't malicious in nature. I just didn't know how to approach and was waiting for an opportunity so it wouldn't be awkward. She revealed. You have my attention now, what do you want? I wished to know more of what occurred when my father died. I visited the castle myself to see what happened, but it was most rebel and nothing important remained. She explained. There wasn't really much to add. I wasn't really hiding anything important beyond Meridia's involvement. We fought, I killed him and any of his people who still remained, then looted his castle. But now that I have you here, I do have a question myself. What are your intentions with Thorim? I hope you aren't just leading him on for your own benefit. I didn't wish to meddle too much, but I would at least make sure she isn't just leading him on or something. She blinked at me, seemingly surprised by my blatant words. I don't know. She said, a small bit of hesitance in her voice. You don't know? I raised an eyebrow. She frowned. Do you have any idea what it's like to have your entire life flipped upside down, everything you know to suddenly change? Then I meet Thorum, who was charming, kind, and welcoming to me when I was lost and unsure of what to do. But I'm a vampire. Yes, she said quietly. So, what's the problem? What? She looked at me in confusion. What exactly is the problem? It sounds like you're just using the fact that you're a vampire as an excuse. No one's telling you to suddenly fall in love or even have any kind of relationship, but if you're holding yourself back because something stupid like that. Stupid? I'm a vampire. She hissed. I feed on people, drink their blood. How is that not a problem for someone like him? Have you seen how people around here treat him? He's a hero and he willingly comes and spends time with someone like me who is reviled just because they exist. I looked straight at her, wings sprouting out of my back, giving her a raised eyebrow. I'm not exactly normal either. What? She looked surprised. I guess Thorum didn't exactly tell her. You aren't a monster, I stated. So what if you're a vampire? Hell, a lot of the companions aren't normal either. You know about that? Thorum said it was a secret. She muttered. Oh, so Thorum knows as well, that's interesting. I rubbed my chin. I never made a big deal about it because it doesn't matter. They aren't going around killing innocent people, why the hell should it matter? It isn't that simple. She scowled. Meridia, the Daedric Lord, is my lover. I retorted, making her eyes widen. It's only as complicated as you're making it. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. I shrugged. If you don't want to return his feelings, then be upfront about it. Don't spout some bullshit about you being a vampire as a justification. I withdrew my wings, and turned around to leave. Once again, it wasn't my place to meddle. She just needed a bit of a reality check, whether something happens or not is none of my business. I let out a sigh, moving back towards the market area. Since when did I become the authority on relationships? I walked back up to Artoria as she inspected another stall of goods. Did you take care of it? She didn't look up. I did, she was just a little hesitant to come speak. I replied. Nothing to worry about, we can just continue our date. I took her hand into mine. She smiled brightly at me, the kind that could make my heart beat quicker. Yes, I have some more places I wish to visit. Lead the way. I chuckled. I didn't mind spending one of my last couple days here like this. I was going to be away for a while and I wanted Artoria to be happy when I left. Nothing big had happened yet, so I didn't feel stressed about leaving right now. I felt like there were still a lot of things to do in this world, but I wasn't pressed in any true way at the moment. Everything will come to a head eventually, and I'll be here when that happens. Talos POV. I watched upon the mortal realm, the various races toiling about their daily lives. It was a small joy in my immortal existence, a remembrance from when I too walked upon that land and lived among their number. Tiber Septim, Izmir, Talos, Dragonborn, and many more. They were all names, all identities I could claim, and they still were spoken upon the winds of Nirn even to this day. But for this particular era, there were only a few that took prominence as the world tilted on the axis of oblivion. An old prophecy which cast two sides against each other, the World Eater and the last Dragonborn. I had watched my brother, bearer of a small fragment of Akatosh/Oriel/Father's soul. Compared to their other brethren, it was but a small candlelight swaying in the wind. I could see all of my siblings as I watched from upon mine throne, but my youngest brother was perhaps my favorite to view. An intrinsic connection I could access due to our shared origin. Memories of when I was mortal, they did not have much bearing on my current existence, mine divine person, but that small tinge that remained still brought a certain fondness when I allowed myself the brief moments to submit to the nostalgia. Thorum, that was the name of the youngest. It was a good, Nordic name. my mere parts seemingly nodding in approval. From the moment he was a babe, I cast my gaze towards him, his entire life but a mere flicker in my eyes. The briefest of moments I could allow myself the amusement of watching him grow, but for him it was the passing of many seasons. The little rascal, I admit there were a few moments I chuckled at his antics. A little dragon he certainly was, even as a little milk drinker as the Nords say. His life was not a happy one for much longer, his village having a run-in with a band of brigands and killers. He was among only a few survivors. There were many ups and downs in his life, even having been a thief for a time. Yet, he somehow grew up to be an admirable man, someone I would welcome into Sovngarde when the time came. He had quite a few adventures here and there, finding friends and comrades, losing some and parting ways with others, yet he carried on with a smile on his face. Things were relatively calm, even when Alduin re-emerged. At the incorrect point, Thorim did not garner any more of my attention than I was already giving him. Not until the outsider appeared. Even at their first meeting, the strange person was a passing curiosity that I deemed unimportant. He was amusing, something I could attribute to many mortals, but nothing beyond that. Well, I will admit I had a small bit of goodwill towards him after hearing he had embarrassed one of those Thalmor who denounce my existence. No, he didn't make his existence truly known until Myrmilnir descended upon the mortal city for the first time after Alduin returned to the normal flow of time. Just as Alduin was different than the others, I too was different than Father's pieces, yet I could know another dragon's name just at a glance, even without my divine might. Myrmilnir was one of the smallest pieces cast off by Father, one of the weakest. It would have been a good opponent for the youngest, perhaps the closest dragon in strength to him. A coincidence of events that led the weakest dragon to be the first to face off against Thorim, is what I would say if I did not have true knowledge of the world's workings. The threads of fate that intertwined the youngest and the other pieces of Father. Events would unravel in a way to give the youngest a fighting chance against the eldest. What should have been a battle that forced the youngest to grip victory by the jaws and relish upon his first triumph over another dragon was instead interrupted by the outsider. Why Drake Gotch? The name shouted by the dragon hidden in that strange red gauntlet. The Red Dragon Emperor he called himself, yet the image of him as he projected himself to anyone with the correct sense, couldn't deny the visage. There was but one problem. No dragon by that name existed upon Nirn, nor the realms beyond. Myrmilnir was right to call it an abomination, it held none of Father's essence, no piece of the god's soul. Yet, it could not be denied that the creature was a dragon. And a strong one at that. This strange person, this outsider. Not even Father knew from where he came, the strange creature in the skin of a man. His equally strange magics that seemed utterly foreign to any who beheld them as well. If that was not enough, Meridia was keeping a proactive gaze on him. Not the most vile of her brethren, but a Daedric lord she still remains. How amusing it was to hear that Meridia and the outside had become lovers. Beyond the bewilderment at the reveal, I cared not, for the Daedric lord did not seem to reach for the youngest. But it further emphasized the mystery behind the one called Wilhelm. The outsider returned after a small period again, when the youngest was face to face with more of his kin. At this point, Thorim was on his way to becoming a true dragon amongst Father's pieces, perhaps only equalled by a select few still flying in the world. Besides the oldest, of course, Thorim was still no match for the World Eater. The outside returned, and with him, strange new things also appeared. Weapons I had no knowledge on, yet held the touch of divine powers that he could not find the origin of. I had sensed it, during the battle. When part of Father's soul that resided in the dragon known as Givadake had been utterly destroyed. Luckily, Thorim was able to absorb it before the outsider did any more damage. Since that time, I had subtly steered any more of Father's children away from the outsider. Even Father had been concerned about the implications behind his pieces being destroyed and not returning eventually. It had set a strange precedent. To actively usher dragons, through unconscious means, away from the last dragonborn that should have been hunting them as the outsider was waiting nearby. The uncountable number of threads that held fate together began to unravel around this strange creature. Things that should have happened never came to pass, others were forcibly overtaken, usurped, and by some luck, others were completed by their intended recipient. Thorim meeting the spawn of Malag Bal, yet not acquiring the Elder Scroll for himself. Hidden away in that strange building he calls a house, full of things not known to this world. The threads just continued to pull apart when the outsider's companions appeared. Another dragon unknown to these lands, unknown to the creator and father of dragons. That wasn't all, a golden light that shined within that smaller dragon's soul. Beautiful was a word that failed to appropriately describe it. The strange person/spirit that walked the world in a way that was similar to the souls of Sovngarde, yet utterly different. The other spirit, the one the outsider called Jinn. It was something touched by divine hands, yet we could not recognize its origin among our fellows. Was it possible the others had found a way to enter Nirn without our notice? No, such a thing wasn't possible under our notice, and it was unlikely they would willingly return to these lands. The outsider just continues to be an anomaly, one that had garnered the attention of others who know the threads of fate. Taken the Eye of Magnus, as the mortals have called it, and repurposed it into a sword of great power. The staff of Magnus also falling into his hands, and there are his other artifacts of unknown origin. That sword Thorim was given, Anti-Dragon the outsider called it, and I would believe his claims. It had a palpable dislike for my kin, enough that I could feel it through the link, not that it was anywhere strong enough to reach me. So many questions and too few answers. I continue to watch the youngest, and I hope that this iteration of world does not end. I have grown to quite like it. Wrapping up this part of Skyrim. My original intention was to finish Skyrim up proper in this arc, but I realized it would take way too long, so I'm either going to do it in smaller bursts or another arc at another point in time. Wanted to do a Talos POV without doing an interlude, to give the perspective of another god that is watching everything unfold with confusion at what he's seeing. Chapter 153, Chapter 146. Hey! I squeezed Meridia's thigh, my head resting in her lap under a tree. Must you always molest my legs? She puffed up, looking down at me. What? Yes. I said without any shame. But I got a question. Speak, I shall answer to the best of my ability. You're a Daedric Lord, also known as a Daedric Prince, right? I asked. That is the common terminology for me and those like me, yes. She stated. If you're a prince, does that make me your princess? I grinned at her, while she just looked at me in surprise. Yup, you're definitely a princess, Shwinorg. Rin answered for her, sitting by Artoria and across from Jin as they both ate. You sure act like one, at least. You're just jealous. I pursed my lips, looking up at the sun high in the air. It was a lovely day, a perfect and peaceful time before I finally head out. Rin snorted. Yeah right. Besides, isn't Saber a king? Doesn't that make you her concubine? Does it? I turned to look at Artoria sitting peaceful and eating with a grace that shouldn't be possible with how quickly everything was being cleared. It does. Artoria smiled innocently. Well, I can add royal concubine to my titles then. I held my finger up, discharging a bolt of lightning into the air. Immediately, another bolt streaked across the sky, intercepting and devouring it. Sir Wiggles plopped to the ground, twitching his nose happily with lightning crackling around its body. Can't believe you awoke its aura. Rin sighed, staring at the magnificent bunny. Sir Wiggles has ascended. I held out my hands, my familiar happily jumping into them. Soon, he shall be unrivaled across all creation. Meridia just looked at me oddly and reached out to stroke the rabbit. He can already use this semblance, why can you not? No idea, maybe Sir Wiggles is just purer than me in a sense. A semblance is an expression of oneself brought about by their soul manifesting in the physical world. Sir Wiggles doesn't question who he is, his purpose in life. There are no whys for him, he simple lives. So he can manipulate lightning like you because he's simple? Rin asked as Sir Wiggles flashed out of my hands and hopped over into Artoria's waiting arms. More or less. I shrugged. It's not exact science here. Every book I read about the subject was so vague and nondescript on how it worked. And he isn't manipulating lightning, he's absorbing and storing it, then kind of releases it for whatever he wants. Do you know his storage capacity? Semblances usually. Jin paused, looking at me with an annoyed expression. Have a limit to stop their users from hurting themselves accidentally. I offered. That's good enough. Jin nodded, clearly still annoyed about her limitations. Should be only for direct use. I continued. Like Pyrrha could easily use her polarity to smack herself with something, whereas I doubt Cobalt could have drowned himself by activating his water clones inside his lungs or something. That's a good enough explanation as any. Jin too was enjoying the meal. Seeing her perk up every time she tried something new, it was cute. Is there a limit on these semblances? Meridia spoke up. They sound similar to magic, and that particular skill set can be taken far. I would guess the semblance is limited by the person. The soul and body are usually linked, one can't become too much bigger without the other compensating, otherwise death would be a factor. Maybe it's an evolutionary trait, but the people of Remnant generally have their bodies and souls grow in tandem in an almost 1:1 ratio. I waved my hand flippantly. Or that was my observation so far, but I'm lacking in any significant evidence. I want to say so many things. Jin grumbled, stuffing a pastry into her mouth. MMMHHGPHGH. Well, I didn't need to know what she said to understand she was still upset about her limitations. Well, how about getting your aura unlocked, Rin? Do you even need to ask? She deadpanned. Gimme that power boost. How does this work, exactly? Artoria paused in her meticulous eating to ask. We touch souls, the concepts of aura basically get copied onto hers and I can then pull hers out, metaphysically speaking. That was a very crude explanation, but it wasn't wrong. Jin confirmed. I assume you have created a chant. A chant, like a spell? Rin questioned. Sort of an in-between of an actual spell chant and an aria. It doesn't have much power in itself, but it resonates with the person's soul on a conceptual level to actualize everything. There's a reason that aura and semblances are heavily influenced by personal traits. So it's something personal and unique to each person. Jin gave the so-so gesture. It has a little bit of structure to it. So it does have rules. Probably just stems from the first user, kind of like a trait passed down. I shrugged. Or maybe it's all bullshit, I honestly have no idea. Several eyes landed on Jin. I can answer no more questions this century. She deadpanned. If it bothers you, I can attempt to meddle with you artifact. Perhaps I can loosen the restrictions. Meridia offered, blinking after a moment. Where is your lamp? It is stored away, I will need some time to fetch it. Jin had an obvious blush on her face and I couldn't help but grin remembering where exactly it was at the moment. I'm curious, but my instincts are telling me I don't want to know the answer. Rin stated, choosing to ignore the obvious flustering Jin had going on. Is it in a place that is hard to access? Meridia didn't seem to understand. I suppose it is wise to make sure it is tucked away somewhere and hard to retrieve in the event that it is discovered and someone wishes to use it against you. I'm sure Jin wouldn't mind showing you where it is later. I smirked at my genie, her face a beautiful red. The way she shifted on the bench, I really don't think she would mind. All right, Shwinorg, how you want to do this? Rin stood up, walking towards me. Just come and sit cross-legged in front. I gestured, sitting up. I am curious about this as well. Meridia also adjusted herself to better look. All right. Rin replied, taking up her spot. I think I'm ready. Now, you're going to feel a bit awkward as I enter deep inside you. Don't worry, that's completely natural. I'm already regretting this. Rin sighed. Honestly, it's almost tradition to make it into a lewd joke. Jin snorted. Just, get it over with, I want to have a soul shield. Fine fine. I put my hand on her back and flared my aura. For it is in. It's red. Meridia admired, poking Rin's aura. That feels weird. Rin muttered. Don't mind me, just a little exhausted over here. I waved my hand, laying on the grass. Artoria had stopped her snacking and was also inspecting it. I believe it changes colors based on the person. Artoria also starting poking. The structure is very firm, very much like Wilhelm's. I feel energized. Rin looked at her hands, clenching them as the red energy flowed around her body. Definitely feel stronger. Yet, you had above average reserves. Not as big as mine, but still pretty good. I explained. Above average, like how much above average? Rin looked at me. Jin. I called out. The genie threw a thumbs up. About that much. I said. That makes it much clearer, thanks. She said dryly. Can't wait to go fight that bitch again. Rin, are you thinking of using your new powers to bully your rival? I gasped. Yup. Well, if I wanted confirmation that you're one of the old mans. I chuckled. Make sure to extort her as much as possible. Rin scoffed. Of course, who do you think I am? Artoria let out a sigh. I don't know who's being a bad influence on whom. The answer is, yes. I replied, yoinking Artoria down towards me with some telekinesis. Will. Artoria let out an indignant squeak, falling into my arms as they wrapped around her. I invoke my authority as the royal concubine. Mine. Now, as is tradition, you must fight another aura user in a duel to the death. I pointed towards Sir Wiggles. Begin. Artoria bonked me on the head. Don't initiate death duels between your familiar and Rin. Too late, Sir Wiggles, attack. I called out. With a burst of lightning Sir Wiggles plopped himself on Rin's head. The static is messing up my hair. Rin groaned. Meridia was kind enough to grab Sir Wiggles who happily stay in her arms. Who's a good boy? She cooed to my familiar. It seemed like everyone was quite taken with him. Sir Wiggles is the best wingman. I chuckled. I'm going to start teaching him magic soon. Dare I ask why? Artoria looked at me strangely. Because I would find it hilarious. You really are the old man's reincarnation. Rin sighed again. That's still really strange to say out loud. Is it? Jin walked up poking Rin's aura. And there are many different meditation techniques for manipulating aura, of which I have some books in the library. What, is reincarnating normal for you? Rin raised an eyebrow towards Jin. And thank you, I'll be sure to read them later. Jin let out a long-winded sigh. I can answer no more questions this century. Wait, seriously? Rin looked surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, Remnant's a strange place. I should visit Salem soon. They have robots, Rin robots. We don't even have robots. You're such a nerd. What's a robot? Meridia asked. An advanced form of an automaton. I gave a rough explanation. I'll show you one if I ever get my hands on any. Through legal means, correct? Artoria narrowed her eyes. Correct. Yes. I will accept that answer for now. Does she know I'm a wanted criminal on Remnant? Jin never got to that part and it was kinda glossed over. Is it time we speak of the elephant in the room? Meridia gently scratched Sir Wiggles' head. I let out a sigh. Probably, this was coming either way. I pat Artoria on the head, she takes the K to sit up as I followed suit. Well, it's not really a secret at this point, but I was going to head out in a little bit. No shit, we've been prepping like crazy these past couple weeks. Rin huffed, taking out a small satchel from her storage bag. I had some extra jewels so I put some spells in them. You can figure it out. She tossed them to me. Thanks Rin. I smiled towards her. Whatever. She crossed her arms and looked away. Oh, I also have some stuff. Jin pulled on the house's magic and handed over a bag. Lots of talismans, lots of dust bombs. I'm excited to see how they do. You better bring back some notes. Of course. I chuckled. I too have something I wish to give you, Wilhelm. Meridia walked up, setting Sir Wiggles on the ground. It took me some time to track down. She flipped her hand over, revealing a ring. It is one of my lesser-known relics. It had disappeared some time ago and I didn't care enough then to retrieve it. It's pretty. I admired the yellowed gem inlaid on the silver ring. It's simply called the Ring of the Caveat. She explained. It has properties to enhance your speed and stealth capabilities. Next time, I'll be the one to give you a ring. I grinned. I do not have an overt fascination with jewelry. She said plainly. In our cultures, presenting someone with a ring is an indication of wanting to get married. Jin replied. Am married. Meridia squeaked out, her face turning a light shade of pink. You. She appeared to be speechless, opting to huff and puff. I wish to also give you something. Artoria spoke, pressing a hand to her chest, a bright light engulfing the area as her sheath appeared. She held it tightly in her hands before pushing it to me. I didn't have time to protest as it went inside me. It contains my magical energy, it should be enough to activate once without my presence. Artoria, I can't, this is... No. She cut me off. You will carry it and return it to me when you come back. She said sternly. And this will accompany you as well. She took out the true Longinus from her bag and set it down in front of me. I feel like I won't be able to argue with you on this. Good, you are learning. She nodded. I shook my head with a sigh, taking the spear back into my ring. What are your plans? Jin asked. Are you heading out immediately, or? I was going to stop by Thorum, say goodbye, maybe awaken his aura on the way out. I also wanted to visit Kunu before I head back home and talk to the old man. Good, both Yasaka and Kunu deserve your attention. Artoria nodded in approval. Oh, that reminds me. Rin took a few more things out of her bag. Finished the kaleidophones, got 7 in total. She started handing them out, giving the leftovers to me. Thank you. Meridia held the device in her hands, but didn't seem like she knew how to use it. Ah, thanks Rin. Jin wrapped up the shorter magus. And don't worry, I'll show you how to use it, later Meridia. It was no problem. Rin pat the genie on the shoulder with a small smile. I stood up, brushing myself off. I should probably start heading out. Here come your mushy goodbyes. She flipped her hair back. Later Schweinorg, don't die or I'll go kick your ass. Rin waved her hand, walking towards the house. Rin, you're such a tsundere. Well, who's first? Meridia stepped forward. I expect you to return, whole and healthy. She poked my chest. And I mean it this time, I will be very upset if you are harmed. I held out my hands, letting her move into my arms. No getting hurt. Jin joined in with a smile, moving her mouth towards my ear to whisper something. If you come back without any issues, I'll let you hide something else where my lamp is. What a lewd genie you are, though I suppose that's what happens when you see the entirety of the internet. Artoria walked up and I pulled her in as well with my free hand. I look forward to meeting Skathuk. She said evenly. Yes, New sister. Jin cheered. I can't wait to meet her. As they say. Meridia nodded. But your safety takes priority. Of course. I couldn't help but smile at their sincerity. I kissed each of them goodbye. I'll be back soon. Please return. Artoria said quietly. I briefly thought about anything else I would need to do. There were no pressing matters, Meridia would look over everyone. I had reinforced the house through every means I had available, even adding primordial runes. Enther had come through, and for a small fortune, I had armed this place to stand up to a veritable siege. I'll be back, just wait. I pulled out Mirage, giving them one last look before opening a portal to Whiterun. Will Thorum shouted in shock, practically falling down. Yo! I greeted, appearing right in the middle of the training area. I looked around and saw several faces from the companions I was familiar with, and even Serena was hovering nearby in the shade. Is something wrong, my friend? Thorum regained his composure. You don't usually pop in like this unless there is a problem. No problem, but I'm going to disappear for a little bit. Going to get Skathuk. I replied. There wasn't a need to cause him undue stress by explaining further. Oh, you are here to say goodbye then? Thorum looked, not upset, but somewhere close to it. How long will you be gone? Not that long. And if there is an emergency, any of the girls can get a hold of me and I'll come back right away. Oh, that is good. Thorum accepted. Before I leave, I wanted to give you something. I did it for Rin, and I felt comfortable doing it for someone else. What is it? Well, I'm going to awaken your aura. I flared my own for added effect. It's the physical manifestation of the soul, it provides an overall boost in physical capabilities, a shield that can mitigate quite a bit of damage, and over time you can develop a singular power that's based on your personality. Truly? That sounds too good to be true. Are there any downsides? Not really. I scratched my head. I don't think it can even be done hurtfully. At worst, I get a rebound, but that's about it. Honestly, the only downside is how intimate the act is. I'm basically touching your soul with mine. Okay, I trust you. Thorum said without a second thought. I just said I'm touching your soul, do you really have no reservations? Thorum just laughed. If you wished to harm me, there were simpler ways. Idiot. I sighed. All right, sit down, legs crossed. He followed my instructions and sat down and I followed suit. The onlookers didn't seem keen on interrupting us, but a quick glance around revealed how interested they were in what was happening. Well, I didn't really hide it, and if Thorum eventually wants to awaken others' auras, more power to him. Steady yourself, I'm going to push my aura into you. I stated, flaring my aura up. Oh, that is strange. Yeah, everyone says that the first time. I laughed. Now. For it is through freedom that we achieve immortality. Through this we become a paragon of liberation and choice to rise above fate. Infinite in possibilities and unbound by death, I release your soul and by my shoulder, free thee. As soon as I finished the words, Thorum exploded in a golden light. My own aura reserves dipped exponentially, enough that I felt a shock in my chest. Idiot, he's a dragon, and he ate other dragon souls. I thought I could handle it. I mean, I did, it just felt like I got kicked in the balls. I feel amazing. Thorum stood up, light enveloping him. Is this the aura you spoke of? It covers my body. What the hell is that? My eyes widened. He was supposed to have a sort of bubble around him with fully manifested, but Thorum's aura took on the form of a dragon as it covered his body. There was even an ethereal tail behind him. What the fuck? Saying goodbyes, and Thorum's aura turns out a little oddly p. Chapter 154, Chapter 147. This is amazing. Thorum looked at himself, his arms glowing bright, ethereal scales covering his body and his ghost-like tail swaying around. I feel significantly stronger. I believe I have made an oopsie. I pursed my lips, inspecting it. Is something wrong? Serena approached, looking a little concerned. Thorim is a dragon. I said plainly. His soul is indistinguishable from one, even if his body is that of a man. I brought the physical manifestation of his soul out, so it obviously would be different than me own. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I feel stupid for not even considering this, it's obvious in hindsight. Is this bad? Thorim asked. No, not at all. Your aura can't be bad, it's simply your own soul being more proactive. Though I don't know what exactly is going on, but if you like it, then that's good enough. I shrugged. Aura was perhaps the safest mystical phenomenon I had ever encountered, as there were literally no detriments here. Back in Remnant, Grimm were much more attracted to those with aura awakened, and I guess an argument could be made that having your soul fluttering about could be potentially hazardous under the right circumstances. But in general, there was no overt danger to the person who had their aura awakened. I quickly withdrew a notebook and pen from my ring and began jotting down notes. Some quick thoughts, some things to be mindful of and some other miscellaneous stuff. Here. I ripped the pages out and handed them over to Thorim. I would advise seeing Jin in the next few days, give her that. She's more of an expert on aura than I am, so she should be able to make sure everything is working correctly. I trust you, my friend. He put the note away in a pocket. But I shall speak with Jin at a later date, even if it is merely to speak with a friend. He gave that big goofy smile. Well, I'm entirely sure there is actually nothing wrong, just merely something that should probably be sorted out by an expert. Get over here, you big idiot. I surprised him with a hug, usually him being the one to do so. He let out a mirthful chuckle, patting me on the back. I await more stories for when you return. And I hope to meet your woman as well. Of course. I nodded, turning towards Serena. Take care of him while I'm gone. I'll take good care of him. She smirked. I'm sure you will. Don't know how long I'll be gone. Remember, if anything happens, shout for you know who, or get in contact with the girls. I will remember your words. Until you return, my friend. He held his hand as I grasped it in mine. Later. I smiled as we parted, sweeping Mirage into the air again and departing the world line. I looked up at the fake sky of Kyoto, this small dimension created to house a large portion of Japan's yokai population. Well, I appeared nearby Yasaka's estate. Walking up the path towards the large gate, I took a moment to admire the view all around me. It was nice and peaceful, it didn't really carry the air of a subspace sectioned off from the world. It felt alive. The gate was the same as I recalled, guards were still wary from the previous battles that took place here. I could feel the eyes on me as I made my intentions to approach obvious. I was ready to explain myself, be polite and not just barge inside but... Young lord. Several Tengu flew down, greeting me respectfully. Pardon. I blinked in surprise. Young lord, we welcome you back. They spoke. Okay. That's new. Can I enter? I hesitantly asked. Of course, young lord. They immediately stood up, shouting all around as the gates flung open with a surprising haste. Young lord, may I ask what you need? Do you need to be escorted anywhere? The reconstruction has just been completed recently, there was much remodeling, I dare not allow you to get lost. The Tengu at the front, who I assumed was the highest rank, was speaking quickly. I scratched my head. I wasn't used to this kind of attention. Even as my time as Zelretch, there was a healthy dose of fear behind the reverence. Is Yasaka available? Of course, young lord. The Tengu bowed lightly. I can lead you to Lady Yasaka immediately. I let out a sigh. Sure, take me to her please. I gestured him forward. This way. He gestured to the guard who assumed their positions back at the gate, taking direction and leading me through the compound. I wanted to ask him a couple questions but... I apologize, I don't believe I know your name. This one is Soma, young lord. He replied without a hint of awkwardness. I am the third commander of the Blue Sparrows, a recent promotion as I had ascended levels a few days prior. He said with no small amount of pride in his voice. Ah, there was a little blue bird on his uniform. Some kind of designation for his platoon or whatever it's called. Ascended? I questioned. I think I may be misunderstanding the vernacular. Oh yes, you are a half-devil. He nodded. It's common these days to use their measuring system. I believe you would be more familiar if I recently became the equivalent of a high-class recent. Oh, I see. Thank you for the explanation. I nodded. It is my duty to see to your needs, young lord. He seemed a little less stiff as our conversation progressed. Well, I admit I'm not as familiar with yokai customs and social norms. I have a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I would be honored to help you in any way. If you don't mind me asking, I thought devils weren't particularly liked over here? I thought I would be receiving a lesser reception if I just appeared like this. I apologize for any negative receptions due to your heritage, young lord. The Tengu looked down. But any warrior who fought in that bloody battle wouldn't dare insult you for your devil bloodline. He turned around and slammed his hand on his chest. We are grateful for the assistance you lent in dealing with the terrorists. Lady Yasaka had revealed the extent of help that we received after everything had been settled. That makes more sense. I muttered. I guess she felt comfortable enough to announce a true conclusion to the events. Well, it was neither my place nor my desire to meddle with any of these affairs. Thank you, Soma. I have but one last question for the moment. Yes, young lord. Why, am I being referred to as young lord? I don't understand, what else would we call you? He looked confused. It is common knowledge that the princess calls you father. Any other title would be an insult. Well, okay then. It was hard to argue with that logic when put in perspective. Young lord, Lady Yasaka awaits you inside. He bowed, gesturing to a door. She has already been informed of your arrival. Oh, I didn't realize how far we had actually walked. Thank you, Soma, your assistance has been most helpful. I am here to serve, young lord. He gave one last bow, and disappeared, a few feathers fluttering about in his wake. Impressive speed, I had to make an effort keep an eye on him if I wanted to see where he went. It was enough to escape my perception if I was being lackadaisical. Pushing the door open, I was greeting with a scene that truly made my heart thump. Wilhelm. Yasaka greeted me, sitting at a small table, tea in front of her and a spot across open for me. I took my shoes off, and walked over, taking a seat. Yasaka. I couldn't help but smile towards her. You look lovely. She clearly did something with he hair, and her makeup was quite well done. Not to mention it looked like she was dressing up. What's the occasion? Occasion? She tilted her head. You're here, isn't that occasion enough? She gave a small smile. And now my heart won't sit still. Wow, she really knows how to go for the killing blows, doesn't she? Shush. So, you're telling me, you did everything in the few minutes it took me to walk over here? I raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, I am quite skilled at what I do. She let out a small giggle. Would it be insincere if compliment you again? I would welcome it wholeheartedly. You look beautiful. I said with all honesty. Your words do make the effort worth it. She preened under the praise. Did you come back just to compliment me? I wouldn't be against it if you did so more often. Well, I did just come to visit. I lightly chuckled. Admittedly, I missed Kunu, and you. The fingers around her teacup tightened slightly as she processed my words, though her expression didn't change. You're going to make an old woman like me blush. She quickly donned a mischievous smirk, perhaps something she's used to wearing. Well, this young lord is willing to take responsibility for his words. I raised an eyebrow. She let out a barely concealed snort before breaking out into a giggling fit. Would you believe me if I said I didn't start that? Nope. I deadpanned. It's true. She whined. Don't get me wrong, I would have done it without a second thought had the idea crossed my mind. Seriously. I was surprised by her admittance, and I could believe her here. She would totally take credit if she had done it. Who did it then? Our little Kunu has a little devious side to her. Yasaka smirked. That little, cute fox. I face-palmed, running my hand down my face. Well, she takes after her mother. Yes, yes she does. Yasaka said with no small amount of pride in her voice. Yet, Kitsune are a really mischievous bunch. I'm assuming she isn't here at the moment. She's in school. Yasaka revealed. I enrolled her in the school that most of the noble clans and wealthy families in this small world send their children to. A recent development? Jin did help Kunu with her homework last time we were over. I took a sip of my tea. Oh, this is good. I perked up at the taste. Isn't it? One of our own special brands. Yasaka gently fingered the rim of her cup. And yes, Kunu hasn't been going there long. I enrolled her not long after the attack. Oh, that's a surprise. You're not going to admonish me? Her eyes met my own, as if expecting something. Do you think I would? Kunu is at the age where she needs social interaction, to get friends of her own. The attack was tragic in many ways, but it would be detrimental to hold her back because of it. Not to mention you're much more experienced with raising her, being a parent. Yasaka let out a sigh. Maybe I'm just projecting my own worries and insecurities. She shook her head. I still can't help it. It's her first time going to a real school. She had been tutored with private lessons until this point. And it's hard to let her go. Extremely. She let out a sad chuckle. The constant worry about another attack doesn't help either. I know it isn't likely, but it's hard to break old habits. I nodded. Yes, that's exactly right. Ever since her father passed, I haven't been the most liberal parent. She let out another long-winded sigh. She also retreated into herself, even if she was very young back then. I don't think she ever fully came back out of her shell, and I never gave her the opportunity to. She looked back up at me. Then you come along and suddenly she has a new daddy that brightens her smile. Yasaka had that small smirk on her face. She brightened up my world too. I looked down at my tea. When she first said it to me, I don't understand why, but I got immediately attached. No regrets since either. I said it before, but I'm glad that it was you who took that spot in her heart. Yasaka gave a warm smile. But enough of this dreary talk. She changed the subject quite easily. I wish to know how you've been doing. I've been good, learned a few new things. Took Rin and Artoria to a place so they could stretch their legs a bit. Rin was able to get some practical experience and that's done wonders for her. I was willing to switch gears. Jin's been taking care of my house, sorting my library among other things. Oh, Jin's at your home? Would it be inappropriate if I asked to visit? Of course not. I quickly denied such thoughts. Jin would love if you came by. I can't guarantee anyone would be there when you do because of some magic shenanigans, but you're always welcome in my home. Kunu absolutely adores her auntie Jin. Yasaka giggled, cupping her own cheek. And I would like to get to know her better, she seemed like quite the interesting person. Yeah, Jin's great. I think she was taken with Kunu just as much. The picture of Jin and Kunu together still brought a smile to my face. Jin seems to latch onto the idea of family just as much as I do. She pursed her lips. You never did tell me how you two met. And you seemed really different the last time I saw you, and even now, there's something different again. She got up, walking over to me. Her nose twitched as she visibly began to sniff me. You smell good, like nature, really pure nature. Was it because of the dust Jin wove into this outfit for me? Dust was crystallized magical energy with an emphasis on the elements. Jin made me some special clothes with the elements intertwined in them. She got much closer, nose practically touching mine. There's something more prominent though, lightning? I think I smell some lightning on you and it's heavy, much heavier than the other scents. Who knows? I grinned. Keep your secrets, I'll get them eventually, she giggled, but for now, we should get going. Get going? Where? I was surprised at her sudden shift in demeanor. To pick up our daughter from school, of course. She stood up again, holding out her hand. I'm sure Kunu would be ecstatic to have both her mom and dad pick her up. I took it, rising to my feet. Yeah, let's go get our daughter. I don't know what was in store for me when I entered the Grail War, but I didn't care for now, I just wanted to see my daughter. Should be one more chapter left before going to Apocrypha. On a side note, I don't really understand the hate for giving Thorim aura, saying stuff like MC is giving everything away. He's literally given him only a sword he couldn't really use, an aura, like what do you expect friends to do, not help each other? And with regards to power levels, MC is much stronger than Thorim. Without any enhancements, Thorim is physically stronger than MC, if they fought, MC would win hands down. Hell, Thorim would lose against Artoria even if she didn't use her noble phantasms. Chapter 155, Chapter 148. Yasaka POV. When was the last time I felt this relaxed? One would think the aftermath of the attack would see things calming down, but it just made every annoying entity want to crawl out of their holes and cause trouble for me. How many times did I have to stop some kind of power play for my position? And poorly executed ones at that. I feel more insulted by the attempts than the fact they were done in the first place. Of course it was mainly the younger ones who hadn't seen much of the world yet. There was a reason why the previous attack having been orchestrated by one of the elders was such a shocking revelation. Simply put, they knew my position was inviolable. Did they think I was like that old geezer on the other side of the fence who ruled with a strong fist? Well, I do, but it isn't the reason I'm the ruler like him. My position isn't one that someone can simply acquire. The elders know this, which is why I've never had to worry about them. Sure, there are power plays, everyone trying to eke out any kind of influence or further their clan's positions. This is expected, and welcomed for the most part, as long as it doesn't cross certain lines. A complacent retinue causes a whole different set of problems. But my position is backed by Amaterasu herself. The ley lines I watch over, that I control, are powerful enough that the leader of the Shinto pantheon had taken an active role in their management. Well, active is relative here. She makes sure she places someone to manage them that won't cause issues for Japan. It was the reason those stupid children tried to attack in the first place. To have me utilize the ley lines so they could power a dragon gate to summon Great Red onto Earth. If I had any hesitance about what I did, then that removed any possible sympathy remaining. Stupid children seemed to think they could take him and prove they were heroes. They couldn't even take me, and I wasn't ashamed to say I was much weaker than the Dragon of Dreams. Forget about Japan, we would be lucky if the planet was still habitable after the dragon relented in his rage. And there's still more issues I'm dealing with because of them. The Abrahamic factions are breathing down my neck. Azazel wants to get his hands on some of the sacred gears we acquired. Heaven wants to retrieve the true Longinus. And the devils have been making some not-so-subtle inquiries about Wilhelm, and also wanting to get some of the sacred gears we now have. Lady Izanami even told me there had been some divine eyes cast our way due to the fight. But I hadn't gotten any more out of her, mostly because she's been gone for a while now. Meeting with some other deities or something. She didn't specify and I didn't wish to meddle in her business. She only said she would be gone for a little bit, but beings on her level don't perceive time the same way we do. But that doesn't matter anymore. I tossed aside any responsibilities for rulership at the moment, the stress that comes with it is ignored. Right now, I just wanted to get my daughter and spend time with her father. Speaking of, I cast a sideways glance at him, a small smirk rising on my face. It was cute how he was reacting to just holding my hand as we walked the streets of Kyoto. The yokai who turned their heads to stare at us, it made my heart flutter just a little bit. But he was barely concealing a blush on those cheeks. I just wanted to gobble him up right here. I reined that part of me in. I was well aware of how flippant I could be with my flirtations, it was a part of my nature, I would openly admit it. I wanted him to accept that I was serious about pursuing something a little more than that, to maybe make it official down the line. He didn't say he hated that part of me, but I could also understand his own reservations. Because of my position I did not have the luxury of simple ignorance when someone appears and becomes a part of my life. I had a duty to understand this person and what threats they could possibly bring to me and mine. I don't think he would be upset if I revealed that I looked into him, but I still did not bring it up. There were just some things I didn't want to speak about as they seemed personal in nature and they did paint a certain picture about his own preferences. It's odd, I could never relate this man to the reports I received about Shimoda Takao. The boy I read reports on, he was introverted, soft-spoken, and if the information was accurate, probably severely depressed. Some digging easily revealed why many of those factors existed. It was obvious who his father was at this point, and I don't think Wilhelm ever tried to hide it. He had no signs of even being a half-devil, and knowing their society, it wasn't strange at all to have him be pushed to the side in some corner of the world and forgotten. It was no wonder when Kunu latched onto him, and he latched right back. At the end of the day, I was happy how everything turned out. He really seems to care for Kunu and she just brightens up every time he's mentioned. How foolish I've been to not realize how much Kunu wanted a father figure in her life. I'd been so careful about her not seeing me with anyone romantically, and then here she comes home with a new father and a man I couldn't help but find myself attracted to. He saved her, a reason I would have dragged him to my bed if he was so inclined, but then goes and helps us further in the battle. For these, I would have been infinitely grateful, an ally of his until the end of time, but I couldn't help but consider if maybe we could be something else. I had nothing holding me back from trying. The fact that Kunu already accepted him was the biggest hurdle to dating again, and he undoubtedly checked many of my boxes. He was certainly handsome, that would not be denied. Admittedly, I do like how he didn't just fall into my lap even after jiggling my boobs in his face. Maybe my pride stung just the teeniest bit. Not to mention he's very strong, that's a major turn-on for most yokai, along with a plethora of other species. He's been very kind to both me and Kunu, that smile he gives me is just to die for. He's witty, and has a mischievous streak inside him from what I've found out as well. Really, the only thing that even slightly hung me up was his age. Not to say I didn't enjoy the idea of a younger man showering me with affections, but I honestly never thought of becoming something more with someone barely into 20 years. But, here we are. His hand in mine as we walked to pick up our daughter from school, and I felt nothing out of place. I raised up one of my tails and wrapped it around his waist. The surprised look he gave me, the little flutter of embarrassment was just too cute, I couldn't stand it. That's right, I've seen you staring at my tails. Not to mention the glances at my chest and rear, but my tails certainly held your attention. You can't escape the fluffy tail, just accept it. There was a slight shiver that ran down my body as his fingers moved through the fur. How long has it been since I allowed a man to touch my tails intimately like this? You know, I've been curious. He spoke up, snapping me from my own musings. You want to know what shampoo I use? I teased. Well, I would actually, this is incredibly soft. I had to stop myself from just melting to his touch. I wonder if he knew how sensitive our tails were when in this form. I was wondering if it's impolite to touch a kitsune's fox parts. You say as you rub me quite thoroughly. I giggled. Has that ship not sailed already? For future reference. For any other kitsune you seduce. Another odd thought. I had never been part of a harem before, and yet I found myself okay with the idea. I had met both Artoria and Jin, and they had taken with Kunu well. If anything, I believe they would be a very positive influence on my little girl. Any other? Am I the one who seduced you? He raised an eyebrow. Yes, and you should take responsibility. I said without hesitation. You really are a vixen. Compliments will get you everywhere. I wiggled my tail in front of him. But yes, touching our tails and ears is considered something intimate, though not wholly sexual. Honestly, it's like a kiss, which can be a gesture of love in a platonic way, or a deep and sensual experience. And you're letting me touch yours? He seemed surprised. I am. I smiled. I see. He continued to stroke my tail as we walked with his free hand. My ears twitched as I heard him mutter fluffy under his breath. Was I too forward? He didn't appear to be discomforted by my gesture, even after learning it was something intimate. Nor did he shy away. If anything, I think he was enjoying the moment. I couldn't help but sigh. When had I become such a worrywart? It was quiet between us as Kunu's school came into view, but it was a pleasant silence. POV Wilhelm. Fluffy, fluffy tail. The possessive part of me was really rearing its ugly head. More than once I had the urge of claiming this as mine. This woman, she really does know which buttons of mine to push to get me like this. Where I can't even properly voice things because I get flustered. Wow, this is nice. I admired the large garden outside the apparent school as we approached. I immediately noticed many guards all around the place, not just the ones who were following us stealthily. Isn't it? Yasaka smiled happily. Kunu was thrilled the first time we came here. She couldn't stop gushing about the garden and wanted to make one of her own back home. How's that going? Oh, you know how children are. Her attention turned somewhere else after a week. Yasaka sighed. Though I still keep up with it, it was something relaxing to do. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Well, if you want to plant some seeds in my garden, I wouldn't say no. She looked rather happy at the innuendo. I feel like she's been holding it in. Did I ever mention I wanted a big garden? Grinned. At least a dozen little flowers. Yasaka let out a small snort. Call me out, fine. She put a hand up in defeat. I can barely handle just one little flower. She smiled. Speaking of, I don't want to be late. She picked up the pace, lightly pulling me along. Security here is pretty good. I admired as we passed through several bounded fields barriers. I counted over 100 guards. Along with these impressive magical defenses, it would be enough to at least stall someone strong until reinforcements come. I lent a hand and upgraded the defenses. Yasaka admitted with a little sadness in her voice. After what happened, we needed to make sure all of our children would be safe going to school like this. Every important clan and their descendants all go here. It was obviously going to need to be well defended after several attempts on Kunu's life. If it would make you feel better, I could add on to these. I offered. You think you can increase their power? She raised an eyebrow. Well, I know a thing or two. I said with a little pride in my voice. You should see the defenses around my house. A thought crossed my mind. If you're ever in a bad situation, you can always head there. It's very well fortified and I have a few strong people keeping an eye on the place in case anything happens. I'll keep that in mind. She gave my hand a little squeeze, letting go as we entered. Though, her tail was still wrapped around me, as if to tell everyone that I belonged to her. I didn't dislike it. Lady Yasaka. The woman at the front desk greeted her respectfully, casting an odd glance my way. Good afternoon. Yasaka greeted evenly. I would like to pick up my daughter, and also register her father as an acceptable guardian to be able to pick her up whenever he wants. She gestured towards me. Why yes, right away. She bowed, gathering some papers. I just need a little blood to bind you to the defenses. She held out a little needle and a magical circle drawn on a piece of parchments. I did not like giving people my blood if I didn't know where it was going, but I could let it go in this case. I took the needle and cast a quick reinforcement on it, otherwise it would never pierce my skin. A little drop of blood landed on the parchment, igniting the magical circle and actualizing the spell sequence hidden inside. I felt the defenses around us sort of tap on me, as if to tell me I was now allowed to be here. Almost immediately as it finished, I noticed something rocketing towards me. Daddy! I knelt down, catching my daughter into my arms. My little fox! I laughed, her ears twitching happily and tails swaying behind her as we hugged. Just pretend I'm not here. Yasaka teased. K. Kunu gave a cheeky reply. Oh, you little cutie. Yasaka walked over, pulling her daughter's cheeks. I am so why. Kunu managed to get out. Humph, I'll accept a hug as an apology. Yasaka relented with a small smile, opening her arms, and Kunu went to hug her mom. Love you mama. Kunu whispered. I love you too. Yasaka kissed her on the forehead. You ready to go home? Ahoy! Kunu nodded happily, turning back to me, eyes practically sparkling, as if waiting for me to acknowledge her. I couldn't help but notice the hair ornament she still had on. Those red leaves that really did go well with her features. How was school? She perked up immediately. It was amazing. She threw her hands up, and it was the most expressive I've ever seen her. I glanced over at Yasaka, who looked so happy to see her daughter like this. We even practiced magic today. Oh, magic you say? Any more buildings that were burned down? Kunu let out a little squawk, face turning red. It was only that one time. She pouted. I laughed, sweeping her up into my arms. Your dad's pretty good at magic. We began walking out, Kunu wiggling around like the hyperactive kitsune she was. Why don't you show me what you learned? I only learned one spell because it's a lot like my fox fire. She said quietly, looking down. Self-esteem issues, or something else? A spell already? That's amazing. Do you have any idea how long it took me to cast my first spell? I spun her around, getting a smile out of her. Years. Literally years to cast my first time. A little secret in my past life, I wasn't the most talented when I was younger. I can't cast it if I'm spinning. She whined playfully. All right, my little sorceress, shoot your spell into the air, I'll make sure nothing happens. I winked at Yasaka, who just rolled her eyes with a smile but didn't say otherwise. I set Kunu down as she raised her hand in the air, visibly concentrating. A little spell circle appeared, rudimentary, amateurish, but it looked functional. Fireball! She shouted, and a little ball of fire haphazardly arced off into the air. Was this pride I was feeling? I know I didn't have a hand in this, but that fact that my daughter learned to cast a spell. With a gesture, I dissipated it before it could land and set something on fire. Our daughter is so skilled, isn't she? Yasaka cooed, rubbing her head. Moom. Kunu whined, but didn't move to stop her mom. I'm not a baby. She pouted, but she looked like she was enjoying the affection. A little genius. I praised. It took me years before I could do something similar, and she learned in a single day. I think she deserves a little reward, what do you think? Yasaka looked up at me. Of course, she did amazing. I nodded. Really? Kunu looked excited. Can I choose? If that's what you want, Yasaka let out a small laugh. Choose? I was confused, seemingly something between the two of them. We have a tradition every second Friday of the month. It was my turn to choose, but since Kunu's been doing so well. Yasaka trailed off, and I realized she wasn't going to say any more. Daddy's going to be with us this time. Kunu left no room for argument, not that I would be opposed. Of course. Yasaka didn't even give it a second thought either. I still had no idea what they were talking about. Why don't we keep it a secret and surprise Daddy? Kunu made a little noise in agreement, grabbing my hand and pulling. Hurry, let's go home. Yasaka flanked her on the other side, taking her empty hand as we went back home. I still have no idea what's going on. I looked around as Yasaka and Kunu had been bouncing around getting stuff ready. They had led me back into their living area that was basically off limits to the other people that resided in this place. Mommy's going to go change real quick, why don't you pick out anything you want? Yasaka told Kunu. Really, anything? Today's a special day, so you can pick anything. Yasaka smiled brightly, stepping away and disappearing into a back room. Kunu quickly went into various cupboards, the nearby fridge, and started taking out various snacks and treats, setting them on the table. Oh, this too. She thought out loud as she kept adding things to the pile. I don't know what's going on, but it was an impressive pile of sweets and snacks all gathered together. Sweetie. Yasaka reappeared and I turned around, a bit surprised at what I saw. Gone was her regal appearance. Now she looked much more comfortable, sporting a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. I said anything, not everything. She deadpanned before letting out a sigh. Just this once. She relented, Kunu's eyes brightening up. Well, she changed rather fast. I am confused. I raised my hand. You haven't guessed it yet. Yasaka grinned, still not telling me what's going on. Mom, we forgot the most important part. Kunu exclaimed, holding up a bag as realization dawned on me. Popcorn, we're watching a movie. Ding, ding. Yasaka lightly cupped my cheek. How about a prize? Mom. Kunu huffed, looking a little red. Don't worry, Mommy will wait until you're looking away. Yasaka laughed. Eo, Kunu blekked, putting the popcorn packet in the microwave. Yasaka snuck one of her tails around my waist again, practically pulling me to her when Kunu was preoccupied. Just tell me when you want to claim your prize, she whispered. I raised an eyebrow at her teasing. Leaning down, I placed a quick kiss on her lips, leaving her a mite surprised. I think she even turned a little red for the briefest moment at my sudden attack. The corners of my lips curled up and she turned away, not meeting my gaze. I guess she didn't expect me to be so forward and didn't know how to immediately respond. Though, her tail didn't let up at the slightest, and the ones behind her were noticeably swaying. The microwave dinged. Kunu pulled out a fresh bag of popcorn and emptied into a bowl. I get to pick the movie this time. She ushered us over to the family room, a large television set up. Kunu laid down on the floor, snacks spread all around her. Yasaka found a spot on the couch and I went to sit next to her. Almost immediately, her tail was back, and I was beginning to enjoy its presence around me. What movie do you want to watch, honey? Jurassic Park. She declared. I perked up. That's one of my favorites. This girl. Yasaka let out a small laugh. She's been obsessed with anything remotely similar to dragons lately. Well, kids do that. Just focus on something so intently for a period of time before they get bored. Dinosaurs are cool. Wait, really? Of course, I was obsessed with them when I was a whelp too. There are actually still some around if you know where to look. I am intrigued and will look into that later. Yasaka fiddled with the remote until the movie started playing. She scooted a little bit until she was close enough to rest her head on my shoulder and I moved my arm around her. This was nice. I believe servant summoning should be next chapter. Chapter 156, Chapter 149 Fate/Apocrypha. Sleep well. Yasaka gave a kiss to Kunu. The little fox had fallen asleep and she carried the little one to her bed and tucked her in. I was right behind her, mimicking her actions. I'll be back soon, I whispered to my sleeping daughter. I took a moment to watch the faint rising and falling of her chest as she slept peacefully. It was hard to leave like this, but I did have a mission. Besides, I would definitely be spending some time here after finishing up a couple things. We left a few moments later, Yasaka leaving the door cracked just a little bit. Are you leaving? She asked. Yeah, I need to go. I sighed. I have something important I need to take care of. Thank you. She gave a small smile. For coming, for making Kunu happy like that. It really means a lot to her. It means a lot to me too. I reached forward taking her hands into mine. And I said it before, she isn't the only reason I came to visit. I really need to watch myself around you. If you keep saying things like that, I don't know if I can hold back. She playfully swatted my shoulder. There was a brief pause as she looked at me. I hope whatever it is you're doing, you can come back soon. Next time I come back, I'll make sure to stay a while. And I won't be gone too long. I can time things relatively well. I'll hold you to that. She let go of my hands and opted to wrap them around me instead, pulling herself close. You really do have a nice scent. An odd compliment, but I'll take it. I laughed. She looked up at me, a grin on her face. One I wouldn't mind waking up to every morning. Honestly, I think I'm the one that needs to watch themselves. I poked her forehead. Telling me things like that, I don't know if I can hold back. I mimicked her words with a cheeky smile. We'll see. She giggled, hand reaching up and cupping my cheek. There was another moment of silence. We stared at one another for a few seconds before she leaned in and pushed her lips onto mine. It wasn't very deep, and maybe a little quick, but the feelings were enough. You have this look like you're about to go off to war. She said quietly. Whatever it is you're doing, please be careful. I don't know if Kunu could handle losing her dad again. I'll make sure to come back safely. I reassured, pulling her in for one last hug. I won't be long, I stated, separating after another moment. We didn't speak anymore, a silent nod of agreement shared between us as I opened a portal and left. Well, look who decided to drop in. It's not like I haven't seen my grandson in months. Zelretch sat at his desk, a glass of something in his hand, if I had to guess, whiskey. Did you redirect me to your office? My lips thinned. Do you really need me to answer that question? He raised an eyebrow. It was mostly rhetorical. I groaned, slumping down in one of the chairs. Want an update? I hazarded a guess. It would be appreciated. I stopped myself from spying. Zelretch admitted. Rin's doing really well. I started. Honestly, she's a lot more confident now. She did a bit of dungeon diving, got a nice ancient artifact, learned some new magic. Oh, and she's on the trail of a divine construct, so that's something. I gave a brief overview. Good. He nodded, looking a little relieved. That's good. I got my house set up, I can anchor it to a room here so you can visit. Zelretch pondered that. I would need to add a few things. I figured. I waved my hand flippantly. I don't care if you mess with it. I was basically giving him permission to unravel my magic and add some things. In the Magus community this would be something practically unheard of. He didn't reply, but the look in his eyes said everything he wanted to relay. Besides, you're helping me out. It's the least I could do. Equivalent exchange, it was one of the underlining principles that governed this society, It would also make someone feel at ease if you made it seem like both sides were receiving an even trade. He had a smile on his face as I said that. You spoke of Rin, how are the others? Artoria's doing good as well. She's been having fun, I think. The culture there isn't too far divorced from some similar things in her era. Jin's probably having the best time of her life. I have a library set up now, you should check it out when you head over there. I couldn't help but feel happy when I thought about them. You haven't met Meridia yet, but you might soon. Yes, my goddess granddaughter. He rubbed his beard with a grin. I do look forward to meeting her. Please call her your granddaughter, it would make me so happy. I said with all sincerity, causing him to laugh. I think she would actually like it even if she just huffs and puffs. I took out a key from my ring, handing it over. This should be all you need to figure out the anchoring. Oh. I took a kaleidophone out as well. Rin made a few extra, didn't know if you had made one yourself yet. He took both things happily. I had not. I wanted to receive one from her first before I meddled with her idea. Ah, I could have guessed that. Would do her confidence even more good to see him using her creation. So, you got the information on the Grail War? I asked, as the atmosphere shifted almost immediately. Zelretch took a deep breath, waving his hand as a folder appeared on the table. I won't ask if you're sure. I know you would have prepared for this just like I would. The girls helped too. I sighed, a small smile on my face as I leaned back in my chair. They had several choice words to say about me doing this. Well, you got into this knowing full well what having multiple romantic partners would mean. He didn't show a shred of sympathy. I held my hands up. I'm not skirting any of my responsibility for taking this path, just voicing my thoughts. Oh ho, how many are you up to now? 4. He laughed a little at my expense. 5. I corrected, earning an unticked eyebrow from him. I may have closed some distance with Yasaka before I came over. I do miss my great-granddaughter, I hope you bring her around again soon. Zelretch truly didn't seem to mind that I was a bit of a playboy. I will. I'm sure Yasaka would love to come by too. She has access to my home, so you may see her pop in. I explained, reaching for the documents. I sorted through them, reading each line intently. I knew my expression was shifting all over the place as I processed each sentence. An apocrypha failsafe. I blurted out. Which dumbass thought that was a good idea to trigger? An acute choice of words. Zelretch snorted. There was a group of magi that sought to break away from the association. They used the Grail as a means to summon servants and declared their independence. I don't really care that they want to be left alone. They foolishly triggered the failsafe when the Mages Association responded rather aggressively, and now the association sent 7 more masters out to challenge them. I rubbed my temples in annoyance. The Apocrypha failsafe. It was a mechanism inside the Holy Grail to stop a faction from collecting all the masters and servants to a single side. If such a thing occurred, then the war would change. 7 more masters would be chosen, and it became a team vs team fight with a ruler servant, an extra class, being summoned to moderate. What an absolute clusterfuck. I tossed the folder onto the desk. I couldn't have said it better. Zelretch tapped his fingers on the desk. But it should give you an opportunity to run rampant. Yeah, the scale and scope of the battlefield has changed. I agreed, thinking over several strategies. What's my entry strategy? I managed to secure you a spot on the red team. The master who was going to summon Berserker of Red had passed over his command seals after some negotiation. Zelretch explained. Berserker, hey. I tapped my cheek. No way in hell I'll consider summoning her under the Berserker class. I shuddered at the thought. Any catalyst you recommend? No, you would be best to let the Grail find one suitable based on your own self, he shrugged. It was the default summoning method, to choose a servant that could best match the master if no catalyst was used. Where are the command seals? In the folder. I pursed my lips, flipping through to the back. Lo and behold, the command seals were grafted onto a piece of parchment. Makes me think of those temporary tattoos that kids get. Is it really that different? Hey, I guess it isn't. I took it and slapped them onto the back of my hand. I let out a grunt as they synchronized with me and moved onto my skin. Tossing the parchment away, I rubbed the spot where the red marks now stuck to me. I'll get going. I know I don't have to say this, but as your grandfather, it's my duty. He stood up. Be careful, run away if you have to. It did make me happy to know he cared. As I told Artoria, when it comes to running away, I'm unrivaled. I grinned, one he shared at the joke. Go win yourself a grail, bring me back another granddaughter. He declared. With pleasure. I nodded to him one last time before departing to the coordinates I read off the documents. I came into a field, an abandoned building to the side. I looked up, the stars shining bright under the night sky. Romania, this war was taking place in Romania. From the information I read, this part of the county was almost solely under the authority of the Ig Millennia family, the cast-offs who wanted to break away from the Mages Association. Red and black, those are the two factions. Black was the Ig Millennia faction's color, red is the faction for the Mages Association. I should be the only one who has yet to summon a servant. And the Grail War wasn't allowed to officially start until they were all summoned. While this could be skirted under normal circumstances, if a ruler servant was out and about, the rules would be followed to the letter. I briefly considered using something as a catalyst to facilitate the summoning, but I agreed with Zelretch's thoughts. It was better to have a servant I could get along with than one who was strong but I butted heads against. I'm excited, I've never seen a servant summoning before. To be honest, I'm a little excited too. It's a bit of a rush, to summon a servant in any situation. I took out some containers I prepared, filled with animal blood to draw up the summoning circle. The actual drawing of it was a little tedious, but I had ample experience doing things like this in the past. The Grail does the heavy lifting with the spell casting, I'm basically acting as an anchor. And with my absurd amount of magical energy I can generate, my servant will be in optimal condition, their vessel overflowing with power. Putting my stuff away, I began. Raising my arm up, I started the chant. Let silver and steel be to the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let red be the color I pay tribute to. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3 forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. I hereby declare. The wind around me swept up, the magical energy exploded in every direction as the grand ritual began to take form, the Grail anchoring the process to its systems. Your body shall service under me, but my fate shall be in thy sword. Submit to the beckoning of the Holy Grail. If you accept this will and reason, then answer. Here is my oath. I shall obtain all the virtues of heaven. I shall hold dominion over all the evils of hell. Yet you shall serve with your eyes clouded by chaos. For you would be one caged in madness. I shall wield your chains. From the 7th heaven, attended by the 3 great words of power, arrive from the ring of restraint, O keeper of the holy balance. The magical energy in the room coalesced as a new figure began to form. The 5th imaginary element visibly coming together to form the vessel that would house the part of a heroic spirit. I hate you so much. You ruined this for me. He grumbled as the servant came into full view. She was tall, wearing skin-tight purple clothing. Clearly Japanese in origin, with a large katana at her side. She had beautiful long hair that almost touched the ground, and her assets were enough to almost grab my attention and not let go. Legs. I have heeded your summons. A feminine voice sounded out over the dispersing dust that was kicked up. I will dote on you as your mother, my master. Before I could even respond, she pulled me in, pushing my head between her very large breasts. Drake, I think I have a type. No, really. Let Apocrypha begin. Chapter 157, Chapter 150. Is this how I die, suffocated in the bosom of a busty older woman? You just take all the joy in my existence and drag it into a dark alley to do unspeakable things to it. I expected a great warrior of legends, and you summoned a dominatrix. Opie. Kill yourself. Alright, time to be serious. I had to put a little bit of strength into pulling myself away, and not entirely because I didn't want to move. I looked up at the woman who I had just summoned, this servant, a being I could feel the power seep out from, and she just gave me this affectionate look. It's nice to meet you, Berserker. I introduced myself, though I hadn't expected to have an actual conversation with a Berserker servant. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, I'll be in your care. My son is so polite, she beamed. Had I just been adopted? Can I have your true name so I know who I'm working with? I am Minamoto no Reikau, leader of the 4 heavenly kings. She proudly proclaimed. Hey! I guess I shouldn't be surprised, I personally knew the female version of King Arthur, and I had a lot of knowledge about other servants, some of which did not have their gender recorded correctly into the annals of history. Still, it's pretty neat to meet a hero from my home country. I used my authority as a master, knowing her true name now, to mentally pull up her status to the forefront of my mind. True name, Minamoto no Reikau. Class, Berserker. Alignment, Chaotic Good. Strength, A+. Endurance, A. Agility, B. Mana, X. Luck, C+. Class Skills. Mat Enhancement, X. Riding, A+. Magic Resistance, D. Divinity, C. Personal Skills. Eternal Arms Master, A+. Genji Arms Mastery, X. Mana Burst, Lightning A. Mystery Slayer, A. Noble Phantasm. Ox King Storm Call the Inescapable Net of Heaven, Anti-Army A++. Fascinating. The information of her abilities filled my head. Berserker, how are your stats compared to a normal summon? I asked. My mana rank is far beyond what I would normally have. Otherwise, my other stats are all higher to a certain extent as well. She happily replied. As expected, I suppose. My magical energy thoroughly enhanced her upon summoning, and she essentially doesn't have to worry about depleting my own magical energy through the bond. Her mat enhancement is X rank, meaning it surpasses any reasonable measuring system. Yet, she's standing here having a conversation with me, looking perfectly lucid. At least she is obscenely strong if these stats are anything to go by. She also has some interesting abilities, and I can see why she was summoned when I just opted for someone that could match me. If my memory on her story is correct, she's a half Oni or something like that, the son, daughter, of a god who had ties to Indra, or was Indra that had come to Japan. And her elemental alignment was lightning. I would have to be an idiot to not see the resemblances there. I rubbed my chin as I continued looking them over. Her Mystery Slayer skill was rather interesting, and it should give her a huge leg up against opponents who heavily rely on such things. She's probably the perfect counter to casters. Berserker. I paused my musing, looking up at her. What wish do you have for the Grail? Wish? I don't have one. She said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Then why did you accept my summons? I looked at her in confusion. You were willing to reach out to a demonic being like me, how could I not accept? The way she looked both sad and happy at the same time, it was tugging at my heartstrings. I will do my best to support my son and dote on him as much as possible. She gave a little fist pump in the air, like she was encouraging herself. Cute. I let out a sigh. No wonder the Grail chose you as my servant. She looked at me. If we're going to be working together, I guess we shouldn't keep secrets. I ran a hand through the air. As far as demonic beings go, I think I have you beat here. I let my wings sprout out of my back, revealing my devil heritage. She looked at me in surprise, but oddly enough, there was no trace of hesitance nor scorn. You're not an Oni. She muttered, mostly to herself. Devil, actually. Bastard son of Lucifer. I said flippantly. Mom was a normal human though, so half devil. Wasn't really a point in hiding it, she might see them in the dream cycle anyways. The bond a master and servant shared is an odd thing. It's strong enough that when sleeping, each dreams of the other's life, called the dream cycle. With a blink, I was once again being suffocated by her ample cleavage, a distraught berserker practically crying on top of me. Master! It must have been so hard for you. Don't worry, Mama is here and she'll take care of you from now on. I'm starting to think her mad enhancement has to do with her clingy personality. Despite the weirdness of the situation, this did bring back memories of my own mother, without the face and boobs part, obviously. I had to forcefully pull myself away again. It seems like she was intentionally using more strength this time. Do you know everything that's going on in this war? I finally asked. I need to get an idea of what she did and did not know to better plan out our next course of action. A great Grail war, 2 sides of 7 masters and 7 servants, I am Berserker of Red. She nodded. Good, that makes things easier. It was a bit odd how the Grail imparted knowledge. Even Artoria had some strange holes in her understanding due to the nature of the transference. I'm not here for a wish, like you. I stated, earning her apt attention. I'm going to take the Grail, and I don't plan on letting anyone stand in my way. Master, I'll help however I can. I have a general idea of where it is right now. I could recall the information that Zelretch gave me quite easily. The Black Faction, the Igdamilenia family, they're hiding it somewhere in their fortress. And I doubt I need to tell you how heavily fortified it is. I could easily sneak in, but I had no idea where I was going to find it and I didn't like my chances with being ganged up on by 7 servants, and to a lesser extent some competent magi. Her mood shifted to something more serious. A frontal assault would be foolish. She paused in her words, looking a little in thought. It was truly strange to see a berserker servant with such high intelligence and sense of reason. Do you want to form an alliance with the Red Faction? I doubt they'll take kindly to me wanting to monopolize the Grail. I chuckled. The battle was a 7 versus 7, but once a side was destroyed, it turned back into a regular Grail war, so everyone had to be careful of their own teammates. Perhaps we should meet with our team before deciding our next move. Do you know where they are? She asked. I do not. I blinked in realization. They should be gathering in the nearby town, which sat a little distance away from the Black Faction's seat of power. I tapped my chin. I'll let my familiar scout. I pulled out my hat, and Sir Wiggles poked his head from within. Cute. Berserker looked at him, biting her finger as if to hold herself back. You can pet him if you want, he likes the attention. I picked him up. My familiar wiggling his cute little butt in the air. She happily accepted the rabbit into her arms, immediately loving on the animal. It never fails. Will he be all right? Berserker asked, already smitten with Sir Wiggles. He's fast. I reassured her, and as the words left my mouth, Sir Wiggles crackled with lightning, zipping out of her hands and darting all over the room to show off. Berserker clapped excitedly. A phantasmal species, my son is so talented. I just shook my head at her antics, it would take some getting used to. Sir Wiggles, you have a mission. I called his attention, he immediately stopped, waiting for me to continue. I need you to find the nearest town, and search for the largest concentration of magical energy. I commanded, adding in some thoughts through the mental link to better help him understand. Of course it's a church, why wouldn't it be a church? I mentally groaned, walking down the street. The town wasn't very far away, and there was a church that sat on a hill, practically radiating magical energy compared to the remainder of this place. I looked up to see a dove sitting in a nearby tree. It was staring at me intently as I narrowed my eyes at it and flashed my command seals. At the very least, I don't think I'll be attacked just for approaching, but I was on guard and Berserker was astralized near me. Getting closer, the old wooden doors of the church opened up and a priest walked out. He had an odd look about him, and the fact that he appeared to be Japanese made me do a double take. I didn't want to make assumptions about people, but it was surprising to see out here like this. "Welcome," he said politely with a kind smile plastered on his face. But, something seemed off about him, I just couldn't put my finger on it. "Are you the representative of the Red faction?" I stopped a dozen or so feet away. "I am Shiro Kotomine, a master, just like you." He took off a glove to show off the command seals on his hand. "I'm glad you've finally arrived. Diamlet Pentel was supposed to have come over a week ago, but we were told last minute that he had sold his position as a master without any further information. How inconvenient for you." My lips tinned. I didn't know why, but I had a bad impression of him right off the bat. The fact that his family name was Kotomine was throwing up red flags all over the place. "No matter, you're here now." His expression didn't change. "Why don't you step inside and we can discuss our next step for fighting the Black faction?" He gestured towards the church. "I quite enjoy this nighttime air, why don't we just speak out here?" I countered. "Well, you never know what eyes are on us." He smiled innocently. "Magi can be quite the deplorable bunch." "Ah," the thinly veiled distaste for those who use magecraft. "Eyes?" I questioned, feigning ignorance about the dozen or so familiars that were watching me from every angle right now. "Oh, I see what you're talking about. Why don't I handle them if it's making you uncomfortable?" I mentally called out to Sir Wiggles. Shiro was about to speak until a bolt of lightning zipped around everywhere, and he just started at me with a blank look on his face, Sir Wiggles now on my shoulder and chunks of doves falling to the ground all over the place. Birds are always an excellent choice for a familiar, but I prefer rabbits. I gave him a little pat for a job well done. "Master, I believe there are several servants close by in spirit form." Berserker informed me over the mental link we shared. Astralization, or spirit form as it's often called. It was an ability of servants, almost being completely imperceptible to the greater world, requiring another spiritual existence to sense them. "I'm curious." I spoke up again. "Where are the other masters?" "They're busy," Shiro said bluntly, seemingly unperturbed about me taking out the obvious familiars. "They deemed it below them to partake in such a task," he explained, taking a step forward. "I would be pleased to have a conversation at length with you, but I feel a more private setting is appropriate." I looked at the church and a small shiver went down my spine. For being such a shabby little place, the holy presence there felt a bit too palpable. "I'm quite fine where I am. Do you not trust the house of God?" He raised an eyebrow. "All are safe inside these hallowed walls." "Oh? Tell that to all the children your priests have sheltered." I snorted. I don't know why I was being so combative, just something really irked me about this guy. I don't particularly like priests, but I'm not usually so abrasive for no reason. There was a visible twitch on his stoic face. "Is there a reason you don't want to approach?" Did he notice? "Yeah, there's a priest giving me major stranger danger vibes." I narrowed my eyes at him. I thought I would at least be safe since I was a bit too old for the average clergyman. "I'm afraid, I will have to insist regardless." His smile dropped off onto something more neutral, and his whole stance shifted. "I would prefer to do this without any violence." "Wow, throwing away the charade already? Interesting. Here's my answer." I held up my middle finger. "Saber," I called out, having Berserker materialize. "Let them figure that one out." She in no way acts like a berserker, and she uses a huge sword, if the glove fits. Archer, rider. The priest responded. 2 servants appeared by his side. Don't kill him, but make sure he can't escape. Sorry, kid. The apparent rider spoke. He held a spear in hand, green hair, and a cocky smile on his face. I don't like being ordered by someone other than my master. The woman, Archer, shot Shiro a sideways glance, clasping her bow tightly. She had cat ears and a tail. I wondered if she was some type of yokai in life. Without another word, Archer already sent a handful of arrows flying towards Berserker, who easily deflected them. Rider moved, and he was fast. It was enough that I saw Berserker's eyes widen in surprise. He slipped by her in that brief moment when she was focused on the archer servant. It's fine, I got this. I mentally sent towards Berserker. I didn't know if her clingy nature would win out over her more rational side, but she seemed to accept my words and focused on Archer. I reinforced my body, and cast all the strengthening spells I knew. It's nothing personal. The rider's servant said, almost bored, as he got in my face, his spear arching towards me, and I could easily see it would be a non-lethal blow, but enough to take me down. Lightning crackled along my skin, and I sidestepped, the spear passing through the air and missing me. The utter surprise on his face said everything about the situation, and it shifted to complete shock when I gripped his face, and slammed him into the ground, cracking the stones beneath us. Nothing personal. I smiled at him, summoning Dawnbreaker from my ring, and stabbed it down at him. Well, the war begins. Sorry about missing a chapter yesterday, was having a hard time writing and just couldn't settle on something I liked. Then it was 2 in the morning and I just couldn't keep going at that point. Chapter 158, Chapter 151. Dawnbreaker's light illuminated the dark night, its razor-ship edge falling down onto the servant I had under my grasp. His widened eyes revealing the utter surprise at having found himself in this position. No doubt a servant would have never expected a master to get the better of them like this, even if they were lackadaisical in their approach. He muffled something under my hand that was grasped firmly around his mouth, my muscles tensing to keep him on the ground. I had a better position in this brief contest of strength, and I was able to hold him down as Dawnbreaker came down. A quick jab by him towards my face was only met by me quickly moving my head to the side. He was in no spot to throw a proper punch either. He growled under my grip as Dawnbreaker touched his armor, pushing through the magical steel that was his servant armament and struck true, is what I would like to say, but my sword would no longer budge even after puncturing through his armor. I blinked, looking at my sword, then the fuming servant. A passive noble phantasm, hey, that's unfortunate. Errors have been made. His eyes twitched in anger, and I could make out a snarl as the magical energy around him visibly exploded. Master! Berserker called out as I was already a dozen feet away. I turned to see her deflecting several arrows, barely paying Archer any attention, much to the feline servant's annoyance. Saber! I still decided to play that little joke as long as I could. If any other servant activates a noble phantasm, immediately use yours on their master. I pointed towards Shiro who was watching off to the side. He seemed a bit frail at first glance, but my instincts were telling me he didn't join in not because he couldn't but because he didn't want to. Normally, I would relay information like that over the mental link, but I wanted them to know. Even Shiro frowned at my command, so it would at least serve its purpose. You. The rider's servant stood back up, the dust around him clearing as he flicked some dirt off his silver armor. Sup? I greeted, acting as if he was no one in my eyes. I was making some guesses that he was one to get riled up easily, which should be to my benefit. Despite what had just happened, he wasn't an opponent I could take lightly. And his defenses did give me pause for concern. I had to figure out the limitations or his identity. Despite having quite a bit of my former self's memories, I didn't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every servant and their looks. I knew most legends and whatnot, but I couldn't identify most by appearances, but I was able to narrow the list down exponentially by our first encounter. Bastard! Ryder growled, holding his hand out, his spear erupting in magical energy and jutting back into his hand from where it sat on the ground a few feet away. I was gonna go easy on you, make it as painless as possible. I call bullshit. Can everyone do that? Why was it so hard for me to learn? Calm down, princess. It isn't like you haven't had another man stab you with his sword before. I grinned. Speaking of, want to give me a very detailed explanation on how you were able to no-sell my sword from piercing you? Oh, sure. His expression shifted, a nonchalant smile on his face, spear swinging over his shoulder. Wait, really? Haha. No. His eyes narrowed and the ground below him exploded at his steps, a whirlwind kicked up at his movements. It was my turn to be surprised, a very sharp spear only inches away from my eye. What insane speed! My aura flared up and lightning crackled across my skin. I jerked my head to the side and felt a chunk of aura taken as his spear passed by my head. I thought I had a moment to regain myself, but there were a half a dozen more spears covering my vision. I couldn't help but laugh. He completely abandoned the idea of catching me, each of these was meant to take my life. I forced myself to swing my sword, to meet each one even if I was barely to catch them all in time, either deflecting them just enough, or dodging by a narrow margin. He had me on the back foot completely with this obscene speed of his. It was either start losing ground, or reveal some of my cards, and I don't think he's even hitting his top gear right now. With a shout, I knocked his spear away with a full swing, as if he found an opening. His speed increased by an entire fold, and its sharp tip found my face again. There was a cheeky smile on his face, as if to tell me I lost. Instead of a desperate attempt to block or dodge, I took a deep breath. Fuss Roda, my shout bellowed out, the invisible force rippled the very space in front of me. The servant's spear couldn't move forward an inch and he was swept up, blown back into the church behind him, collapsing the side wall. Ryder, you idiot, stop playing around. A shout grabbed my attention as I looked to the side. Archer had a line of blood down her chest as she managed to get away from my berserker, a little wounded. Your opponent is me. Berserker swung her sword and a burst of purple lightning shot out in the direction of the archer servant. Archer leapt up into the air, firing off more arrows, dancing around the surroundings to evade more lightning strikes. Ha ha ha, you bastard! Ryder finally walked out of the semi-destroyed church, a grin on his face. Were those divine words? I didn't think something like that existed anymore. Divine words, weren't those predominantly used over in Greece during the Age of Gods? And you're still unharmed. I clicked my tongue. Ryder, stop playing. Shiro spoke up from the side. He didn't look all too pleased that the church was ruined. Ryder shot him a look of clear annoyance. You're not my master. His lips thinned. Besides, it's not like I can capture this guy. He jabbed his thumb towards me. It's gonna be either killing him or nothing, boss man. Shiro let out a sigh. Fine, deal with him then. Really curious what's gotten going on with him to want to remove me so quickly. Well, you heard him. Ryder turned his attention back at me. I'm surprised, I didn't expect anyone of this caliber to exist anymore. I drink plenty of milk. I grinned, gripping Dawnbreaker tight. I'm not one for words, usually. I mostly like to just fight, everything else isn't important, but I'm curious. He cracked his neck and tapped his boots against the ground. Are you really human? His eyes narrowed. My mom was human. I rested my sword on my shoulder. Though, I don't think you're one to throw stones. Glass houses and all that. Haha, can you tell that much? He ran a hand through his hair. You definitely don't have any divinity though. Well, I was taking a shot in the dark, thanks for confirming my suspicions. I smirked. Ryder let out a grunt in annoyance. This is why I hate fighting you wordy types, always trying to scheme something. And his comment about me definitely not having divinity, curious. I could put money on his armor correlating to divinity in some aspect. Well, putting all the pieces together, I think I can guess who he is. Too late for regrets, I know your true name now. Ryder raised an eyebrow. That kind of skill, not fully human, and a passive defense I can't penetrate? There's only one person I can think of with those characteristics. Ryder just let out a sigh, but looked pleased all the same. I guess it'll make it more interesting, and I can't help how famous I am. He held out his arms with a "what can I do" expression. You're Siegfried, I declared. He wasn't. Ryder paused, staring at me. What? You're Siegfried? I have seen through your identity. I'm not Siegfried. He looked rather annoyed. Enough, your lies won't work on me. Who else could have such defenses like that? Why, you could call them the scales of a dragon. I'm not Siegfried, Ryder said more adamantly, a subtle growl encasing his words. Come, wandering knight of the Netherlands, face me. I held my sword up. Why are you calling him Siegfried? He's clearly Achilles. Because I find it hilarious. Carry on then. I'm going to stab you. I don't know when I'll stop. His expression turned dark. Humph, you can try. I know your weakness now, I just have to find the spot on your back. I raised my sword leveled with him. Die. He said without much emotion, disappearing from the spot he was in. My aura pulsed, as there was now a spear trying to push through it into my stomach. I looked down, then up at the face in front of mine, a sneer of anger only inches away from my eyes. How fucking fast is he? It was practically instantaneous. He didn't seem to stop, his free hand reeling back, clench fist coming for my face. Berserker, I called out through our link, and my servant came barreling towards Ryder like a force of nature. The Ryder's servant, being as fast as he was able to intercept my servant's blade, but his arm slightly buckled. I waved my hand in the air, summoning several rune circles, firing off bolts of lighting at an incoming hail of arrows from the archer servant who had been doing a good job of keeping Berserker occupied. You can actually wound me! Ryder shouted in joy, a small bit of blood dripping down his arm as I turned my head for a moment to catch the last moment of their brief exchange. Ryder just continued to cackle as they traded blows. I was right. Divinity is the key to getting around his armor, though I don't know the true limits. Berserker, get ready, we're going to retreat. It wasn't an ideal situation at the moment, I wanted to regroup to get a better understanding of what's going on. I believe there are several more servants waiting around us, do you have a plan? She asked. Well, good enough reason as any to leg it. I was confident to take on Ryder, maybe even Archer added on by myself, but several more servants with noble phantasms? I wasn't suicidal. I do, wait for my signal. I mentally nodded, putting Dawnbreaker away and taking out Mirage. There was no point in hiding Mirage since I would be using it more often. 100 birds. I swung out my sword, the lightning-infused sword phantoms filling the space between me and Archer, as she quickly jumped off her sniping position to avoid my attack, giving me a moment's reprieve. It's pretty unfair that your master isn't participating, Ryder. I took out one of the little gifts that Jin gave me. I wouldn't want to leave anyone out. I pivoted and threw it towards Shiro. Shiro wasted no time taking out a black key. I felt a little shiver down my spine as the conceptual armament of the church was actualized. A holy weapon that could definitely give me a bad time. Why did this guy give me a worse feeling than Ryder? He threw the sword dagger rapier towards the dust bomb I had thrown a moment prior. No, you fool! A new voice called out, a servant materializing to grab Shiro. A woman with long black hair and an elegant dress, I was not staring at her extremely cute pointy ears. As soon as the black key made contact with the dust bomb, it exploded out in a burst of pure ice. The element basically given form and compressed down, then further enhanced and turned into a bomb. Now! I called out as Berserker astralized and Ryder turned to look, dumbfounded. Later, Siegfried. I sliced through the air and jumped through a portal while everyone was distracted, heading back to our initial safe house, leaving behind a massive, jutted sphere of ice that had almost instantaneously formed at the point of contact. I was saddened that I couldn't take the time to truly appreciate Jin's hard work. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Berserker was immediately on me, looking for any kind of wound. "I'm fine," I grumbled out, letting her inspect me. It was strange how quickly she went from combat mode to doting mother. More importantly, we should go over what happened. I waved my hand, weaving an illusion in the air to show the images of everyone we had just met. Shiro, the master, though he doesn't appear to be the master of rider or archer. Definitely some strange things going on here. It wasn't particularly hard to guess what was truly going on and why he wanted to capture me. "What did you think of Archer?" "I would have defeated her, given more time. I feared if I pressed her too quickly, she may have taken the battle into the city," Berserker stated. "I do not believe she is a yokai, but I don't know who she is. There have been many women in history with archery skills like she displayed. Yeah, and I can't think of any cat girls off the top of my head like that." I agreed with her thoughts. "Rider is Achilles," I said plainly. Berserker blinked at me. "Why were you calling him Siegfried?" "To rile him up. He seemed like the type to tunnel vision when angry." I shrugged. "I also thought it was funny. That was very dangerous, what you did. Fighting a servant all by yourself." She crossed her arms, like she was chastising me. "I was fine." I waved off her concerns. "I could take him if we kept going," I reassured her, though she still looked worried. "Well, he wasn't either. I doubt anyone there was putting all their cards on the table, too much to lose this early on without any kind of decisive victory in view. Admittedly, my aura was running low. Any more and it would have burst. His last attack was very fast and I did not anticipate it at all. Something I'll have to pay attention to in the future." I had a handle on the situation. Even though I retreated quickly, I didn't feel too threatened at that moment. There were clearly more servants around, but it was obvious that the Red faction was trying their best to deal with us without taking any losses. With us not allying with them, they were already down one servant. If we managed to even take one with us, in their eyes, they would be down two then. It was in their best interest to slowly wear us down with their other servants stepping in if it looked bad. They also couldn't recklessly use their noble phantasms since I very vocally gave Berserker a command to go all out on Shiro if anyone used theirs. That should have also given them pause for concern. Adding on to all of that, who knows if anyone else was peeking. An enemy assassin, a magus that specializes in information gathering, or even an expert caster on the other side. It was one of the reasons I wanted to stay in the open. It hurt them as the greater faction to reveal their cards than it was for me as a singular individual. I closed my eyes for a moment to check on Sir Wiggles. He was already almost back, having escaped as the fighting started. Good boy. With a thought, I created some illusions into the air, weaving them to based on my memories of the people we had just fought. Little screens that showed the servants and Shiro. We did good, I stated, tapping my chin. The situation wasn't as I would have preferred, but we made out with some valuable information. I pointed towards the screens. 3 servants identified, as well as the mastermind behind the Red faction. We have Ryder's true name, which is also good, so we know his weakness. Was this the servant who appeared at the end? Berserker was pointing towards the woman. Yup, I'm guessing assassin or caster. I nodded. Though I'm leaning towards caster since she was able to perceive the threat of my bomb that quickly. What a shame, it could have done some damage if she didn't interfere, though I feel like he still received a little bit of my gift. Did you approach them knowing we would fight? She looked at me. It was a coin flip, if I were to be honest. A team fight like this, with a guaranteed fight once a single side wins? It was basically asking for someone to take control right off the bat. While I would have loved to have taken Ryder out in a surprise attack, it was still to my benefit that Red didn't lose too much strength yet. They would be useful in my plans. On a side note, that lightning of yours, it was very beautiful. I was the teeniest bit jealous of hers. Kia, you're so sweet. She grabbed me again, something that was quickly becoming normal. Mommy is going to spoil you. Oh, well, I can take a moment to enjoy my face being pushed between a pair of magnificent breasts. Kind of tradition for the first fight of every Grail War to just be a probe. To answer some questions, Dawnbreaker is not a divine construct. Explained this before. Being created by a god does not make something a divine construct. It's a bit of a misnomer because even Excalibur, a creation of the Fae, is a divine construct. You can just consider the term to mean anything that can't be attained by mortal craft. Dawnbreaker was created by Meridia, but it was created with the intent to be wielded by mortals. Things will start escalating when noble phantasms are thrown around. Chapter 159, Chapter 152. Master, Mama's back. Berserker called out, pushing open the door to our little safe house, which was nothing more than a dilapidated building barely having 4 standing walls. I found the farm to the east, and I retrieved 2 chickens for dinner. She held up the 2 limp avians, clearly having been killed. Did you leave the gold? I asked, turning around from where I was working. I left it just as you asked. She smiled brightly. I'll get started on cooking. I tried to tell her that I had stuff stored away I could just take out and eat, but she was very insistent on providing for me. I just chalked it up to a quirk of hers and let her go about it. But I wasn't going to steal from a farmer if I didn't have to. The gold should be more than enough compensation. Well, she happily accepted some pans, utensils, and seasoning to go along with it. I don't quite understand her mindset yet, but I think the idea of cooking for me was the most important thing here. The need to be the one to make sure I was well fed, or something along those lines. Regardless of the reasoning, it was a nice gesture and I appreciate the concern. I let her go about it. She had started a fire and set up to roast them. For the moment, I was focused on other things. Zelretch's files had 2 places set up as the sort of battlefield. Triphos was where the Black faction was located. The former home of Vlad the Impaler, and also the greatest concentration of ley lines in Romania. There was no doubt in my mind that the Grail was somewhere in that city, for very obvious reasons. The city was walled and maintained from the days of the Impaler himself. And there was a large castle situated at the city that housed the Igda Millennia family. As one would expect, the castle is without a doubt fortified beyond all reasonable thoughts. It was safe to assume that the city itself was also heavily regulated. I wouldn't be surprised if the vast majority of the mundane population worked for them in one way or another. City-wide bounded fields are going to be assumed until otherwise disproven. But the fact that they have access to such potent ley lines would make it rather easy to set up such defenses on a large scale. From what I understood, the Mages Association did try to attack the family before the Apocrypha protocols were initiated. Was it 50 Magi that they sent to their deaths? And they were all killed in a single night by one of the servants. Such a thing led credence to the idea that they could monitor the city on an individual level. The good news is, I know for a fact that I'm outside of their monitoring range. There's no way they would leave a single master and servant alone, and the fact that the Red faction set up their base in the city I was camping outside. Just to be sure, I did fortify this place against any kind of peeking I could think of. Sai Sora, nothing particularly exceptional about this city, only that it's the closest place to Triphos. The most eye-catching thing was the church that sat on top a hill at the center. Knowing that it was paste tense did make me a little happy. Maybe my devil heritage was having an effect on me? I had an odd annoyance with the priest from before, and I'm usually not so aggressive unless I'm actually pissed off. I kind of expect the turn of events, so I wasn't angered beyond reason, so I really have no idea why I was acting like that. Annoying. Speaking of my devil heritage, I really need to watch out for any holy attribute opponents. That priest looked skillful, and him wielding the church's teachings could be problematic even if I was confident in dealing with him. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure about the church's secrets. There were possibly things they kept secret, even from me, or that I simply don't recall from my previous life. The Zelretch that was a dead apostle had some run-ins with the church, which was to be expected, but they generally kept out of each other's way. Well, when you save the world, you get a little leeway even if you are their enemy. No one could dispute that Zelretch was on the side of humanity, even the church. But I digress. Aura held up well. It was a good test run against an opponent like Ryder. The way he could accelerate to higher levels so quickly, it was clear he hadn't even reached his peak and was holding back. Our next fight would probably not end on such a low note. My runic circles held up well too. If it was before I performed that ritual of lightning form, I don't know if they would have stopped the arrows from Archer. The runic circles aren't the most powerful lightning spells I know, being only comprised of modern runes and some Skyrim magical additions, but they are very versatile and easy to actualize. The fact that I was able to stalemate those arrows is an accomplishment in of itself. It really does put into perspective how far I've come. These were servants, even if they were reserved. Artoria in the past had kicked my ass without breaking a sweat, now look at me. I hadn't even used the boosted gear or my other trump cards, and I was holding my own without issue, and I felt like I would have won. What do you think, Drake? Servants are really interesting. I wish I still had my body to test my skills against these heroes that were able to carve their names so deep onto the world's history that they ascended after death to such an absurd thing. That a mere piece of them is this strong. You really think so highly of them? Don't dragons look down on humans and the like? Most servants had a human origin, or otherwise were close enough to humanity that they were able to become heroic spirits after their death. I've never hated humans. I don't care about race, background, gender, or any of that nonsense. I have pride in my dragon nature, and I judge others based on my own view of the world. I think the strong should do what they want, but also the weak should get strong if they are trampled on. These heroes are those who broke the mold. Out of the millions and millions of humans who came before and after them, they were able to be remembered, thousands of years after their deaths. Even for the short-lived humans who think a decade is such a long time, who forget eras a mere century after the fact. The likes of heroic spirits are still revered and remembered, even if they faded into obscurity. I didn't know you felt that way. What about dragon slayers? How could I not respect them? They were willing to face off against the likes of my kin and through sheer strength of will, managed to slay them. Hey, you learn something new every day. Master, dinner's ready. Berserker called out, breaking me from my musings. Well, I could eat. Actually, I could always eat. Thank God for my devil physiology, heh. I walked outside after putting everything away that I was working on. Berserker was there, waiting for me with a plate prepared and an expectant look on her face. It was as if this was a very important moment for her. I didn't wish to keep her waiting, so I sat down in front of the fire and took my first bite. It was just some roasted chicken with some basic seasonings, and was what you would expect, but it's good, thank you. I said with a genuine thankfulness. I wasn't used to people cooking, especially for me. Who among my group of people actually knows how to cook well? Berserker looked so prideful as I said that, doing a little fist pump into the air. Are you going to eat as well? There's plenty. I looked at the second chicken still on the skewer. I don't need to eat, she said simply. A growing boy needs lots of good food though. A smile adorned her face. Technically, I don't need to eat either, I pointed out, though still enjoying my meal. Half devil and all that. I could survive since my physiology was extremely resilient. Though the nature of gluttony that was basically inscribed onto my soul due to being a creature of sin meant that it would be uncomfortable if I did not eat for long periods. Sins are literally a core part of my being, for better or worse. While devils may only embody one or two more actively, each and every one are intertwined in every devil bloodline due to the nature of our inception. Oh, I see. She immediately looked dejected at my words and I felt a tinge of regret. I only eat because I enjoy good food. I made sure to accompany my statement with another bite. It's one of my favorite joys in life. She did perk up a little bit. Master. Berserker's demeanor shifted a little. That almost ditzy personality that she donned when being a mother was still present, but her eyes looked a little sharper. Who are you? Ha! I let out a breath, setting my plate to the side. I guess this talk was coming. Even if you are a half-phantasmal species, fighting a servant is not something so simple. You say you are the son of Lucifer from the Christian religion. I am only familiar with the legends and stories because of the Grail, but it is that something possible in the current world? She eyed me suspiciously, even if she still held a fondness in her gaze. You should know about the last true magics in existence, yes? I asked. The Grail provided me such information, Master. She confirmed. Do you know the names of the current magicians, the wielders of those sorceries? Specifically, do you know who wields the second true magic? The name of the kaleidoscope, Zelretch, is known to me as well. His full name is Kisker Zelretch Schweenorg, he's my grandfather. I'm also a magician, able to use the second true magic. I replied. She blinked in surprise, a warm smile forming. As expected of my son. She just accepted it as if it were natural. I let out a sigh, thinking I would have to prove it or something, and she simply went okay. I'm also not native to this world line. The world I was born in, the age of gods hasn't ended and everything still exists but is hidden from the greater world. I've traveled to several different worlds at this point, collecting some useful stuff along the way. I held my hands out, palms facing up. In my left hand, lightning crackled, dancing around my fingers. In my right hand, my aura flared, the myriad colors conglomerating and becoming visible to the naked eye. I also know a few servants from other worlds. I've fought and sparred enough to be confident in my skills. I can fight by your side. She looked a little lost in thought, perhaps digesting my words. Her expression darkened, though it didn't appear to be directed at me. Mama will handle all the insects that appear, Master. You don't need to worry about them. Her smile was one that promised pain, and I'm immediately reminded that she is a berserker. Her mindset is hard to understand. Maybe I can do something about that in the future? If she didn't have a wish on the Grail, if she wanted to stick around. I just shook my head, thoughts for the future. Well, this was the easiest version of this conversation I've ever had. I chuckled. You took it a lot better than Meridia. Meridia. Berserker shifted gears once again. She's my lover. Is that so? I looked over to see Berserker clenching her fists tight, a forced smile on her face. Was there something wrong with what I said? I was about to ask, but I suddenly felt a tick on the mental connection I had with Sir Wiggles. I focused on it to see what he was seeing. There were servants squaring off, of which I recognized none. Berserker. I stood up, looking into the distance. It looks like the night isn't over yet, another opportunity has presented itself. Master. Let's go crash another party. I grinned, taking Mirage out of my ring. There's no need for you to fight. Berserker said calmly. I will be enough to step on some insects. She quickly got into her battle-ready mood as well. Alright guys, I read what you put. I could sit here and argue, but it's not really a big deal in the grand scheme of things. I don't deny the arguments said by those who disagree with me, there are valid points. but at the same time I think it can be argued in my favor as well. I'm just going to leave it at this for now. Chapter 160, Chapter 153. An invisibility potion from Skyrim combined with an illusion to hide any marks I make on the ground, and lastly, a quick muffle to silence my movements should render me nearly undetectable. With Berserker remained astralized at my side, I approached the battle going on ahead. From what I could make out, a man in golden armor wielding a lance was fighting another silver-haired man with a glowing dragon tattoo wielding a sword, while what appeared to be another servant and master standing off to the side. Curious, though, as I got close, the servant glanced at me out of the corner of her eyes. Damn, even with all that and the ring of the caveat, she could still notice me. She wasn't interfering at all. Was this ruler? She gave off a feeling similar to Shiro. I silently waved, causing her to slightly raise her eyebrow, but otherwise didn't react even as I walked up to the rather large man standing near her, enthralled by the fight he was watching. He was wearing some gaudy white and gold uniform that looked like it barely fit him. He was clenching his fist angrily, staring at the fight, muttering things under his breath. I paused as I glanced at the fight again, having gotten this close. I couldn't help but grip my heart, as if something was bearing down on me by merely existing. It was a familiar feeling, one I felt from several weapons I've interacted with at this point. Dragon Slayer. Speak of the devil. The silver-haired man wielding a great sword with a glowing dragon tattoo on his chest. His existence practically shouted danger to my dragon nature. I wanted to fight him. I wanted to defeat him. The urge was so much I didn't realize my fingers were digging into my skin and drawing blood. I took a silent breath, regaining my bearings as I focused on the master. Taking a few steps forward, I quickly grabbed his mouth, my invisibility fading at the slightest touch. Good evening. I was of course polite and offered a greeting to him. MHMMHMPHH, he muffled something, but it was hard to understand. His circuits visibly lit up as if he was going to cast a spell. None of that. I wagged my finger in front of his face, a little bit of electricity forming at the tip in a threatening manner. Master. The apparent saber broke away from the engagement, barreling toward me at an impressive speed. Saber, I called out as my servant materialized, intercepting him midway. I could guess he was the Saber of Black by what was going on. The Dragon Slayer's eyes widened as he was pushed back in that quick exchange. I wanted to fight him, but I felt like if I did, I wouldn't stop until one of us died, and that was not in the plan at the moment. Insect. Rei Kao looked at him in contempt, holding her sword up. It was kind of hot. Saber of Black rained down a fury of blows, all of which Berserker matched relatively well. My head snapped to the side as the Lancer moved on the tentative ruler servant. What the devil? I blurted out as the golden armored Lancer burst into flames and attacked her. Lancer, attacking me is a violation. Are you going to continue this course of action? Ruler declared. A banner appeared in her hands, acting like a spear to block his attacks. I'm under orders, Ruler. He said simply, waving his lance as a burst of fire descended on her. Well, that answered my question on her identity. That fire is divine. Yeah, I could feel it. Was most certainly not normal fire, held a bit more oomph to its presence that screamed danger. Welp, I do believe I may have misinterpreted the situation. I acknowledged my mistake. For some reason the Lancer was attacking Ruler, and Saber of Black was defending her. Oi, Lancer, are you from the Red faction? I asked. He briefly turned to me. I am Lancer of Red. He deemed to acknowledge me at least. Neat. I nodded, pushing the master down and discharged a burst of lighting. He twitched but otherwise didn't move. I'm also from the Red faction. I grinned, turning towards Ruler, who looked at me with wariness. I withdrew Mirage from my ring. Let me give you a hand. I smiled, slashing my sword up, sending a dozen birds at Lancer. He slid his foot back, spinning his lance to disperse them on contact. Impressive. He now looked at me more intently. Do you intend to protect ruler? Are you capable of it? He raised his lancer towards me, not even bothered by my betrayal. Well, 2 against 1. I grinned, raising my sword. I will not interfere. Ruler declared, stepping back. I beg your pardon. If you wish to battle Lancer of Red, that is part of the war. If I am targeted, then it will be a violation and I will defend myself appropriately. She explained. I opened my mouth up, staring at her. The requirement for being qualified for the ruler class is that you need to not have a wish, even one buried deep in your heart. And you must be capable of acting with complete partiality to moderate the war. Ruler seemed surprised by my statement. That is not common knowledge. I let out a snort. There are very few people in existence that know more about the Grail's operations than I do. That narrows down your identity quite a bit, combining it with the weapon you're wielding, it isn't hard to know who you are. Not to mention she looked quite a bit like her reincarnation in my birth world. Well. I held my hands up. I guess it was my fault for expecting something from the French. My lips curled up, I glanced at her and saw a small twitch of her eye. Anyways, thanks for waiting, Lancer. I turned my attention back towards Lancer of Red. He looked amused by the whole thing. The presence I feel from you piqued my interest, it is rare to find someone in this era that is so capable. He took a stance. Come. My other swords flew out, straight at him. He appeared surprised for only the briefest of moments, his lance blurred with such speed and accuracy that they were all deflected with the barest of movements. My true attack didn't even gain me the initiative as he was able to meet me as if nothing happened. I slammed my sword down from above, he twirled his staff, blocking it and counter-attacking in all one motion. I narrowly dodged one of the protruding spikes on his weapon from tearing into my aura. His martial arts were very impressive. We barely started, and I could accept that his skill level was above mine without feeling ashamed. My swords took flight, lashing out from all angles, yet he continued to deflect, dodge, and parry each one with minimal effort. All the while he didn't allow me to gain an inch and even could push me back. Impressive. Lancer had a small smile on his face. Your attacks speak of a honed technique. In a decade, the outcome might have been different. Alas, I have received a new order, I must remove ruler, forgive me for cutting our bout short. I will show my appreciation by utilizing my true power. He looked a bit saddened by his own words. Oh Agni! The area around him erupted in divine flames. My aura flared to the peak, just to stave off the activation of his ability. Was it another version of Mana Burst? I looked around, and found the perfect cover. Protect me Saintess! I dived behind ruler's back as divine fire poured down on me. What? She blurted out, but her flag moved to defend. The flames bore down on me but she held strong. I could imagine she had some impressive magic resistance due to her class. A necessity due to her role in moderating the war. Well done, partner. I gave her a thumbs up. That's not allowed. She glared at me. What are you talking about? You're standing here in the middle of a fight, it's not my fault you get hit. I feigned innocence. But I suppose it's time to stop holding back a bit. What point was there in continuously hiding my abilities in a fight like this? My swords returned to me, floating around slowly as I let go of Mirage and took the Sword of Destruction into my hand. It was appropriate to keep trump cards, but it wasn't wise to keep literally everything back. Lightning gathered at my feet, visibly crackling against the ground. My hand grips the sword tight, and I fed it my aura, the power of destruction manifesting along its edge, jutting off, arcing and jumping all around. Lancer didn't respond, looking at me intently before kicking off the ground. I responded, meeting him as his divine flames clashed with my power of destruction for the first time. I poured everything I had into it, to fight against the raging inferno of divinity. Lancer's eyes widened. My power of destruction began to eat away at his divine flames. Got home super late when I wrote this chapter the other day, so it's on the smaller side. Chapter 161, Chapter 154. Minamoto no Reikau, Berserker of Red, POV. Insect. I scowled, looking at the trash that dared to raise his blade against my master, Sun. Our blades met. He was perceptive enough to respond the moment I revealed myself. His footing was steady, even as he retreated with each step. He did not forego the initiative as our battle began. He absorbed each of my blows into his own movements, to minimalize the force. An endurance fighter. Annoying. I glanced to the side to see Master, Sun, start a fight with the other servant. The golden one with the strange spear. He made me feel something odd. A sense of rivalry that swelled up when I gazed at him. I did not know where it came from, and a part of me wished to fight him, to prove my superiority. I ignored it, following Master's, Sun's, commands, to engage this warrior. I would chastise him when the fighting was over. He should not be putting himself in harm's way to fight a servant, even if he is not a normal human. My Kintoki was the same too. The similarities are truly great when comparing the both of them. Perhaps I will have to dote on him in the same way. His mother is all he needs. Such strength. The saber servant commented, feet buried in the ground to block my attack. I clicked my tongue as he swiped his great sword at me, his style swordsmanship not something I was used to, but I adapted rather quickly. Readjusting himself, he thrust with great power and speed, momentarily taking me by surprise as I twisted my body to dodge, my battle suit being torn, but no blood drawn. I summoned my divine lightning in return, discharging everything in a quick burst. Impressive. The saber servant waved his hand, clearing away the remnants of my attack as I took a step back. I could press him, but often discretion is the better answer, especially in a situation where we do not know what enemies may be watching. I do not enjoy the prattling of insects, merely accept being crushed. Haha. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Well, if there's one thing I'm confident in, it's my durability. With a quick swing of his sword, the ground was torn asunder. I burst through the upturned earth, my mana burst enveloping me as I slashed down at him once again. His feet dug deep, and his blade still held true. I could only click my tongue in annoyance again, increases my speed by another level. Twisting my wrist, I changed the direction of my blow, slashing upwards after another deflection. He didn't react in time, my blade digging into his skin and my divine lightning churning out increased force. Instead of retreating, he grit his teeth, holding his sword up high and swinging down, and I was forced to sidestep, his blade destroying the ground beneath us. I was sure I cut you deeper than that. I looked at the blood dripping from his chest. I am positive my blade went in much further, yet, it was more like a paper cut than anything. The saber servant ran a thumb down his chest, wiping away the blood, revealing that the wound was already gone. As I said, I am confident in my durability. He paused, looking over to the side. I followed his gaze, landing on his unconscious master if I had to guess. The lord of a man should be happy that my master, Sun, didn't kill him. You take your eyes off me in the middle of a fight. I narrowed my eyes at him. An insect actually looks down on me like this. My sword shot out, piercing into his chest, his momentary lapse costing him dearly, or so I would like to say. No, it was barely 2 fingers worth inside him, his hand gripped around the edge and stopping me from going further. It's not that his strength is greater than mine, it was the combination of his strength and his overall durability. Berserker. Master suddenly called through the link. I forgot my foe and turned my head as a massive amount of magical energy suddenly enveloped the area, and I immediately disengaged to go after him. Wilhelm POV. What is this? Lacer's expression changed drastically for the first time. His flames, his divine fire was being devoured and destroyed. Our weapons locked, my sword of destruction pushing against his golden spear, his fire bursting out in all directions, and my power of destruction crackled and arced out, intercepting the flames that sought to harm me. They didn't stop, there were times it moved and wrapped around him, his skin destroyed at the mere touch before his flames snuffed it out. My aura visibly surged to feed into my power of destruction to fight against his relentless flames. My bloodline, it was almost like it was eager to fight against the divine, to reach out and strike at those who dwelled above. You are not an ordinary human. Lancer looked at me, less perturbed by my power. I see it, you are something strange. Does he have an ability that allows him to glimpse into my true nature? I grit my teeth, pushing every last bit of aura I could output, and he shuddered under the sudden intensity of my destruction. He almost reeled back as it jutted out towards his body. I'm just a normal human, I grinned, mentally calling forth my other blades to swing down on him. The flames around him increased several-fold, the ground under us turning to molten rock, my swords forced away at the sudden explosive power. My eyes widened as my power of destruction was overtaken in sheer output. I held back a sigh, forcing whisper into the air. No, I shouldn't have expected to win a fight like that. If I had more practice, more time with my bloodline ability, then maybe. There were no ifs in a fight. Noticing my lack of reprisal, Lancer's weapon pushed forward, destroying my guard and slashing into my side. My aura had gone critically low, his weapon tearing into my skin, but it also triggered my defenses in my clothing. A divine weapon is a divine weapon. The dust that Jin had woven into my shirt activated, a burst of elemental power exploded out from the wound. What? Lancer looked surprised at the sudden retaliation, forcing him back. Is this the time to be losing focus? I smirked, holding my arms out, the sky having gotten a bit cloudy in the last few moments. The servant looked up, unable to keep that bewildered look off his face. Hammer of Thor. The massive lighting figure that conglomerate had raised its hammer into the air, lighting up the night sky. My new attribute, my additional element that I had been imbued with, had once again further increased the power of this spell. It swung down onto the unsuspecting servant as I retreated away with full speed, grabbing a shocked ruler servant with me. She sputtered out as I threw up several shields I could in that brief moment, and they all broke at the sudden cataclysmic force. The earth scorched, the ground sundered, and a huge gorge was now where a highway used to be. Magnificent, the voice of Lancer echoed out as everything settled. I held back a growl as he floated out of the new cavern I made. He was hurt, my spell had managed to reach him, that was something not many mages could boast about. If I did not have my armor, I would have been grievously injured. There was blood dripping from several places, and even charred parts of his body, but nothing I could call critical. The golden armor around his body. No doubt it was also divine in origin, otherwise I couldn't guess how he managed to walk off my attack. You bastard! I couldn't help but laugh. What a monster! Your name? He held out his spear, pointing towards me. I wish to hear the name of the living person who was able to wound me. Wilhelm. I will refrain from giving my family name as it would reveal something I wish to keep secret for now. Wilhelm. He nodded in understanding. I will follow my orders, but I will offer noble phantasm in thanks for this wonderful battle. His lance ignited in fire, but it felt much different. A chill ran down my spine, as if death was descending on me. I looked back at Ruler, who looked ready to defend herself, but I doubt she would be willing to extend that to me. Berserker. I could out through the link. Should I use a command seal? I clenched my fists and let out a laugh. I had my own pride. I withdrew the staff of Magnus from inside my storage, and the boosted gear appeared on me left hand as a precaution. My swords were floating around me protectively. Oh Brahma, curse me! The world shifted, as his spear ignited in a much denser flame. It dyed the entire area in a red hue, my throat burned, and even my skin began to dry at a noticeable rate. Runes spun around me. The strongest shield I could make, the completed form of it. I wasn't finished, my primordial runes appeared, interlaying with the spell itself, forming a conceptual level of defense that further increased the bulwark, all amplified by my divine construct. Brahmastra Kundala. He threw his spear, and the space around it was burned away. Even as my vision filled with nothing but his divine fire, I slammed my staff down. Shield of Asgard. My vision became fire, as if the sun enveloped me, my shield. I could feel the initial impact, my spell shuddered under blow. I saw nothing but fire, of this heat that pushed down and threatened to burn me alive. My shield, it continued to hold, but cracks could be seen forming. Ha! I let out a shout, forcing more magical energy through me into the barrier, to maintain it. The strain was bearable, but I wouldn't be able to maintain this forever. The force of the attack was something else, the conceptual weight of a noble phantasm bearing down on me. My translucent golden shield fought back, my magical energy pouring in. My primordial runes shined bright, even under the intense light of his divine fire. Cracked, and barely whole, my shield still stood once his noble phantasm dissipated. I used the staff to steady myself from the sudden exertion, staring at the servant who didn't move, even as his gaze landed on me. "You withstood my noble phantasm," he said with no small amount of awe in his voice. I let out a long breath, gathering my magical energy to begin once again. "Master!" I heard Berserker's voice through the link, followed by a crack of thunder, her signature purple lightning crashing down into Lancer's unsuspecting face. He moved his spear up to block, and my eyes widened as his arm holding his weapon went flying through the air, severed clean from his body. "Arjuna!" Lancer blurted out, seemingly more concerned by Berserker's appearance than the fact that he just lost an arm. Berserker landed on the ground, about to attack again, but Lancer's body was enveloped by a burst of magical energy, and he was suddenly teleported away. Well, I was going to do something similar, but I guess Berserker doing it is fine too. "A command seal!" I grunted, falling to my butt. It was the correct play to make from the other side. I looked to the ground and his weapon also was gone, but his arm turned into magical energy and dissipated. "Master!" Berserker was on me immediately. "I'm fine." I couldn't help but pat her head as the atmosphere changed instantaneously. She looked exceedingly happy to receive my touch. I showed her the white light in my hand as it was already working on healing my wound. It wasn't very deep, I was more concerned with the divine nature of his weapon, than the wound itself. I hope there are no lingering effects like the weapons from the Abrahamic cosmology. "Who's this?" Her face turned dark again, her sword gripped tight, staring at Ruler. I forgot about her in that moment, my shield having protected her as well. "I'm Ruler." She hesitantly introduced herself. "I'm the moderator for this Grail war." "Master, I'll remove this woman, just give me a moment." Berserker was about to move, and Ruler looked a mite bit scared. "Berserker, stop." I pulled on her. "Her being alive is good for us," I briefly explained. And it didn't matter if I called her Berserker since a Ruler servant could identify any other servant by just a glance. "But Master, how can an insect like that help us at all?" Ruler's eye twitched slightly again as she stood up straighter. "Attacking the moderator is against the rules, if you persist, I will have to punish you." "Oh ho!" Berserker let out a little laugh. "Master, just let me crush this little harlot, it won't take long." Harlot!" Ruler squeaked out. "Raycow." I called her by her real name, which actually caused her to pause and give me her full attention. "Let's just get back to our hideout so I can rest." "Mao, whatever my master wants." She quickly changed tunes. I stood up steadily enough, putting everything away but Mirage. It appears that Saber of Black took his master away at the first opportunity. I looked at Ruler one last time. She was a bit on guard, but also looking at me as if trying to give me an appraisal. For some strange reason, I had the incessant need to bully her, and I just couldn't figure out why. With a sigh, I opened a new portal up and pulled Berserker through. The last look at this place was the sun peaking above a mountain range. Or rather, what was left of it after Lancer's attack, because I'm pretty sure there were 3 peaks in total before tonight, and I could only count 2 now. For those who don't know, Brahmastra Kundala is an anti-country noble phantasm that basically says fuck everything in that direction. Not to be mistaken with Vasavai Shakti that he loses his armor from using. Sorry for the late chapter, took a nap when I got home from work. Just a reminder, I'm not posting this weekend, so I'll see everyone on Monday. Chapter 162, Chapter 155. Saber of Black, Siegfried, POV. I carried my master back to the Black faction's base. I couldn't help but turn around and see the destruction wrought at the activation of Lancer's noble phantasm. It was impressive and made me wonder if I could survive it without activating my own in response. My battle between the other saber, I managed to pull her far enough away from Master's unconscious body so that he wouldn't get swept up in the battle, but even then, I was still able to see the effects of the fight that had taken place in the area I retreated from. Both far and close enough to keep an eye on Mastery and intervene if he was ever in harm's way. It was the only option I had in that immediate moment when I saw that Saber of Red's master had no intention of harming my own. Passing through the defences of the Igmalenia castle, I could sense many eyes now on me, but none barred my path. Walking into the castle, I was greeted by some my fellow servants and their masters, all of whom stared at me expectantly. Saber. Lord Darnik Preston Igmalenia, the head of the Igmalenia family, spoke up. While he was not my master, he was my master's superior, so I would give him the proper courtesy. Lord Darnik. As I moved to set my master down, several homunculi ran over and began to check him for any injuries. I knew he was not severely injured, but I would not be against a more thorough check. Magecraft was never an art I could claim competence in, not to mention the inner workings of the human body and how to properly care for someone who had been hurt. He had some burns and cuts in some places, but I believe he will make a full recovery with ease. We lost communication and Castor's scrying was not successful. The master of the Magus family gripped his scepter tightly. What happened, Saber? I looked at my master, who ordered me not to be frivolous with my words, but the situation was one I could not remain silent in. Perhaps I would be scolded when he awoke, as I was also liberal during my fight. Another servant appeared, Saber of Red. Saber of Red. Lancer, who had been standing at Darnik's side, spoke up. Do you know their identity? A woman of the Far East. I shook my head. Saber, speak openly. What can you tell us about the servant? Darnik glanced at my unconscious master and back to me. If it was an order from the one who could hold authority over my master. She was physically my superior, and her speed was above mine. Her skill was undeniable. I voiced my thoughts. I'm sorry, that's all I know. Unfortunate, but not unhelpful. Lord Darnik did not appear to be annoyed with my minimal information. It's impressive that you were able to retreat against 2 servants, and even keep your master safe. He gave praise. I'm sorry, I did not mention that I was not engaged by both Saber and Lancer. I quickly clarified. I believe the 2 servants to be hostile to one another. And it was Saber's master who, I looked at Master Gords. Can you describe him? What magecraft did he employ? He had striking red hair pulled into a ponytail, and he appeared to use lightning magecraft. Lord Darnik tapped his chin. I don't recognize a magus by that description. He swept his gaze around the room. The Byros family. A young woman in a wheelchair, whom was Archer's master, spoke up. They're known for their lightning magecraft. No. Another voice answered. A second woman who stood next to the rather flamboyant rider, whom possessed a rather sadistic personality based on our few interactions. They don't have anyone in their family with red hair, and they're small enough that any bastards would be hard to hide. It's unlikely he would hide his identity as well. The woman in a wheelchair continued. I find it unlikely a magus from the association would not want the glory tied to their families or lineages. Did he support his servant at all? Any hidden spells he could have cast that you didn't notice during the fight? Even a description of actualization would be helpful. The wheelchaired woman, her name was Fiore? He did not support Saber as he went off to battle Lancer. What? Ryder's master blurted out. Are you saying Saber's master fought a servant? I'm sorry, I did not mention that. The battle was noticeable from the distance. I had assumed you knew what I was speaking of when I said he knew lightning mage craft. It was clear he did not wish to harm my master, otherwise he would not be alive. I explained properly. Wait, are you implying that the huge lightning strike we saw was mage craft, from Saber's master? Fiore blurted out. I thought that was a noble phantasm. Seriously? Ryder, who looked bored, seemed to perk up. Saber of Red's master did that? I thought magecraft these days was weak. Ryder. His master hissed in annoyance. Oops, Teehee. Ryder rubbed his head. A master capable of fighting a servant in some capacity, interesting. Lancer of Black let out a laugh. And we have no knowledge of his identity? I don't think such an individual would be unknown in this age. Based on what we did see, the following attack that destroyed the mountain, that was undeniably Lancer. I would suggest the same. I nodded. It was obvious Lancer's attacks contained the fire element within them, enough that even I felt their heat through my dragon armor. If Lancer used his noble phantasm, was it meant for the master, or ruler? Archer, who held Fiore's wheelchair, voiced his words for the first time. Ryder's master scoffed. It was obvious to get rid of ruler. We all saw how he was gunning for her. She crossed her arms. A servant having to use a noble phantasm against a master? Ridiculous. And he's probably dead at this point. There's no way he could survive that attack that we felt even all the way over here. Maybe. And the look in Archer's eyes said he didn't fully believe that as well. There were some things that didn't add up. Why wasn't Saber more concerned about her master being in the way of a servant battle between ruler and Lancer if he was not capable? And why did I get this strange feeling in my heart when I gazed at him? I wanted to fight Lancer again. Our bout was interfered with before we could truly test each other, and I felt as if I found a kindred spirit, but for some reason, the urge to fight Saber's master kept swelling up inside me. Regardless, Lancer is a foe we can't ignore. His noble phantasm is likewise powerful and destructive. We must start preparing countermeasures. Lord Darnick raised his scepter up, addressing the room. Humph, leave Lancer to me. Our own Lancer stated, leaving no room for debate and showing no hesitance about the prowess from Lancer of Red. Maybe his own pride was acting up? It's likely the true battle will start this coming night. Archer looked contemplative. They know our location. We must prepare for a siege. This castle has stood tall for centuries. It will not fall under my watch. Lancer declared. Send a message to Castor, start preparing the golems. The caster servant and his master seemed to be quite alike, opting to spend all their time together in their workshop. Lord Darnick nodded in agreement. We will prepare the homunculi as well. Once Gords awakens, I'll have him take command. Until then, Calls has been managing them well enough even with his inexperience. So that is why Berserker and her master are not present. Well, I do not believe Berserker could add anything to the discussion. The war did not take place during the day. It was one of the more stringent rules that was relayed by the Grail. This coming night would be the first true battle of the war. Archer of Red, Atalanta, POV. Sis, come on, one drink. I scowled, looking at Ryder, who propped himself on up a table, head in his hand. The laziness he was showing betrayed his true alertness. I've hunted enough to see when a predator was ready to move, when all their muscles were taut to spring out and catch a prey. Stop calling me that! I hissed in annoyance. Stupid brat. I can't truly be mad at him about it either, I know he's calling me that affectionately without any hidden agendas. Achilles. He lives up to being one of the most famous heroes in the world, especially from our homeland. But I couldn't help but find it a little endearing the way he swooned over me, or rather my life. Fanboy? The term form the Grail stuck to the forefront of my mind. When we had free time after our summons, he would regale me with tales his father used to tell him, stories about the Argonauts. He said I was his hero as a child. Not Heracles, not that buffoon Jason me. Maybe that's why I truly couldn't get mad when he called me something like sis. Hey sis! He intentionally ignored my dissatisfaction if the small smirk was anything to go by. What did you think about that saber? Strong, I said pointedly. Come on, sis, gotta give me more than that. I only fought her for like a few seconds. Ryder feigned indignation. I tapped my finger against my arm, it was annoying to have to wait here like this. We had been given orders to stand by in this half-destroyed church while that Shiro Koto mine was taken off to be healed. Saber of Red's master had managed to wound him in some regard, but we didn't see how much. She was fast, maybe only a little bit slower than me. I had to constantly make distance between us, I had no hope of defeating her in close combat. Every one of her strikes would be debilitating, if not lethal. Her technique was without flaws, and it seemed like, no never mind. It seemed like the arrows I had infused with magical energy were treated the same as my normal arrows. Maybe I was just imagining it. She had divinity too, or her weapon was a divine construct. Achilles added. She got through my armor. He grinned. Her weapon didn't give off that kind of oppressive feeling, like your shield. Not all divine constructs are the same. Ryder shrugged. I guess he would be more of an authoritative figure on that. While my bow was a gift from Lady Artemis, it is not a divine construct. But I agree with you. Ryder continued. That woman was definitely a demigod of some kind. Why are all the boys around me battle maniacs? What about her master? Ryder paused, holding himself back from getting angry. I'll kill him the next time I see him. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ryder, no, Achilles. I managed to grab his attention. You need to watch your temper. I'm fine, it's fine. He put his hands up in surrender. And somehow, I don't believe you. You sure about that? Siegfried. The table beneath his hands shattered, even if his expression didn't change. He didn't speak, but looked down at the new mess he created. Sorry. The story of Achilles is well known. Most of the world is aware that he went to war knowing he would die, but to gain fame that would last thousands of years. To deny him his name so blatantly, it was an easy way to rile him up. I half suspected that Saber's master was aware of his true identity and was doing this on purpose. I won't tell you not to fight him, he's clearly strong enough to match a servant, which is odd in of itself. But, you can't go into it that angry. Honestly, this makes me feel like the times I was with Medea back when she was just a little girl and I had to scold her every so often. You're going to have my back, Achilles, I need you to have a clear head. I didn't want him to mess up, my wish was left unsaid. Dramatic entrance. Both me and Ryder snapped our heads towards the door that was slammed open, Castor walking inside. I felt a headache coming on. Ryder, you should have told me you were the legendary Siegfried, I have many tales to write with such new inspiration. Castor loudly proclaimed. I'm gonna kill him. Ryder said with a frighteningly calm tone. Haha, such an obvious death flag is merely a misdirection. He slid onto a nearby seat. I have heard some interesting rumors as of late. What's this about a master who was about to fight evenly with you? Castor's grin was a little bit grating even to me. He sounds like a protagonist in the making. He's all right for someone from this era. Ryder grunted out with a begrudged respect. Say what you will about Achilles, but he didn't even hate Paris for killing him. He wouldn't hesitate to skewer the foppish Prince of Troy, but he would not hate the man even after his death. High praise! High praise indeed! Castor nodded in satisfaction, before turning to an empty corner of the building. Do you have anything to add, Lancer? My eyes widened slightly, and even Ryder seemed surprised as Lancer materialized at the spot Castor was glancing. Castor was able to notice before both of us. How did you notice me? Lancer seemed surprised. My good man, if I couldn't keep track of all the characters, what kind of master playwright would I be? Castor arrogantly proclaimed with an exaggerated arm wave. Lancer. Ryder ignored the Castor servant. What happened to your arm? I would very much like to know as well, why Lancer was missing his arm from below the elbow. Lancer glanced down, rubbing the stump with his good hand. I met a worthy foe. He merely replied. For someone with such a legendary tale, your storytelling leaves much to be desired, Karna. Castor let out a winded sigh. His name was not unknown to us, and that made it all the more unbelievable. Karna was a monster, to put it plainly. I knew I would have no chance against him, and I would be hesitant to give Achilles odds better than a coin flip. No matter. Castor stood up. I, William Shakespeare, shall regale you all with a tale of such. Who'd you fight? Ryder interrupted him, asking Lancer directly. I have a hard time believing a ruler did that to you. Kill you with a command seal or something, I would believe, but to take an arm like that? I don't buy it for a second. I believe you met them. Lancer closed his eyes, seemingly unperturbed about his missing limb. My master summoned me back with a command seal. Okay, just ignore me. Castor slumped back down in his seat, taking out a pen and began writing on some parchment. The brat or the woman? Ryder asked. Both. Lancer's reply was curt. I attempted to follow my orders, eliminate ruler. But Saber of Black interfered, and he was successful in keeping me away. He was someone I had to focus on. Oh? Sounds interesting. Maybe I'll get a chance to have a go at him as well. Ryder clenched his fist in expectation. Stupid boys, always looking for a fight. Lancer just hummed without giving an answer. Then Saber of Red appeared, interrupting our fight. She descended upon Saber of Black while her master fought me. He is a strange person, I couldn't tell what he truly was. Yeah, thought he was a demigod at first, but he doesn't have any divinity in him. Definitely not fully human, though. Ryder acknowledged. Was he responsible for that light show? Saw the lighting, but I'm pretty sure that fire was yours. Lancer nodded but was quiet for a moment, a bit contemplative. He did something, a power I did not understand. Oh. It was able to contest my divine flames, and destroy them. Are you sure? I spoke up. The fact that Amagus had a means to fight servants and destroy Lancer's divine flames, what in Hades' name was he? How can someone like that be unknown to the point where the Grail gave no information, nor do our masters know anything if their silence was indicative of the situation? He didn't reply to me, but he didn't need to. Lancer was not the kind of person to make false claims like that. I will give one last piece of information. You're in a sharing mood, I feel like there's a catch. Ryder looked at him strangely. Whatcha want? His servant, I will face her. Lancer stated. Oh, want some revenge? I didn't hear you say the brat took your arm, so I'm guessing it was that Eastern woman, Revenge. Lancer whispered the words to himself. No. She is merely someone I cannot coexist with. He shook his head as if convincing himself more than us. I will not seek her out, but I will defend myself. I let out a sigh. Ryder just grunted as well. Yet. I won't go fight her on purpose, but if she gets in the way, I'll take her for myself. Lancer didn't outwardly show it, but I think he was pleased with our replies. The master of saber, I believe he is the more dangerous of the pair. Ryder snorted. He was strong, but he wasn't that strong. That saber of his packed a punch. Even if his mage craft is impressive, what can it do to us? Lancer shook his head but chose not argue. He survived my noble phantasm, unscathed. Ryder spoke one last time before going back into spirit form. Oi, oi. You can't just say something like that and bounce, Lancer. Ryder stood up, looking around. Oh, he already left. Castor said offhandedly. One-armed ass. Ryder slammed back down into his seat with an annoyed grunt. Sis, what ya think? Ryder, don't dismiss his words because of your anger. I chastised, but I think it wasn't needed. Ryder would huff and puff, but he wouldn't take Lancer's words as hot air. Maybe his pride wouldn't allow him to admit it out loud, but Ryder would take the fight seriously next time, or as seriously as he wants to. At the very least, he won't treat the living man as irrelevant. Castor, you know something else. I turned towards the playwright. I know many things, my furry companion. Do you know how painful it will be to have arrows sticking out between your legs if you call me that again? I narrowed my eyes. Well, exit stage left it is. Castor quickly got up, about to leave before Ryder put a hand on his shoulder. Such a famous playwright graces us with his presence. Ryder smiled innocently. Why don't you tell us a story or two? He visibly pushed the weaker servant back into his seat. Haha, well, I have many things to attend to. I am required to aid Lancer in healing his arm, then I must report. Ryder's eyes darkened. I insist. I think I heard Castor's shoulder crack, and a small smile found its way onto my face. Wilhelm POV. Take off your shirt. Ray Cow commanded. Moving a bit too fast for me. I sputtered out as her hands were pawing at the edges of the fabric. Mommy needs to see if you're hurt. She whispered, trying to work the buttons, but stumbling from a almost frantic worry. Ray Cow. I replied, grabbing her hands, making her pause. Look. I untucked the shirt, revealing where I had been stabbed. It's healing fine, just give it a little time. She looked at me, pouting and about on the verge of tears. What am I supposed to do in this situation? I was doing my best to not have Avalon heal me so I wouldn't waste Artoria's stored magical energy to go to waste, so that was taking some effort to maintain. So, my natural healing, amped up by both my heritages, my aura and my lightning form, was visibly working its magic even if the wound was decently deep. It should only take a few minutes at worst. Hug. I offered. She practically threw herself into my arms as I awkwardly pat her back. I mean, it's not like I'm not physically attracted to her, in fact, in any other situation I would definitely be hitting on her. But right now, I was more focused on Skathuk. And there was the fact that she probably wasn't in her right mind because of the mad enhancement. Just the teeniest little inkling that maybe her constantly calling me her son was not the normal thing to do. I felt really bad. She answered my summons, so I would try to do right by her. If she wanted a son, I would do my best. After the war, I would see about mitigating or outright removing this mental pollution and go from there. Ray Cow, tell me about the saber you fought. She sat up, releasing me. A cute little smile on her face as she pat her lap. Mama wants to spoil her master. I shrugged, letting my head rest in her lap. It was nice. Saber was just a bigger insect than most, master. You don't have to worry, Mama will take care of him next time. I felt her fingers run through my hair. How about, just satisfying my curiosity? I offered an alternative. She looked thoughtful. I believe he's either Sigurd or Siegfried. The glowing dragon tattoo along with his physical resilience. Well, I'll just call that karma then. Is it because I was making fun of Achilles that this happened? I did feel that Dragon Slayer aura from him. Fight him. You sure? I don't ask for much, brat. But I want you to fight him, and use me when you do. Alright, I'll do so when the opportunity presents itself. Frankly, part of me wanted to fight him as well. Ruler should be Jeanne d'Arc, the Saint of Orleans. I revealed. Probably not good for me, but at least she won't do anything to me unless I break the rules. So I have some time before an angry saint comes and tries to kill me. Is that so? Rei Cao replied, almost uncaring. Insects don't need a name when you step on them, master. Yup, totally normal mindset. Lancer was, interesting. I survived his noble phantasm. I felt good about it, I could take pride in that fact. My spell, even when I added onto it, held up against his noble phantasm. My pride as a magus was stoked. Master. Berserker's expression turned dark. I wish to deal with Lancer. You took off his arm already, which was pretty damn awesome. I gave her a thumbs up. She did look happy at my praise, but it wasn't like before where she noticeably perked up. What's wrong? I don't know, this feeling in my chest when I met him, it's like, he's someone I can't bear to look at and I have to crush him. Strange, but not much I could do with that for now. Well, there won't be any fighting during the day, I'll take a nap to recoup some aura and stamina, then, why don't we hit the town and have a little bit of fun? I've already made all the preparations before the battle, not much I could do right now. I'd rather spend some time with Rei Cao and get to know her better, find out why she's the one who I summoned out of every heroic spirit. Oh! A date! Rei Cao squealed in delight. I'm excited, I can't wait! She happily exclaimed, shifting gears so naturally. Well, she's happy, that's the important bit I guess. Just a POV from both sides as we keep going forward. Chapter 163, Chapter 156. I took slow, methodical breaths. Eyes closed, I focused on my aura as it pulsed around me, following the rhythmic rising and falling of my chest. I lost track of time, how long I had been sitting here, cross-legged on the ground, but I could feel my aura reserves refilling at a noticeable rate. Aura was something that resonated with one's emotions. It's why meditation was a powerful means of increasing the rate that your aura recharged at. Being calm and serene, not allowing any negativity into yourself. It meant that your aura was not impeded, your soul could flow back out unabated. That was the theory anyways, and Jin had helped me with a few things. Well, I could confidently say this worked, just based on my own practice. My aura reserves were relatively high after doing this for a few hours. That and I had gotten about 4 hours of sleep, which also helped refill them. I didn't even mean to fall asleep in Rei Cao's lap, don't really regret it either. Taking a deeper breath than usually, I let go of my aura, allowing it to just flow out naturally. I opened my eyes to see Rei Cao sitting silently to the side, eyes never leaving me. She had so much patience, I don't think I could sit here for hours on end if I wasn't doing something. At least with my meditation, I had something to focus on. Climbing to my feet, I lightly stretched my arms, and felt the side of my stomach. There was no pain, just a tiny bit of tenderness. Any issues while I was busy? I turned to look at my servant. Rei Cao shook her head. I had not sensed anyone approach. She replied happily. I pursed my lips. I had thought this place would have been found out by now, or at least be under watch. Closing my eyes again, I searched the link I had with Sir Wiggles, and he was standing near a pile of dead doves again. Ah, that explains it. Good job, Sir Wiggles. I was about to look away until I noticed something about my familiar. About his feet, what? I had to call him back because I was surprised. The rabbit burst through the door with an astonishing speed, faster than he was the last time I had seen him, and he hopped right into my arms. I lifted him up, to get a better look. Hey, I never thought of that. I looked at his feet, they were encased in a sort of lightning armor. In that, the lightning was so condensed that it looked like a completely solidified form. My rabbit is a genius, why am I even surprised anymore? Though it gave me several new ideas for some spells and such. While I've trained with my lightning form to get it more or less under control, I had yet to push the boundaries with it, to truly see what I could gain from my new ability. Hey, Ray Cow! I called out as she hopped to her feet. I barely had time to blink before she was behind my arms, wrapped around my chest and chin on my shoulder. Hee, she lightly giggled. Does Master need Mama's help? Could you show me your lightning? I asked, ignoring her draping herself over me. I was sorta used to her doing stuff like this by now. Like this? She asked, holding one of her hands out in front of me, her signature purple lightning invoked, and dancing across her fingers. I hesitantly reached out, a single finger touching on it. I wasn't harmed, I think Ray Cow was consciously reeling it back from harming me. Interesting, I can immediately tell how much denser it is than my lightning. I held my hand out, mimicking her own actions as my lightning also manifested. My son takes after his mom. Ray Cow cooed. I have many more thoughts about this now, things I can do that I hadn't considered previously. Sir Wiggles wiggled out of my grasp, wanting to go out and play some more. I didn't have an immediate need for him, so I allowed him his fun. Strangely, I think he was becoming more intelligent. Maybe awakening his aura jump started something inside him? I would need to consult Jin when I got back. I moved out of Ray Cow's grasp and took her hand. Ready to go shopping. The town was deceptively peaceful. Technically, this place could be called the territory of the Red Faction, but for the moment, we were pretty much safe. One of the information dumps the Grail gives is a very stringent requirement that the fighting must not take place during the day. Most people are willing to abide by the rule, even without the threat of a ruler servant, because no one wants the counter force coming down on their heads. It may seem like a huge jump to make considering the counter force very rarely makes any overt action, but the Grail Wars are one of the exceptions. I guess another factor would be the world lines they preside in. If certain realities are important, the counter force has a much firmer grasp on allowances. The secretive nature of the magical world is oftentimes referred to as the moonlit world, and that was more than just a poetic naming convention. It had actual bearing on the operation of mystery during the night time. Even the counter force is more asleep, for lack of a better word, during the hours the moon is in the sky. During the night, the greater masses are more susceptible to suggestions, to allow themselves to ignore or believe lies and fabrications. Conceptually, it's when things can be hidden with greater efficiency. Obviously, there would be no way a mountain getting removed would be ignored on a wide scale, yet there was no one talking about it or kicking up a fuss. The Grail sat on the ley lines in the area it resided, and a small part of its power went to ensuring the secrecy on a larger scale. Even the Fuyuki Grail worked similarly, to ensure that people believed that the destruction was caused by something as inane as gas leaks. Or that massive magical phenomenon was just figments of their imagination, that Artoria didn't unleash her noble phantasm to slay an evil god trying to manifest into the world. That was one of the old man's contributions to the Grail's creation, and one of the few parts about it I remember vividly. But I digress. What about this one? I glanced over to Ray Cow holding up a sweater to herself, asking my opinion. I like it, purple really is your best color. I nodded in approval. She smiled brightly, hugging the piece of clothing like it was the most precious thing in the world. So sweet. She began looking through the rack of clothing again. I didn't rush her, allowing her to inspect it, to experience this culture that she was probably unfamiliar with. Is there anything else you want to do today? I asked her. Since we're not needing to do anything during the day, I wouldn't mind doing anything that took your fancy. I did wish to get to know her better. Yufufu, my master is caring about his mother. She giggled to herself. Though my place is on the battlefield, I enjoy spending my time leisurely, to spend it here with you, just like this. It is refreshing, to not be a general, but just a woman. Ray Cow, I let out a sigh. You said you didn't want a wish from the Grail, but I'll do what I can to make sure you're happy. It was the least I could do. Master, she looked at my coyly. Be careful what you say to a berserker like me, I am a rather possessive woman. When you say things like that, it makes it hard to think of you as a berserker. Like she's completely aware of her own madness yet is still afflicted by it. How strange. She tilted her head cutely at me. Please do not forget that I am a demon, master. It may not be wise to keep me by your side. Did you forget what I am? I raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't trade you for any other servant, Ray Cow. If she was willing to fight by my side without a second thought, how could I ever betray that kind of loyalty? Oh dear! She looked flustered. It's embarrassing for me to say this, but I am quite happy to hear that from you. Well, I stopped mid-sentence, as Ray Cow looked to the side and I followed her gaze. This is a surprise. I greeted the newcomer that had come into the store we were patronizing. Hey there, Frenchie. I greeted Ruler. Ruler stood there, in what looked like a school uniform, watching both of us intently. Master, allow me to deal with the unwanted bug. Ray Cow's expression turned dark. Berserker, no fighting during the day. I called her off. She didn't argue with me, but still gave Ruler the stink eye. What do you want? I addressed the Saintess. She looked a little embarrassed. I sensed a servant nearby. And you were checking to make sure we weren't breaking any rules. I finished. Yeah, I guess I can see that. I can bet the other servants are holding up and preparing for the battle that will inevitably take place tonight, so we probably seemed really out of place just spending some time in the middle of the town. I apologize for interrupting. Ray Cow just huffed in annoyance. Quick question, why are you in a school uniform? I was honestly kind of curious. Oh, it's nothing. She said awkwardly. If it's your fetish, just say so. What? She squeaked out. I thought Japanese school uniforms were revealing, but those are practically booty shorts. I admired the view. They really do display your legs quite well. She turned bright red, like she was unsure of how to react to my words. Don't know why, but I continued to feel like I had to bully her. I guess it was lucky we hypnotized the store owner into taking a long break while we shopped in peace. Master likes legs. Ray Cow bit her finger, muttering to herself. I will find some better clothing. Well, I wouldn't talk her out of that course of action. I didn't wear this willingly. Ruler managed to get out, her face still a bright red. Curious. I took another look at her, a true look as I analyzed her properly. Were you even properly summoned? She stepped back. How did you know? Ruler said in shock. It was a guess, but you confirmed it. Actually, it was similar to how Artoria was summoned. How did it happen? You tricked me. She frowned, before letting out a sigh. I don't know, I wasn't properly summoned by the Grail, so I had to find a vessel. She looked at her hands. This person was the best suited for me. I guess she wanted to keep the name of her body a secret. It made sense, I know plenty of mages who would want to dissect her after the war. But she quickly added. Nothing will happen, she'll wake up after the war is over with nothing wrong, and even a little gift when everything is done. Hey! I rubbed my chin. The Grail will be guaranteeing her safety, and probably do the equivalent of giving her some good luck as compensation. Neat. Again, there were very few in existence that had more knowledge about the workings of the Grail than I did. But why a schoolgirl outfit? I lost my luggage when Lancer attacked. Her shoulders slumped. Now I just feel bad. Fine, pick out some stuff. I sighed, waving around. I'll cover the costs, penniless saint. My devil ancestors must be rolling in their graves. Are really? She perked up, looking at me strangely. I can't show you favoritism during the war, even if you help me. Do I look like someone who needs your favoritism? I asked. I guess not. She seemed to accept. I did not think a master could fight a servant like you did. She spoke a little quietly. Even if you used me as a shield. If it's any consolation, you make a wonderful meat shield. It isn't. There was a small twitch above her eye, I noticed it before. I think it was a visible indication of her hiding her annoyance. Well, I had plenty of time to verify it. Master, how do I look? Rei Cao stepped out of a changing room, I hadn't even noticed she went in. My eyes practically popped out of my head. She was wearing some very short shorts that displayed her magnificent legs for the world to see. Nice. Today was turning out to be a good day. I do plan on explaining the link between Rei Cao and Karna as it came up properly. I wasn't going to just assume everyone knew it. Chapter 164, Chapter 157. Here, order anything you want. I gestured towards a menu sitting in front of Ruler. We did a little bit of shopping, and she picked out a couple things she found more appropriate for herself to wear. It was probably a bit of a culture shock, to see the variety of things available in this era she could wear. Fun fact, Romania has its own currency, and this place does not take either American dollars or English pounds. May or may not have technically stolen the clothes, then robbed the store for some loose cash. I did leave quite a bit of gold behind as an apology though. I think that lets me off the moral hook. Honestly, I feel like it's one of those things I overlooked because I was focusing on the bigger picture. I tend to do that a lot. The restaurant we were in wasn't too large, but I wasn't particularly picky right now. I could easily grab something out of my ring and tide myself over, but I was curious about this ruler servant. How many times in the future will I be able to sit down and calmly talk to a saint as a devil? Rei Cao was behaving herself, relatively speaking. She no longer was looking at Ruler like she was about to strangle a puppy. I had somehow convinced her I was just trying to get some information out of the ruler servant, and I had no other intentions. I was not oblivious to the red flags that Rei Cao had been smacking me in the face with. But there was not much I could do about it for the moment. Once I get the Grail sorted, I should be able to help her with her mad enhancement. So many strange dishes, master, help me decide. Rei Cao pouted, trying to make sure she kept my attention focused solely on her. I can't say I'm knowledgeable about the cuisine here. I looked it over. I was not hiding the fact that I was a glutton, so I didn't mind just splurging. Let's just try all the big stuff. I'll feed master. Rei Cao muttered to herself. Phew phew. Well, if it makes her happy. What do you want, ruler? Oh She fidgeted with the menu in front of her. I'm not really hungry, and I don't need it. You're in an actual body, even if there won't be any physical repercussions if you forego eating, you'll still feel hunger pains. Based on what Artoria told me. Apparently, that was an eye-opening revelation, because there were points where she and Rin were in particularly bad situations, and she went without eating for days on end. No, really. It's okay, you don't have to. She politely declined. If you tell me no, I'm not going to push it. But if it comes from some weird place like thinking I'll expect goodwill in the future or that I might harm you. I trailed off, not feeling like I needed to finish that sentence. It's not that. She said quietly. Something wrong. I. She awkwardly held the menu in her hands. I don't know how to read. Pardon. I blinked at her in confusion. I can't read. She said quietly. But, the Grail should have downloaded the information into your head, not to mention servants have the ability to parse every language in the world due to this. Was it a side effect of you not having a proper vessel? I rubbed my chin. Perhaps there are other side effects as well. I was lost in thought for a moment. Wait, you spoke to someone here not too long ago, how were you able to do that if the Grail didn't give you the knowledge? She turned a little red, a bit embarrassed seemingly, and it just made me more confused. I can understand the languages fine. Then what are you? I paused, her meaning finally sinking in. Pfft. I held back a snort of laughter. It's not funny. You're right, you're right. I held my hands up. It's hilarious. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at the absurdity of the whole thing. A heroic spirit who ascended after their death from worship through the ages, someone written down in the annals of history, is illiterate because her legend depicts her as a peasant girl. She turned bright red, and her eye was twitching something fierce. I never had the chance to learn. Too busy fighting wars. Big G didn't think it a good idea to give you the ability to read and write with your revelations. Be Big G. She squeaked out. How could you call the Lord something like that? What's wrong with Big G? It's blasphemous. She huffed. Says who? What do you mean, who? Who says that calling him Big G is blasphemous? Well. She didn't appear to know the answer. We can always consult the Bible, just tell me which passage to seek out. The corners of my lips curled up. Ha, couldn't help it. Her eye twitched again, and for some reason, I couldn't help but enjoy her reaction. I looked over to Ray Cow, who didn't even want to acknowledge Ruler if she didn't have to. I'll just order a bunch of stuff for all of us, I stated, earning a sigh of relief from Ruler. Master say Ray Cow held a fork up to me as I took a bite. It's good, I happily replied, earning a bright smile from my servant. What about you, Frenchie? My name isn't Frenchie, she grumbled, taking a bite. But it is delicious, thank you. Well, I can't just start calling your real name in public if you want. I chuckled, only to stop in realization. Hey, I never did properly introduce myself, did I? I wanted to ask you a question, but I didn't know what to call you. She said awkwardly. I hummed to myself for a moment. I'll obviously keep my family name a secret for the moment, feel free to call me Wilhelm. I introduced. I did have a bit of pride in my name, but I was fine to keep it hidden for now. Wilhelm. She spoke with a small smile. I cannot reveal my true name as the administrator of the... Even if you made it rather obvious. Her eye twitched again. It's a secret I must keep. Okay, Saintess. I twitch. Please call me Ruler. Whatever you want, Jean. Ruler let out a long sigh. I've been curious. She looked like she wanted to change the subject. What is your wish for the Grail? She looked at me intently. Curious? Why would you be curious about my wish? I waved my hand flippantly. Shouldn't you expect me to say something like seeking the root as a proper magus? Maybe. She pursed her lips. But you don't seem to act like how I would expect. She admitted. My dealings with both sides so far have been stressful. I offered with a chuckle. That is one way to say it. She let out a sigh. Let me guess. Lancer of Red tries to kill you for some reason, Saber of Black comes to your rescue and his master tries to recruit you. I am impartial, I will not reveal any information to other participants in this war. She said firmly, not acknowledging what I said as either right or wrong. But I could read in between the lines here. She continued. You have been generous in providing me aid and haven't sought anything in return. I was merely curious about what you wished to achieve if you gained the Grail. What if I wanted to drown the world in death? I just thought of the most edgy thing I could think of off the top of my head to see her reaction. I have a duty to be impartial, your wish has no bearing on how I will act unless I'm forced to by the world. She said without hesitation. But my instinct is telling me you do not wish for such a thing. Instinct, hey? Is that another way of saying that you're being pinged by Heaven's system revelations as they're called? Heaven's system? She tilted her head in confusion. Different vernacular, I suppose. The means by which followers of the Church can access the power of the heavens. There are rules and requirements, what else to call it but a system? Oh. She seemed to understand, but otherwise wasn't offended. Is that how a magus understands the Lord's blessings? I just shrugged. I can understand it on a theological level, I'm just incompatible with the teachings. She looked at me strangely. You never answered my question, what is it you wish for? Ha! I didn't think you'd notice. I tapped my finger on the table, and for the first time in this conversation, Ray Cow started to pay attention. Well, she was paying attention to my answer. I'm a very selfish man. Someone I cared about is gone and I want to bring her back. Someone you cared about? Ruler's eyes lit up. Someone you care about? Ray Cow mimicked her words, and her expression turned a bit dark. I misjudged you, Wilhelm. Ruler's eyes brightened. You are fighting for love. She proudly declared, briefly glancing to the increasingly annoyed berserker. What? I sputtered out. How romantic! She exclaimed, reaching over and cupping my hands. I can't help you, Wilhelm. But I will silently support you. She smiled brightly. To fight for such a pure reason, to willingly fight against servants out of love. There was a crumpling sound next to me where Berserker crushed part of the table in her hand. Master! Ray Cow's smile betrayed the killing intent around her. I turned back to look at Ruler. You're doing this on purpose. I have no idea what you speak of. Ruler gave a very innocent smile. As you know, us French are very enamored with such beautiful love stories. Did she just? Are saints allowed to do that? I have no idea. I like her. Well played, Ruler, well played. I would give her this one, even if the look Ray Cow was giving made shivers go down my spine. She must have noticed my berserker's affliction since she could see Ray Cow's class and skills. Don't mind me, I'm just speaking from my heart. I couldn't help but laugh. I wish all saints were like you. I shook my head at the absurdity of this whole thing. To poke at me using only truthful words, well done. I reached over and pat Ray Cow on the head, soothing the seething look she was giving me. Well, you asked me a question, I have one for you too, Ruler. I don't mind answering as long as no rules are broken. She said with all honesty. Would you despise me if I turned out to be the antithesis to your beliefs? I was honestly curious to know her answer. Saint Jeanne d'Arc. She was someone who would not lie. Antithesis. She seemed confused. Let's say it turned out I was a demon, but nothing else changed. Would you think differently of me? If you were a demon? She seemed surprised by my question. I don't see how that would change anything. She looked down at the table. Humans and demons are just words, I don't believe there is any need to differentiate between them. I bear no ill will towards such descriptions and I try to be kind to all. You are a strange woman. Ray Cow was the one who spoke up. She glared at Ruler, as if measuring her. I strangely do not wish to crush this insect for the moment. Hey! I hope we don't become enemies, Ruler. I stood up from my seat, looking out the window. The sun was starting to get a bit low. I pray for your success, Wilhelm. Ruler said with sincerity. Hey Ray Cow! I glanced at Berserker who was walking at my side. Yes, Master. She smiled at me. Thanks for answering my summons. I wanted her to know I did appreciate her. She seemed upset about earlier, I at least wanted to soothe her annoyance a little bit. Master Ray Cow quickly wrapped me up in a tight hug. Yet, I was happy it was Ray Cow who answered my summons. You ready for what's to come? I asked her, as the night approached. Have you devised a plan? She asked. Yes, we need to find where the Grail is specifically held within the Igmalenia Castle. I don't have confidence in infiltrating somewhere so heavily defended without getting discovered. If I simply knew the location, I could pop in and grab it. The only issue that comes after is carefully severing all the little bits that are anchored into the local ley lines. Which would take time, and I doubt I would be left alone while doing so. To not do so would be like pulling an engine out of a car with my bare hands. Things were bound to break in the process. I really meant it when I said I hope Ruler doesn't become my enemy, but I feared it may be inevitable. No plan survives contact with the enemy and all that. But, we need to see how both sides move and go from there. If there is a wide-scale battle, that's in our best interest. But we can make do with some small clashes as well. Are we going to prepare for the coming battle? She asked. I doubt things will immediately escalate once the sun fully sets, so we probably have a little more time. I shook my head. There was one thing I wanted to check out. Sir Wiggles found an abundance of magical energy at a nearby cemetery. Based on what he transferred through our link, a servant summoning might have taken place there. Ray Cow's lips thinned. You believe a servant is still there along with their master? Worth checking out, may also find a clue or two on any servants we hadn't seen before. That priest was the only master of the Red faction we've seen so far, and he doesn't seem like the type to do the summoning in a graveyard. Nor do any of the servants revealed appear to have benefited from such a summons, so I'm guessing we have an unknown here. If there is only one servant, then you will not need to fight, Master. Ray Cow stated, and the look on her face left no room for argument. I held my hands up in surrender. If there's only one servant, I won't throw myself at them and support you from behind. Oh, make the horrors of the kaleidoscope. Artoria POV. There, it's okay. I ran my hand through Wilhelm's hair as he laid his head on my lap. Any other time, I may have enjoyed the intimate exchange, but he was being rather unresponsive. I'll never sleep again. He cried out. I do not know what he saw, but it left him like this and I could do nothing but try and soothe him. He walked out of Zelretch's office and immediately planted his face into my thigh. Yo, what's up with Schweinorg? Rin walked into the room. I do not know, he apparently had witnessed something quite severe to be left like this. It was honestly a bit concerning. Mayhaps I would need to take drastic measures to cheer him up. Jin taught me a few things I felt comfortable doing. Oh, stop being a baby. Rin scoffed. What even happened? Wilhelm raised his hand up towards Zelretch's office. Another Zelretch dropped in to visit. Wait, the old man has another version of himself from a parallel world, here? How? I thought that was impossible. She looked utterly baffled. I did not know much about their magic, but such a thing sounded impressive to me. Hard, not impossible. Wilhelm mumbled into my thigh, of which he then squeezed, making me shake my head. I guess it wasn't as bad as I assumed if he was still willing to touch me like so. Oh, I gotta see this. Rin perked up. Don't go. Wilhelm shot his head up, staring at my master. You're being so dramatic. Rin rolled her eyes. Seriously, what's so bad about another Zelretch? Wilhelm huddled himself into a ball. The horror. He muttered. Yeah, okay. Rin said dryly. Going to ignore that. She began walking towards his office, and opened the door without hesitation. Hey, old man, heard there was another you around, wanted to see. She said plainly. Ara, a very feminine voice answered back. If it isn't Rin-chan. I couldn't help but pause and stare at Rin's back. The angle meant I couldn't see, but a shudder went down my spine. You can call me Zelretch-chan while I'm here. Her giggle reaching even my ears. Rin, very wisely, closed the door and turned around, walking back to us. She didn't speak, but the blank look on her face said everything as she got on my other side and also curled up into a ball, resting her head on my other thigh. There. I pat her head, same as my boyfriend's. The horror. She whispered. Small omake that popped into my head from chatting in Discord. So, guess which night makes an appearance? And Jean being snarky without being snarky. Chapter 165, Chapter 158. Well, isn't this just lovely? Almost immediately as I walked into the cemetery, I triggered the bounded fields around the place. They weren't entirely defensive in nature, at least not to another magus. They were mainly used to keep away the mundane people. An illusion formed rather quickly, noticeably darkening the entire area. Then a fog rolled in, sparsely covering the ground. Ray Cow was in spirit form, walking close to me, and Sir Wiggles was running around just outside the graveyard. I looked around, noticing many odd and hidden things. The creator of this little trap was quite ingenious. At first, I thought the outer defenses were made to scare away mundane people, but the more I walked, I realized this was just another layer of the trap. Master, we've been walking in circles. Ray Cow called out in my mind. I know, don't worry about it. I replied, as I continued my steady pace. Several illusions layered on top of each other. It wasn't particularly hard to discover, even an average magus would realize what was going on after a little time. A genius though, one of the higher-ups of a long lineage. They would notice quickly, and what would someone with such an arrogant attitude and inflated ego think about such an idiotic little trap? Either have their servant destroy it or do it themselves. I mentally chuckled, looking through Sir Wiggles' eyes to see spell circles carved on many tombstones that were facing away from the path. If the bounded fields were disrupted, I was almost certain they would go off. 'Cause it's a thriller. I hummed, continuing my pace without a care. Really sets the ambience. I glanced to the left, at what should have been an empty space distorted. There was a man now standing there, leaning against a tombstone, wearing black leather and smoking a cigarette. Not many people appreciate the effort. He chuckled. What gave me away? Kind of hoped for some dancing zombies. I wasn't taken by his lackadaisical attitude, he was clearly still on guard. I could imagine his servant was nearby as well. There was only one spot without any traps, wasn't too hard to figure out. I shrugged. HOH, you were able to see through everything then. He took a drag of his cigarette. You're pretty talented then, hey. He flicked his cigarette on the ground before stepping on it. Here's a question, how come I've never seen your face before? Have you tried not wearing sunglasses at night? I asked. Surprisingly he didn't make it look douchey. He just started laughing. Alright, you aren't as bad as those stuffy brats from the association. He noticeably looked down at my hand with the command seals. So, what are you doing here? Oh well, you know. It was a lovely night, I thought why not go for a walk in the local cemetery. Wouldn't be the weirdest thing I've heard from another magus. I let out a sigh. Me too, unfortunately. So, I'm guessing you're a master of red. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. He crossed his arms, but I noticed his fingers almost instinctively edged towards the sawed-off shotgun at his hip. I'm guessing you haven't reached out to the others then, considering you're still up and about. He was silent, staring at me from behind his sunglass, what I was starting to assume were a mystic code. Oh come on, work with me here. I flung my arms up. I walked right into your seat of power, at least give me the courtesy. It's not like you showed yourself to stroke your own ego. You want some information, I want some information. If it's that simple, why don't I just force you to give me answers then? He cocked his head. I let out a long sigh. Really, you want to keep doing this song and dance? I held out my finger, pointing to a tombstone in the distance and fired off a lightning bolt, shattering it, and the illusion around us flickered before it completely dissipated. Though, this man didn't look perturbed in the slightest, it didn't even register on his face. So, you found the anchor, you want a medal? I looked at him again, before pursing my lips. You're doing this on purpose to get a reaction out of me. I grumbled. Well, I can't fault you. How many magi are just batshit insane and hide it behind a thin veil of civility? Humph. He didn't comment one way or the other. At least this man wasn't throwing red flags like that priest was. All right, I'll hear you out. Finally. But I want to hear about what you said of the other Red members first. That's fair, I suppose. I was the one who came to you. I just nodded. Well, I approached a priest at the church in the city, his name was Shiro Kotomine. I spoke, watching for a reaction. That name is familiar, but I can't place it. He grunted. Go on. He seemed quite insist on getting me under his thumb and wasn't slow to remove me when I wasn't being cooperative. Fought with archer and rider, and one more servant I couldn't identify made an appearance, and the priest was calling the shots. He didn't respond again, opting to reach into his pocket and take out another cigarette. Well, shit. He ran a hand through his hair. Guess it was a good thing we held off on reaching out. Something felt off when I got a message from my supposed ally that was going to meet me here. I'm surprised you believe me. I'd like to think I'm good at reading people. Not that I'm not going to confirm things myself, later. He shrugged. So what you want, an alliance? I wouldn't be against it. And how do you expect to split the wish at the end, or are you going to give me some trite like we won't fight until only we're left and settle it then? 'Cause that's just asking for a backstab. He snorted. That depends, what's your wish? Maybe I can grant it without the grail. I offered. Don't recognize you, so I doubt it. Unless you're some hidden super child of some renowned family. You never know. I grinned. I guess I got nothing to lose. I want what most Magus families want, prosperity for my family. He said almost lazily. I could make sure your family is supported and has ample resources without them being attacked for several generals. I offered. Yeah right, pull the other one, brat. He snorted. But an alliance isn't a bad idea. He looked to the side and his servant materialized. But you see, my saber over here thinks we can take on everyone ourselves. At his words, the servant slammed their sword into the ground. The servant wore full-bodied armor, silver with red decorations. A regal silver sword in their hand, and their helmet had horns protruding from the side that made them appear a bit more intimidating. Oh, Shorty over there thinks they can solo all the other servants. I pointed towards the saber servant. Shorty. The servant spoke for the first time, something garbled their voice that made it impossible to identify their gender. You wanna say that to my face, you limey beanpole? Take off your helmet and I will. I smirked. Saber. The master spoke up, calming his servant down. Tisk. The saber servant clicked their tongue in annoyance but didn't argue. Well, you seem so confident, I'll just leave then, let you get on with your business. I threw my arms up in defeat. Though, one quick question. How are you going to deal with Ryder's invincibility to anyone not possessing divinity? He was obviously being difficult to eke out an advantage in this alliance I came here to maybe establish. To show that we needed him more than he needed us. It was also a way to get a clue to his servant's identity. God damn it! The master grunted, face palming. Seriously? Yup. I nodded. Achilles. A little bit of goodwill, and it would hurt that priest's plans in the long run if I revealed his identity. Fuck. Alright, you ready to talk for real? I offered. His weakness was obvious, the body part was even named after him. But that didn't really diminish him much in my eyes. The servant was obscenely fast and very skilled. Once you started aiming for his heel, he would know right away and be able to counter. Survived 2 servants and one of them was Achilles. Your servant must be pretty damn strong then. His hinting was obvious. Well, you showed me yours, I'll show you mine. I gestured for Rei Cao to come out as she appeared right next to me. Meet Saber. I introduced. You fucking what? The real Saber blurted out. As their master just raised an eyebrow. Insects shouldn't speak unless they want to be stepped upon. Rei Cao looked at Saber darkly. Bitch, you wanna go? The Saber servant grabbed their sword, pointing it at Rei Cao. Saber. Their master sighed, placing a hand on their armor before looking at me again. I'm sure I have the only Saber servant for the red faction. Really? Let's compare the two. My Saber is so refined, elegant, beautiful. She carries herself with such tact and regality, while yours just struts around like a brute. Clearly you must have summoned Berserker. Want to jerk me around in a conversation? Turnabout is fair play. Master. Rei Cao turned red, smiling happily. I think I heard Saber growl from this far enough, and surprisingly, red lightning began to crackle around them. See? Getting mad at some little words. I gestured towards the servant. Saber's master face-palmed. Hee hee. Humph. Saber reined herself in, the lightning dissipating and sword returning to the ground. I'm the greatest knight, I won't be goaded by some 2-bit flamboyant spellcaster. I ignored her attempts at insults. Greatest knight, huh? Should I call you Lancelot then? I hazarded a guess, but I didn't find it likely. The armor around her helmet shifted and churned. It adjusted itself as the helmet moved away from her face, revealing what was underneath. What part of me looks like that disloyal, philandering, adultering bastard? She suddenly shouted. Artoria. I suddenly blurted out as I saw her face for the first time, ignoring her outburst. Her head snapped at me, eyes meeting mine. The fuck did you just call me? A wild Mordred appears. Just a heads up, I may not be able to write tomorrow, been having work issues all week and there's a good chance I'll be working very late Saturday. Chapter 166, Chapter 159. Well, you bastard. Saber raised her voice. Where the hell did you hear that name? The venom was practically leaking from her mouth. Well, fuck. Guess I know who she is. Mordred Pendragon, the Knight of Treachery. And I have absolutely no idea on how to treat her. Artoria had been evasive on her feelings towards Mordred, but I at least think she doesn't hold an absolute hatred for the younger knight. No idea what you're talking about. I glanced at Saber's master who remained silent and had made no move to interrupt us. Well, I can't fault him. It was probably the wisest decision to get information, to let Mordred rampage a little bit. Bullshit. She jabbed her finger at me. You called me that name after seeing my face. She growled. I let out a sigh. You're surprisingly perceptive. Perceptive my ass, anyone would have noticed something so obvious. She scowled. That's why I called it surprising. That's it. Her gauntlet-clad hand crackled with red lightning. Really? One of Artoria's knights is acting like a common thug. I crossed my arms, staring at her. That actually made her stop, but her hands clenched tight and her furious expression didn't change. You do know. She spat out. How do you know about father? The number of people who knew his true name could be counted on one hand. Actually, I'm surprised you knew. But I guess Morgan would have told you. I shrugged. Don't speak that witch's name near me. Mordred angry words reverberated in air along with a manifestation of red lightning around her. Well, don't touch the Morgan button, got it? That's fair, I've heard quite a few unkind things about her. Stop spouting bullshit and tell me the truth. She stomped on the ground, cracking the area. Rei Cao made a move, but I held my hand up stopping her. I let out a long sigh, and ran a hand through my hair. Was there a reason not to be truthful? It's not like this information could come back to bite me. Fine, what do you want to know? Where's father, how do you know him? At my house, and we're in a relationship. I said bluntly. She blinked, I guess she didn't expect me to be so forthcoming. What? She blurted out. She's at my house. I stated. Which was, technically true. No. The other part, the fuck did you just say? We're in a relationship. I said dryly. She's my girlfriend. Die. She said simply, raising her sword towards me. I closed my eyes and sighed, the swinging of her blade was caught by Rei Cao. Fuck off you cow! Mordred roared, bursting with lightning. The insects sure are noisy tonight. Rei Cao smiled innocently towards the night, as she too crackled with her own purple lightning, overpowering Mordred. With an explosive burst of power, I saw Mordred shoot off into the distance. Don't kill her! I sent towards Rei Cao over our mental link. But master, it's hard to not crush such annoying bugs. Her cheerful voice really did contrast the killing intent that was wafting off her, and I don't think it entirely had to do with Mordred. I should do something nice for her later. Neither of us can help her odd state of mind. Please. I will ensure I do not kill her. It sounded a bit strained, but I figured that was the best I would get. And I did promise not to fight for now. I had a thought though. That's Mordred Pendragon. She never had a proper mother. Rei Cao didn't respond, but I think I touched a soft spot for her. At least, I don't think she would intentionally do anything to Mordred. Well, that escalated. I turned towards Mordred's master. I wonder how long it'll take Saber to realize the holes in what you said. The older man mused, not upset at the turn of events apparently. Probably just needs to get this out of her system. I shrugged. Funnily enough, I don't think she would have actually swung at me if my servant wasn't there to stop her. The man grunted. So, King Arthur. He raised an eyebrow over his sunglasses. What? Nothing. Is it really that hard to believe? You got a female Mordred running around. I gestured to the fighting happening a little ways away. Nice try, you big cow-tit bimbo. Mordred's jeering could be heard quite clearly. Ah, is the child envious of a real woman? Rei Cao countered. Rah! I turned away, focusing back on Saber's master. True. He nodded, seemingly accepting that. I hope my bounded fields last long enough for them to finish, otherwise we may need to move. Maybe, maybe not. Things might get a bit more exciting in a bit, this is the first true night of the war. I looked up at the sky, the stars shining bright this far away from large concentrations of civilization. I guess you're not as naive as I thought. He grunted again. Never did get your name. It's polite to introduce yourself first. I pointed out. Kari Sisigu. He replied. Oh, I have heard of you, just never had the chance to put a face to the name. I rubbed my chin. A very practical mercenary, very high completion rate for assignments. I remember something vague about your family being cursed. He snorted. Your name? I took a jar of sake out of my ring, along with 2 cups. Want a drink? I offered. He raised an eyebrow. Trying to hide your family? Haha, not really in the way you think. I scratched my head. I have no fear of retaliation nor anything like that. But I don't think you'll like what I have to say. I've worked with the worst sorts, the arrogant brats of the noble families all the way to the lowest scum that like to use children as materials. He flicked his unused cigarette to the side. And all the church executors in between, there really isn't any. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I cut him off. He stopped, processing that little bit of information. He opened his mouth, but I spoke again. Yes, that Schweinorg. His jaw snapped shut, palm quickly connecting to his face. Fuck me. He groaned before regaining his composure. Yeah, I'd like that drink, please. Just like that, he walked over, and plopped himself onto the ground, seemingly uncaring about keeping his guard up. I shrugged, sitting down with him, and poured us drinks. Sake, hey? Haven't had any good sake in a few years since I did a job back in Japan. He downed it in one go, letting out a breath. Oh yeah, that's some high-quality stuff. Genuine yukai make. I mimicked his actions, drinking from my cup. Of course it is. He didn't question it. So, you're related to the Kaleidoscope? Grandson. I responded. Also a magician, if you're wondering. Well, I expected nothing else with my luck. He rubbed his temples. I did not ask for enough to do this job. You're being surprisingly casual. I'm not from a big and noble family that can ignore someone dropping the Kaleidoscope's name. He gave me a look. Nor am I stupid enough to cross his apparent grandson. My offer from before still stands. The one about prosperity for my family? Well, that seems a lot more probable now. He admitted. But Saber isn't going to relent, regardless of who you're related to. Yeah, I figured. Well, I may have a way to change her mind depending on her wish, so who knows? Did she happen to tell you? Even if she did. Yeah. Realized as soon as I said it that it was inappropriate to ask like that. It could be something really personal, so it would be rude to go around her back to ask. So, King Arthur. He quirked a smile. Different world line, different Grail war. She and her master won. Her master is grandfather's student, so we met like that. I liked her, so I asked her out on a date, and the rest is history. Hey! Sounds more boring than I expected. With a shout, Mordred came sliding in towards us, the ground bursting at her steps. Master! What's the big idea? I had her. You called her back. I raised an eyebrow towards Carrie. That's enough, Saber. I'm formally accepting an alliance. He stated. Master. Ray Cow also appeared right beside me. I have fulfilled your command at great effort, the insect still remains after receiving my blade. And this bitch keeps going. Mordred looked ready for round 2. Alright, let's calm down. I stood up, getting between them. Fuck off, you dandy boy. Don't think I forgot what you said about my father, like he'd ever look at someone like you. Mordred angrily shouted, even if her presence sort of dimmed, receding with her intent to fight. If I hear some crap about you and father again, I'll take your head myself. She scoffed. For someone who ended their father's life, you seem really protective of her. Was kind of cute if I were being honest. Fuck you. Father is perfect, you don't deserve to even say his name. She scowled. If he was here right now, I would fight him and claim my right. My lips curled up, and I ignored her outburst. You can call me daddy if you want. I'll kill you. Carrie grabbed Saber as she flailed around angrily. You're just like that flowery bastard. Mordred continued. Saying a bunch of bullshit just to annoy people for a jest. I'm not buying it. I took out my phone, pressing on it a few times before holding it up to Mordred. What is that? Her eyes widened. It was a simple picture of Artoria. I slid my finger across the screen, changing to a new picture. She hesitantly reached out for it, and I let her take it from my hands as she continued to move through the pictures herself. Father looks happy. She whispered. Non-canon make, I can stop whenever I want, the harem is never too big. What's going on here? I walked in the room, and everyone stopped chatting, immediately staring at me. Wilhelm. Artoria stood up, grabbing my attention. We need to have a talk. Those words are never good. This is an intervention. She clarified. Intervention for what? I'm not addicted to drugs, nor am I an alcoholic. Admittedly, I do drink a lot, but it isn't a huge aspect that warps my life or anything. Will. She said dryly. Look around the room, if you can't see what's wrong, then that just exacerbates the issue. I see nothing wrong. I crossed my arms. Just a bunch of my girls all in one place, what's the issue? Artoria let out a long sigh. Then give a roll call. I rolled my eyes, but played along. Artoria. I pointed towards her. Then turned to look at the others. Artoria alter. Her alter version gave me a nod, but she too looked a bit pensive. Artoria Lancer. Her grown-up version gave me a beautiful smile, as always. Artoria Lancer alter. How she continues to give me such a sultry look even when not trying, I don't understand. Goddess wrong Ominiad. The goddess version of Artoria gave an expressionless nod. Mysterious Heroine X, Mysterious Heroine XX, Mysterious Heroine X alter, Artoria Castor, Artoria Lily, A&D. I paused. Wait, who's that Artoria in a lion costume? We don't know. My original Artoria answered. And why is there a male version of you here? I jabbed my finger at the male King Arthur in the corner. Moral support. He waved. Oh, okay. I waved back. But I don't see the issue here. Really? Artoria said dryly, and she swept her hands around the room. You see no problem with this. It's just my harem, I don't understand. I was about to answer, but the door behind me burst open, Rin stomping in. Are you guys almost done yet? We need our turn too. She huffed. Ishtar and Space Ishtar keep fighting, and my counter-guardian version just keeps egging them on, and Ereshkigal is crying in a corner from both them insulting her. Artoria turned and gave me a deadpanned look. What? I looked at her in confusion. Early chapter again, woo. Just a heads up, next week is going to be super fucking chaotic for me, I guarantee no chapters these next few days, but I'll try my best. Also wanted to add a little omake that popped into my head when I was talking about my plans for the harem with someone. Chapter 167, Chapter 160. Mordred POV. I don't understand it. Why? WHY. Why does father look so happy? I wanted to crush this strange device, this little contraption that showed these ridiculous images. Yet, I was unable to stop myself from burning every single image into my memory. Why do all of these show father's smile when I was never able to receive one? I almost choked when the next image appeared. How? It showed father and this, Magus, kissing? What? No, I don't believe it. Never, this could never be true. I'll kill this fucker for trying to deceive me with this bullshit. Even if father wished to find a suitable queen, this bastard is far from worthy. Which he definitely isn't, because father is perfect and wouldn't ever deem this idiot worth his time. Humph. Saber, you okay? Master's voice rang in my ears through our link. I'm fine. If you... I said I'm fine. All right, then I'm going to start the negotiations for our alliance. Whatever. I ignored him as I kept going through all the pictures on this strange thing. Other people had started appearing. A woman, a Magus most likely. She had black hair and twin tails. Father looked like he got along with her well. Good, father already has a new retinue. I would expect nothing less from him. A non-human woman with blue skin. An old man who also looks like a Magus and gives me the strangest feeling of déjà vu. It was almost as if I was looking at that flowery bastard. Another woman with blonde hair and blue robes who looked important. I would also remember their faces so I could find father after I win this war. When I finally get my wish and pull forth Caliban and earn my birthright, I can show father how worthy I am. Then he'll know how wrong he was. I couldn't help gut growl as most of these images were filled with that bastard mage's face. I had to resist the urge to hit him in his very punchable face. Pretty fancy tech you got there. I looked up as Master eyed the device in my hand. I also took a second look at it. I didn't really give a shit about things like this, but Master thought it was important or something. Time and space. The bastard replied with cheeky smile that I wanted to slap off his face. Hey, so how long until? Give it 20 years at most. The bastard shrugged. Got any investment advice? Master chuckled. I didn't know what they were talking about, but Master was no fool. The fact that he was able to summon me proved it. This kind of crap was never my strong suit, even Mother gave up on trying to teach me it, which is an achievement in of itself now that I think about it. Mother was not one to relent. It doesn't matter. Even father had subordinates that handle all that bothersome stuff. If it ever became an issue I would just need to find someone like Agravain. Even when running the kingdom, he always found time to help me when I was troubled by something, though we rarely spoke. I can add a list of stuff after we settle our business. The bastard's voice grated on my ears again. So, what do you want? Master asked. I won't sign my life away, but I'm willing to work together. I don't have a wish, I'm planning on taking the Grail itself. What did you just say? I snapped my head towards that arrogant lout. Would you just calm down and listen? He sighed. I swear, you're exactly like Artoria described. Father spoke about me. Not that I care. I know how great I am, I don't need anyone to sing my praises, especially not him. What did he say? Arrogant, rash, headstrong. He started listing off. Humph, I didn't care anyways. But above all, a good night. Oh, of course. I turned away to ignore his stupid smile. I'm the greatest knight, that much is obvious. Stupid Magus, saying shit like that. Why is there a need to say something so obvious? Just a child. That bastard's servant laughed at me. The fuck you just say? I couldn't hear over the sound of your cow udders slapping together. I sneered at the other servant. A little girl who doesn't know the charms of a real woman. She pushed up her breasts and I saw that bastard Magus sneak a glance. Hey you bastard! I ignored the cow, grabbing my sword and held the tip towards the stupid Magus. Don't you dare look at other women. If I ever find out you cheated on father, I'll castrate you myself. How dare he even look at another when father chose him? Is it a bad time to say I have a harem? My eyes widened as I stared at the foppish asshole. Is my father not good enough for you? How dare this lowly scum? Saber. Master spoke up, drawing my attention. Deal with personal stuff later. I let out a grunt but obliged. It was unbecoming of a knight to go against the word of the one they swore themselves to, even if it was temporary. At least I wouldn't have to find another place to bury the body when I'm finished. Fine, but I still want to explanation on the Grail. I scowled. That's a valid point. Saber agreed to the contract with me based on the promise of a wish. I can't agree to this alliance if that's denied. Good. My master has honor at least. I hate dealing with people most of the time, just a selfish lot. Humans are just disappointing. If there's one thing I hate the most, it's humans who forget their debts when it's convenient for them. I need to know your wish before I can claim anything. I looked him over, I still couldn't understand what father saw in him. He looked frail, weak, and timid. My wish is to pull the sword from the stone and prove my kingship. Oh. What? I snapped at him. Got a problem with my wish? On the contrary, actually. He gave a thumbs. That's a good wish, I approve. Fuck you, I don't need your approval. I snorted. Why would I care what anyone else thinks? I'm doing this for me. Would father approve? Why am I even think like that? It doesn't matter, I'll do it anyways and prove father wrong. Well, I have two thoughts. First, I know where Caliban is, and I could get it for you. The annoying Magus spoke, but his words drew my attention. Impossible, the sword was shattered. Even if some fool reforged it, the blade would never be the same. I scowled at the thought. Maybe only that flowery asshole could properly put the sword back together, but he rarely did anything useful. Well, the Caliban in this world, maybe. He smirked. It was the same smirk as the flowery asshole when he knew things others didn't. Or I could possibly send you back in time to before Artoria pulled it so you could have a go. I rolled my eyes at his bravado. Not even Merlin or my mother couldn't achieve something like that. And you, a magus in this era, think they can time travel? I was not a magus, nor did I have the inclination to consider it, but I picked up a few things being around mother for longer than I liked. Stupid. Do you think you're a magician? He interrupted me. I never did introduce myself. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, grandson to Zelretch, and master of the second true magic. Him, a magician. The Grail gave my knowledge on the difference between magic and magecraft, filling in some gaps that mother never cared to tell me. I knew what a magician was, and what the second true magic was as well. The specifics were annoying and I didn't care to think about it, but... You're still not good enough for father. I'll get you to call me daddy someday. I'll kill myself before that happens. I glared. I think we're getting off topic. Master interjected. Saber, are these terms okay with you? I didn't really care where Caliban was, nor which one it was. As long as it was Caliban, and it still worked, that was fine with me. And as a bonus, maybe I actually can time travel, go back, get the sword, and kick Merlin in the balls. Fine. I accepted. You better not be lying to me. I narrowed my eyes, sword gripped tight. And we're going to have a talk later. This bastard was going to tell me everything, even if I had to beat it out of him. Wilhelm POV. It was easy enough to get Mordred to agree. Still having trouble getting a proper read on her though. Admittedly, Artoria had not spoke much of Mordred, but she was described almost perfectly. She's kind of cute as well, I wanted to keep teasing her. I also wanted to sit down with Mordred and talk to her, maybe get to know her better if Artoria expressed interest in building something with her wayward knight and child. So, what I want is a simple alliance with help for my goals. I'm going to steal the Grail, and would like your help. Before we begin, what do you want? I asked Carrie. To steal the Grail from the Igmalenia family, while the Red faction also has a vested interest in attaining it. He reiterated, giving me a look. Yes, yes. It's dangerous and going to be difficult, just shoot me a price. I have rare materials, money, or other things. Want some spells? You're a necromancer, I do have some stuff you've probably never seen about necromancy before. Since Meridia was my woman, I would respect her wishes and not meddle with the craft. But that didn't mean I was without the knowledge or resources regarding it. Tempting. He nodded. How are you with curses? He asked. Oh right. The curse on your bloodline, or was it your family? I only vaguely know the details, to be honest. But I have confidence in my ability to remove it regardless. I tapped my chin, trying to think of any scenario where I couldn't help him. Even if I couldn't do anything about it myself, I know people who could without a doubt. I can accept that. He was quick to believe my words, which caught me by surprise. You're being awfully trusting. I eyed him suspiciously. I haven't even heard you mention Aegis since we started talking. That should have been the first words out of your mouth as a proper magus. He didn't immediately respond. He took out another cigarette, putting it in his mouth. He didn't light it, leading me to believe it was more of a physical tic than anything. More of a spellcaster these days. He chuckled. But in any other situation, I'd have taken out one of a handful of geese scrolls I already had prepared. But to a magician, would that even mean anything? You said you could solve my curse issue without much hassle, would a geese really bind you? No. I admitted. I had several ways I could get around it. And if I wanted to, I could just go to Meridia and have her remove it. I doubt it could stand up to the power of a goddess like that. What's the plan then? Play to my pride. He shrugged. Better than a powerless piece of paper. I would think you'd at least care about the Schweinorg name being dragged through the mud. You are a smart man. I praised. I'll be sure to drop your name to my grandfather in case he ever has any jobs. I can't tell if that's a punishment or a reward. Yes. Carrie chuckled. Well, an in with the wizard marshal couldn't hurt me at this point, I guess. So, curse taken care of. Can we talk about money? 4 times your payment for accepting this job initially. He whistled in surprise. Done. And if possible, can I get some protection for my family? Some vultures have been circling ever since it's been made public that I was going to be the last generation. The lackadaisical way he said it, I don't know if he was being sincere about his desire or not. I'll make sure the pests are taken care of. Wouldn't be too hard. Zelretch mentioning a casual word would have them running for the hills. I'll accept this deal and formally the alliance. Kara declared. So, what's the plan? Non-canon make the secrets of Shi Xiao's training, Part 1. Well, this is fucking deplorable. I looked around at the wasted city of Fuyuki. So this is a singularity. Yeah, it's pretty scary. The other master, Ritsuka Fujimaru, stood beside me. Senpai. Mashu the demi-servant spoke softly. We'll get through this together. Right, Mashu. Ritsuka smiled brightly, only for a white furball to jump on his shoulder. Fu. He squeaked out. You too, Fu. He laughed. And how the hell are we supposed to get through this? We only have one servant, and she doesn't even know the name of her noble phantasm. The last member of our little group spat out, the director of Chaldea, Olga Marie Animusphere. Well, not quite without any servants. I looked to the side. How about you come out, you damn mutt? Oh. A man walked out from the shadows, long blue hair and robes, carrying a wooden staff. That was a pretty specific insult there. It's almost like I know who you are. I grinned. He laughed. Seriously? I didn't think I was famous enough to be recognized at first glance. He shrugged. And what makes you think I'm not your enemy? Please, like you could hide your bloodlust when facing someone in a fight. He burst out laughing. You really know who I am? All right, I'm curious, how? Same teacher. I said bluntly. He almost choked as the words reached him. Are you fucking with me? Nope. Shit. Yet. Hey, I guess that makes us brothers or something. He scratched his head. Well, guess I'll introduce myself proper. See you, Kulane, caster servant. What the hell is going on? Olga screamed. Got a new servant. I shot her a thumbs up. She let out a sigh, rubbing her temples. Okay. This is good. Now we just have to form a contract with Caster, and we have 2 servants. She bit her thumb. But this idiot has no idea what he's doing. She huffed, looking at Ritsuka. Sorry. He apologized. Don't apologize, be better. Olga shouted. Director. I put a hand on her shoulder. Let me handle this. Between me and see you over there, we can get Ritsuka up to fighting shape in no time. What nonsense are you speaking? We're in the middle of a singularity, what could you possible do? Oi, brat, you think about doing the thing. See, you looked at me. Yet, with your help, I think we can pull it off. I nodded towards him. I've never done it before. He scratched his head. Yet, but we both experienced it with her. Experiencing it and doing it are two different things. The corners of his lips curled up. But shit, if this ain't something I wanted to do for a while. He laughed. What the hell, I'm in. What are you two talking about? Olga shouted in frustration. Me and Cu shared a look. Training montage. We said at the same time. So something people need to remember. Mordred is only like 10 years old or something like that. Her growth was accelerated by Morgan, so she isn't exactly the most, I don't want to say unstable, but she definitely has a weird thought process. She doesn't know how to parse her feelings towards Artoria. On a side note, I didn't expect to be able to get something out today. Work is really fucking bad right now. I worked 12 hours and expect to do the same the next few days, so I'm just going to say not to expect a chapter tomorrow or Wednesday. Chapter 168, Interlude 7. Izanami POV. Izanami, you made it. I walked through the veils of reality, and was immediately greeted with Persephone grabbing me into a hug. Hello, Persephone, it's a pleasure to see you again. You look lovely, is that a new dress? I kindly greeted the younger deity back. Am I the first to arrive? My hubby had it made for me for the occasion. Arachne barely accepts commissions from our side of the world these days, but he somehow managed to get this made in time. She beamed with pride. And a few came early, come on. She eagerly dragged me through the Greek underworld, easily navigating the layers of this sub-reality until we stepped to the area she was hosting us. With the brief pleasantries, Persephone disappeared again, attending to other duties while the other guests arrived. It wasn't particularly extravagant, but then again, there wasn't a need to show off to us. It was more appreciated to have a smaller and warmer feel than anything. Izanami. Lady Izanami. Two voices greeted me. Oh Ereshkigal, it's been too long. The smaller girl also came for a hug. This girl had always been a loner, even by our standards. It didn't help that much of her pantheon was gone, faded into oblivion or otherwise killed. A quick greeting and I faced the second person. Lord Yama, it's always a pleasure. One of the few deities that attends this little event that could claim to be my peer in age. Are we strangers? I thought you were calling me just Yama. The man laughed. Then what's with this Lady Izanami nonsense? I pursed my lips, earning another chuckle from him. Sorry, been having the bigwigs visiting my little corner so much these past few years, it just slipped out. He held his hands up in apology. Speaking of big, that big-headed, bald buffoon isn't here, is he? I took a glance around. Yama scratched his head awkwardly. Aha! No. Kesidagarba isn't here. I wasn't going to invite him again after the last time. Izanami. Ereshkigal happily tugged on my sleeve. You'll never guess what happened. Something good happened in Kur. I questioned. I got over 100 new souls since our last meeting. She did a fist pump into the air. I looked up at Yama, who looked away, a little red on his face. I held back a chuckle at the predicament. It was a not-so-subtle secret that Yama kicked a soul or two back to Kur every now and then for the younger deity. Yama's bosses would get very upset if they found he was doing something like that. Souls for a pantheon means power, none would willingly give up a single one without benefits or a fight. Despite his intimidating appearance, he was a big softy at heart. I'm happy for you. I patted the girl on the head, and she smiled brightly. I remembered when she came into existence, such a cute little thing. Accidentally stumbled into Yomi in her younger years, it was quite humorous to see her throw out so many apologies. She came to visit several times after that. I could still recall when she was covered in tears because her sister had spread rumors she married that stupid bull. How's the turnout look this year? Yama asked, moving towards a table set out with refreshments and snacks. Haven't spoken with the others in a while, I have no idea. To be honest, I almost forgot about this meeting until just recently. I shrugged. Aaron isn't coming. He's going with Lug and some other Celtic gods to a meeting with the angels. Ereshkigal spoke up. Ah, I had almost forgotten about that little relationship. I swear, it's like watching two teenagers try and flirt. The Celtic god of death, his wife died many centuries ago when the world was pulled into the Great War that took the Lord of Heaven. Him and Ereshkigal had gotten a little bit close since then, and it's a bit cute how those two kids act. I'm here. The area exploded in a burst of darkness as a jackal-faced man walked into the room. Anubis, good to see you. Yama greeted. The Egyptian god shot a thumbs up. It's great to finally get a break, been looking forward to this for too long. He grinned. Isn't I, Ereshkigal, you ladies are looking great. Damn it, you beat me. Another voice filled the room. Hell, the Norse goddess of death walked out of her own little portal. She sent a glare towards the Egyptian god. Better luck next time. He grinned. I wasn't quite sure on their relationship, but they were friends and had been for a long time. I heard they used to play when they were children, but not much more than that. Hell, you're looking good. I gave the Nordic goddess a look. Her hair was done up, and her wardrobe was changed. You think? She looked down at herself. She'd always been a bit of a tomboy, but she was wearing a dress this time. Thought it was time for a change. Girl, you lookin' fine. Anubis gestured with some finger guns. There was a small silence before Anubis and Hell broke out into fits of giggles. Nirns, that was horrible. Couldn't help it. The jackal-faced man laughed along. But what's up? Do I need to go kick Baldr's ass? Hell let out a tired sigh. I'm done with him, he won't bother to even look my way even after everything I've done. Honey, you need to find a man who treats you right. I pat her shoulder. Hell was infatuated with Baldr, but the latter never returned her affections. She's right, you deserve better. Ereshkigal was quick to offer comfort. As antisocial as the Sumerian goddess was, she could apparently read the room well. Oh ho ho, just give the word, I know a few kids who would be right up your alley. Yama added, stroking his beard. If you suggest horse face or ox head, I'm going to shave that beard off your chin. Hell deadpanned towards the eastern death god. Yama cleared his throat and turned away in embarrassment. Anubis burst out laughing and even Hell started to giggle. Takamagahara above. I face-palmed. At least you didn't bring those two again as well. I liked them. Anubis spoke up. Oh, you would, doghead. Hell joked. Hey. He ran a hand through his fur. Don't diss the head, you know how hard it is to keep my fur this gorgeous? Besides, they're good deities, even with their eccentrices. Feel free to take them then. Yama said without hesitation. Heavens no, they constantly annoy me about getting a vacation. The older god grumbled. I give them vacations. Why do they always complain about work? Don't listen to them, you're a good boss, old man. How many other gods offer vacation time, sick days, and time off like you do? And the pay is well known even over in Egypt. Anubis pat his shoulder. Maybe I should take a page out of their books and just be always drunk. His shoulders slumped. Rough few centuries. I asked. Don't even get me started. Yama groaned. I have to juggle several pantheonic underworlds and their respective heads. The Jade Emperor at least gives me respect as the manager of Huang Kuang, but Indra just turns his nose up at me whenever he comes down, as if I'm so far below him that I should be happy he even showed up in my presence. I don't envy him having to deal with Indra, while also appeasing the Buddhists and the heavenly bureaucracy. There's a reason he's the most senior among us, and I wouldn't even dispute that title nor want it. That reminds me. Lightning Head came down the other day, looking for the soul of one of his playthings or something. Apparently one of his latest toys died over in Japan and he's a little miffed. He turned towards me. He couldn't find it and left in a huff, so be warned he may come over and cause trouble. I let out a sigh. Okay, so I should expect him to arrogantly drop into Yomi and demand a soul from me, Joy. I said dryly. Sorry. Yama lowered his head. Not your fault. I gave him a small smile. If you're looking to take some stress off, ever consider getting an animal protector? Even just a familiar might breathe new life into the place. I thought of Wilhelm's Sir Wiggles, and I considered getting myself something to keep me company as well. Oh, I agree. Hell exclaimed. Garmr is such a good boy, and I couldn't even think about him not being there with me through everything. I have no divine guardian myself, but I keep many different dogs in my own corner. Anubis added. It does brighten up the place to have them all around. Even Hades has his Cerberus. Ereshkigal looked contemplative. And all this talk makes me want one too. I heard my name. The realm shuddered, voice booming as the last person entered the area. He took on the appearance of a skeleton, but still looked rather regal. Were you waiting for someone to mention you? I deadpanned. He was. Persephone answered. The regal skeleton slumped his shoulders, the atmosphere returning to normal. Dear, why must you ruin the mood? Hades let out a sigh. Leave the posturing for those lesser gods, sweetie. She playfully pat his shoulder. Can we still talk about that? I still feel kind of bad. Hell silently waved towards Persephone, getting one in return. It was so awkward, they wouldn't stop trying to show off or grandstand. Hell waved her hand flippantly. And when we didn't respond to it, they just kept doubling down like they thought they were winning or something. We've tried to expand this little circle in the past. Death gods from lesser pantheons and such. But they acted just as she said, continuously trying to one-up one another, or show off in some way. We come here to get away from all that, so it was very much not welcomed. Ugh, I don't even want to remember that. Yama groaned again. With how much you drank, can you remember it? Anubis laughed. Unfortunately. Yama huffed. Anyone else have some of them try to reach out afterwards, trying to win some kind of favor. Wait, really? Anubis looked shocked, and we all shook our heads. Of course it was only me. Why do I always get the crazies? Yama slumped his shoulders again. Let me guess, you were too polite to tell them to go away. I asked. Haha, you know me too well. Yama laughed. Well, I found a use for those two idiots at least. They never did return after spending some time with Horseface and Oxhead. Forget my torments, just let me borrow those two and I wouldn't need anything else. Hades shook his head before perking up. Now that I think about it, it might keep my brothers from just popping in whenever they want. He looked at Yama with a gleam in his eye sockets. Hey there, bonehead, hands off. Yama chuckled. Those two are my idiots. As much as Yama complains about them, he would never betray his subordinates like that. Oh. Hades looked down at his hands. Forgot I still was like this. His body shimmered, a shadowy energy enveloped him and the bones were peeled away, revealing something underneath. He now looked like a man, albeit handsome with long black hair. Ah, that's better. There's my handsome man. Persephone kissed him on the cheek. Their relationship was really cute. It was so strange seeing you like that for the first time. I couldn't help but respond. I never did hear the story behind that skeleton form. But he flipped his hand. Mortals spinning strange tales about me, it just kind of happened. It does add to your underworld ambience. Anubis gestured around. Though he was speaking about the underworld as a whole, not this small little spot they made to host us. Did you redecorate? Persephone convinced me for something more modern. He looked down at his wife happily. The dreary look was so last millennia. She nodded. Perhaps I should give Yomi a makeover. I thought out loud. Oh, if you do, please call me. I'd love to give a hand. Persephone looked enthused by the idea. I wouldn't mind helping too, it might give me ideas in the future. Hel smiled. Thought about changing things up on my end too. Speaking of changing things up. Persephone eyed Hel. Girl, you're looking good. Oh, you. Hel beamed. I wanted to try something new. Going to put myself out there and try to meet someone. Tell me if you want some help, I'll be your wing girl. Persephone giggled. That girl, ever the social butterfly. Speaking of meeting someone. Anubis spoke up. Saw something interesting on that devil net. Anubis had a twinkle in his eyes. Something about a giant monster and robot fight over in America with help from two mysterious strangers. I regret nothing. I said firmly. Ora, it was you. I saw it and couldn't believe it. Anubis burst out laughing. What happened? Persephone perked up. I was out with a friend, visiting America when a monster appeared. It looked very similar to one that shows up in various Japanese media, and I wished for a souvenir. I said plainly. I heard of that. Hades spoke up. Wait, really? Ereshkigal looked surprised. You don't normally keep up with mortal dealings, especially with things involving devils. Those bats. Hades grumbled. The only good thing to come from their existence is the devil net. Hubby does love his shows. His wife giggled. Well, this is a surprise. I eyed him. All that talk about annoying fallen angels and devils, and here you are. Bah, I still hate them. The Greek god huffed. So noisy, always causing trouble. Do you have any idea how many times one of them accidentally stumbled into my underworld from theirs? A lot. A lot. He exclaimed. And those damned evil pieces of theirs. One particular devil who accidentally stumbled into my realm, who just so happened to have one of those abominable things, and just so happened to try and force it on one of my reapers. Oh, don't even get me started on them. Yama nodded along. Had a few of them try to sneak into Huangquang when those things first came out. The corners of my lips curled up as his mention of Huangquang. Technically, his underworld had many names based on him being involved with several pantheons. He specifically calls it Huangquang to annoy Indra. The Hindu equivalent being Naraka. I had the same. Hel looked annoyed as well. They never made it to my underworld. Anubis didn't really care much. He hated the angels more than the devils by a large margin, and it was understandable why. They never came to Kur. Ereshkigal looked dejected. Oh sweetie. Persephone was quick to console the Sumerian goddess, who was almost like the little sister of the group. It was amusing because Persephone was the youngest among us and Ereshkigal was technically only below me and Yama in seniority. Cerberus just had some puppies. Hades muttered. Too many for me to take care of, if you want one of his pups. Really? The Sumerian goddess perked up. You can pick one out later. The Greek god nodded awkwardly before turning to me. But speaking of devils. Oh yes. I forgot I never did explain what I was doing. When I appeared in the Greek underworld, I merely requested access to deliver something to the devils, the bloodied body in my hands. Hades just looked absolutely delighted and easily accepted my request with a comment hoping we'd catch up at this next meeting. Oh, I heard about that. Yama looked at me with interest as well. Something about you throwing the broken body of that Lucifer's subordinate on his doorstep with a warning? Well done. He praised. That lot had been getting a bit too arrogant lately just because they had that brat enter the top 10. Wait, what happened? Hel asked. You didn't know? I sent you the story. Anubis looked towards Hel. I can't ever figure out how to work those contraptions. She pouted. It was funny how quickly we all took with such technology, except for Hel. I think anything remotely modern just explodes in her hand. Well, when you're segregated from most others, you tend to find ways to amuse yourself. Something that allows us to connect to the entire supernatural world? That would be welcomed even for people like Hades that has a very obvious dislike for the propagators. There isn't much to say. I shrugged. Okada Tsuji, his knight was causing problems for a friend of mine. They ended up fighting and I delivered him back to his master. A friend or a friend? Persephone's eyes sparkled. We're just friends. I huffed, crossing my arms. That's the Satan's bastard, right? Hades ignored his wife's antics. Indeed. I pursed my lips. Wilhelm is a half-devil, with Japanese ancestry. But he has no dealings with the Abrahamic factions. Hades just grunted and gave a nod. He has some sense at least. Lucifer's bastard, hey. Anubis rubbed his chin. He is much a monster as his old man. Again, everyone looked at me expectantly. I guess it couldn't be helped. As much as most dislike the devil faction for various reasons, none could deny that Surtsk's Lucifer was one of the strongest beings in the world. He is still fairly young, but he has shown ability far beyond his age. Apple doesn't fall from the tree, I suppose. Hel just nodded. How'd you two meet? Seems like an odd combination. It was by chance. I smiled wistfully. I was drinking at a bar, and he came in himself and started chatting me up. We seemed to get along well enough, so we kept in contact a bit. Even after he found out who I was, he didn't get scared and run away. He even comes and visits me in Yomi. Ah, that's so sweet. Persephone cooed. He convinced me to reach out to my children as well. My youngest is even coming to visit me after so long. Kia. Persephone quickly wrapped me up in a hug. I'm so happy for you. Such an excitable goddess, but it was nice to receive her affectionate hug. That's Susanoo. Yama muttered. Haven't heard anything from him in a while. Not surprising. Hades sighed. No one dares to even think about another lightning god on Olympus, otherwise my brother throws a tantrum. From what I've heard, Indra is much the same. Ugh, tell me about it. Hel groaned. Thor just goes on boastful rants whenever Zeus is mentioned, let alone Indra. I think he actually gets along with Susanoo, but I'm not sure. I don't get invited to many Asgardian celebrations. Mostly just get second-hand accounts from my father, so, grain of salt there. Perhaps I should have a word with my son, I hope he does not act like that. I commented. I don't know much of what happens in Takamagahara, I couldn't really say one way or the other. I should visit my mother. Hades seemed lost in thought at my words, before shaking his head. Well, how about we get this started? Get started, you mean start bitching about our respective pantheons? Hel snorted, already with a drink in her hand. Not an inaccurate way of saying it. Hades didn't dispute her words. Well, I need to vent or I'm going to strangle my father the next time I see him. Hel conjured a chair and sat down. Only ever visits me for one of his schemes. Hel, I need your help. Can't you just come to say hello? The Nordic goddess threw her hands up in frustration. Don't even get me started. Yama followed suit, getting comfortable in his own chair as we sat down as well. No one ever just visits the king of the underworld just to visit. 18 hells. Couldn't they just drop in to say hello? Am I that unapproachable? No, it's always because they need me for something. One of their mistresses died, or a distant descendant died and they want them to reincarnate with some good fortune. That damn monkey is one of the few who just visits me to visit and he beat me up when we first met. Bah! Hades slapped his armrest. My younger brother always summoning me up to Olympus like I'm beneath him. I don't even have a throne on the mountain and they demand I come and observe their council. When's the last time he just called me to come up and join in the celebrations? I let back a small laugh. This was how these things always turned out. We catch up and find out what everyone had been up to recently. Then we just complain about our pantheons for a few days, drinking and doing our own little celebration. If there's one thing we all share, it's that we're pretty much ignored by our respective pantheons, so this is usually a welcomed reprieve. After Hades' first rant ended, eyes turned to me. I haven't seen my children in centuries. Forget Takamagahara, couldn't they just come visit me once in a while? I huffed. They all nodded and offered words of encouragement. It was nice to be able to let it out every now and then. And we're back. It's been a very tiring week, and it's not even over yet. Whoa, sad face. Had a lot of people asking me about Izanami and where she was. Well, here's what she's been up to for a while now. Chapter 169, Chapter 161. This should be good, right about here. I made a mark on the ground, and I surveyed the area. In the distance I could see the Ig Demilenia Castle, and it was an impressive sight. Not the greatest, nor the most visually magnificent, but it definitely invoked a feeling of foreboding just by gazing upon it. If I wanted a castle myself, it would be one I took inspiration from. Oh well. I dug a little bit on the marked spot after mentally calculating the distance from the other spots. Without a second thought, I dropped a dust bomb inside. This was one of the fire dust variety. My inner pyromaniac was quite interested to see how this one turned out. I of course trusted in Jin's genius to know this would be quite a stunning sight to behold. What is that? Mordred looked over my shoulder, gazing down at the dust bomb. She'd been watching me doing this at several locations now. I turned, giving her a look of confusion. Did you not listen to my explanation? Like we spent an hour or so just going over the plan and working out everything important. I got bored after you started rambling about annoying shit. She waved her hand flippantly. Sounded too much like that flowery bastard for me to keep caring. I face-palmed, dragging my hand down my face in exasperation. I'm planting magical bombs right outside the territory of the Black Faction. It wasn't hard to gauge the distance of their bounded fields. They kind of forewent subtlety for more power in that regard. And navigating everything else they threw up around the forests surrounding the castle wasn't little difficult. Won't do much against a servant. She yawned, still looking bored. Well, they aren't normal bombs. I rolled my eyes, hiding the spot I dug up and making sure it was set properly. I actually found the perfect little spell back in Skyrim. A remote detonation spell that will trigger the mechanism. Jin was the one who showed me it, actually. You'd be more of a disappointment if they were. She replied. I have the distinct feeling you're going to be difficult while we're working together. I sighed. Hang on, let me pretend to care. She cleared her throat. Oh gee, what do these magical bombs do? She said flatly. Hey, I like her snark. What a sharp contrast she is from Artoria even though they look so much alike. I would say I'm not going to stoop to your level, but I don't think it's possible to go that low. I gestured to the top of her head and where she compared to me. Height joke, scathing. She didn't seem fazed. Mordred is short, I haven't heard that one a billion times from the other knights already. Hey, I guess once the initial shock wore off, you aren't acting like a... I tapped my chin. Like a what? My lips curled up. A berserker. Fuck you. Fuck you. I replied without a second thought. Fucking fine. She threw up her hands. Tell me about your stupid bombs. And this is my life now. The things I'm willing to do for Artoria. They contain a concentrated elemental reaction, the closest to each pure concept that could be acquired within short notice. Then they went through a second refining process to turn them into proper bombs. It was a decent enough explanation. That's kinda cool. She muttered. You understood what I said? I was a bit surprised. While it was somewhat dumbed down, I thought she would say something snarky again. I didn't think she would parse my words properly. I'm not an idiot. She scowled. I did pick up some shit from my mother. Instead of explosions, it's going to be elemental effects. This one is red, does that mean it's going to shoot out fire or something? I perked up a little bit. Yeah, it comes from crystallized mana that took the form of the elements. This one in particular is fire, so it should erupt into a sort of firestorm when actualized. She actually started to grin. That's fucking metal. I threw an ice one at the priest master I met the other day, I gestured with my hands. Blew up into this big jutted icicle conglomeration. You at least get M? She asked. Ugh, probably not. Made another servant appear though. She kind of flipped when it exploded in his face, so there's that. I grinned. Oh, that reminds me. If you see Rider of red-green hair, uses a spear, and wears a scarf, call him Siegfried. Why? Didn't you say that was Achilles? Oh, he tried to stab me while doing this nonchalant nothing personal attitude. Pissed me off, so I intentionally started calling him the wrong name. He's the really cocksure sort, so calling him Siegfried really got under his skin. She let out a snort, trying to hide the smile that was forming on her face. Wait. She paused, some kind of realization dawned on her. You actually fought a servant? Did you think I left multiple servants for my saber to deal with? I gave her a cheeky smile. She scowled, but otherwise didn't react to my saber comment. Pfft, yeah right. I'd be surprised if you didn't wet yourself when Ryder raised his spear towards you. I've taken shots at literal gods, like Ryder would scare me. I rolled my eyes. Actually, it's how I got Artoria to go on a date with me the first time. What? Her eyes snapped up, listening intently at this point. I took out my phone, looking at the time. We were making good progress, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have a small chat. I did kind of want to maybe find some common ground with Mordred. We fought and I offered a wager for the fight. If I won, then I was going to take her out on a date. Well, it was more complicated than that, but I didn't want to air Artoria's issues in public like this. Bullshit, you defeated my father in a duel. She grit her teeth, a visible anger overcoming her. Pfft, no I didn't. I laughed. She kicked my ass. Still a fond memory. But I was also a lot weaker back then. She accepted anyways. Master, we've completed the work you requested, and we are returning now. Ray Cow's voice sounded over the mental link. Mordred also went stiff ever so slightly, as if she too received a message. Carrie tell you he's on the way back. Mordred grunted in confirmation. Don't understand why I had to stay here. She kicked a nearby rock. Wait, were you really not paying attention? I looked at her incredulously and she didn't otherwise react. I let out a long sigh. I thought you were just fucking with me. I rubbed my temples. If you had been paying attention. I made sure to be verbose about it. You would have heard that your master and I did not have a way to keep in contact with one another at such distances while on the move. My servant goes with him, his with mine, so we can communicate. Not only that, while we finalized an alliance, but there is also no doubt in my mind that Carrie is still a true magus. He most definitely gave Mordred orders to take my head the moment it looked like I would try and betray them. And it would be no surprise for me if he prepared other contingencies, it was just the smart thing to do. The weight and promise of my name aside, he would be an idiot to just blindly trust me that much. I felt a twitch over the other mental link, the one I shared with Sir Wiggles. I briefly noted how it was strange they didn't overlap, and I made a small promise to investigate it later. But otherwise, Sir Wiggles came shooting through the forest at blinding speed. The fuck is that? Mordred already had her sword in her hand, ready for fight, only for my familiar to dart out of the brush and into my hands. What? She started at the greatest rabbit ever in pure confusion. I went over this. I let out another long sigh. I said my familiar would be running around the northeastern side of the castle, closest to the town. He was running interference, taking out familiars and triggering the furthest magical detections away from us. Good job, Sir Wiggles. I made sure to send it over the link as well. I think he returned a sort of happiness at my praise. He's getting stronger, I'm happy to have picked him up. I slipped the ring of the caveat onto his horn before he left, it really did wonders for his speed and stealthiness. That's your familiar. She looked at me with a strange expression. Behold! I held Sir Wiggles up into the air. Sir Wiggles' bottom fluffy tail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of Emerald Kingdom. Duke of Carrot Island, General of the Northern Armies, the Lightning Born. I introduced. Or just Sir Wiggles for short. That's fucking stupid. Well then, I guess you don't want to hold him. Bastard. She scowled deeper before turning her head away and holding her arms out. Sir Wiggles took that as a K to leap towards her from my grasp. Haha, works every time. I'm curious about something. I found a nearby rock and leaned against it, earning her attention, at least to some degree. She was happily stroking Sir Wiggles' fur. Your master was kind of uncaring when we negotiated price for the alliance. What about it? I don't know. I scratched my head. You sure that's what he wants? The way he went about it, just felt like he was going through the motions. How the hell am I supposed to know what he wants? I ain't a magus, I don't care about all that crap about bloodlines. She spat out. Besides, the hell you care for? I shrugged. I guess it really isn't any of my business, I just can't help but meddle sometimes. I ran a hand through my hair, looking up at Mordred. I take care of my people. Whatever. She didn't seem to care about what I was saying, so I dropped it. If her master wanted something else, an actual wish, I would see what I could do after the war was over. I turned my head, seeing the outline of Rei Cow coming into view as she materialized onto the physical aspect of the world. Master Rei Cow ran to me, quickly scooping me up into a hug. I'm back, did you miss Mama? Well, I think both Mordred and Carrie were used to her eccentrics now. Speaking of. Welcome back. I gave her a smile before turning my attention towards Carrie, who appeared not far away. How'd it go? No issues. The older magus took out a cigarette and immediately lit it. That invisibility potion you gave me worked great. Curious where you got it. He commented. Ha, he probably kept some of it to research later. Good luck. I have my sources. I grinned, changing the subject. Time to move on to the next part. I motioned towards Sir Wiggles, who hopped onto the ground. Finally, I was getting tired of all this cloak and dagger shit. Mordred stretched her arms. I can actually get some action now. Yup, it was about time to let loose. Fighting starting up again soon. Sir Wiggles was properly introduced and Mordred opens up a little bit. Chapter 170, Chapter 162. A full moon, how annoying. I looked up at the sky. At least it wasn't a blood moon, that would have been an ominous sign. But it still felt like I was being looked upon by that celestial body. Oi, bastard! I turned to see Mordred standing next to her master. What's up, Buttercup? Mordred frowned in annoyance but otherwise didn't lash out. After this war is over, I'm gonna kick your ass. She scoffed, before her body started to astralize. Don't die. She added right before she disappeared. I couldn't help but grin. Honestly, I was starting to like her. I think she likes me. I laughed, turning my gaze towards Carrie. He raised an eyebrow, but looked rather relaxed. Really, I'm starting to wonder if anyone in your family is normal. He shook his head. Nope. I said without hesitation. Well, not my problem. He shrugged. You good? I asked one last time. I got everything I need, and even found a nice spot to hide out and watch from. He patted his jacket. And your mystic codes were appreciated. I hope you don't expect me to pay you back for them if they get used. I gave him a dozen or so talismans in case he came across trouble. While not having the same knowledge of the onmyoji arts that I have, he could still use them, if a bit amateurishly. To him, they were just one-use mystic codes that packed a decent punch. I told Mordred this, but I look after my people. I gave him a sincere smile. If you run into issues, use your command seals, run away, do what you need to. I patted his shoulder. I'll do what I can as well if you run into any dangers. Carrie barked out a laugh, dropping his cigarette to the ground and stomping on it. You're a strange magus. Maybe I'm stranger because I actually believe you. He turned around, throwing up his hand in a gesture of goodbye before disappearing into the forest. Master. Berserker appeared next to me. Why do you ally with them? I could do this without their help, you don't need to rely on them. She frowned. I walked up, wrapping my arms around her. She let out a little sound in surprise, usually she was the one to do things like this. Maybe it was the bond we shared, but I enjoyed having her by my side. To say I felt a kindship with her wouldn't be a lie. It's true we don't need them, but it doesn't mean the help wouldn't be appreciated. Honestly, I didn't come into this thinking I would have anyone on my side besides Berserker. To find Mordred and Carrie was a boon I was willing to utilize. Not to mention I had a good impression of the Magus, a very pragmatic man, but he didn't have that same ruthlessness that the Magus killer carried around with him. Adding Mordred onto the equation, well, how could I not? My life is really strange. I don't like relying on others. She muttered, but sounded a bit content. We're not. I smiled, looking up at her. I'm relying on you, you're relying on me. They're here to help, but it's you I trust to have my back without any hesitation on my part. To hear you say those words, Mommy is happy. She smiled so brightly, it was hard not to get taken in by it. If all goes well, this will be the last night of the war. The plan wasn't difficult, the best plans generally weren't. We just needed the location of the Grail within the castle, and a big enough distraction to pull their attention and servants away. Once we're done, would you like to stick around with me? Of course, Master. She said without hesitation. A son need their mother always. The happiness was radiating off her. I let out a small laugh. Get ready, we're going in hot. Sir Wiggles pinged me, he saw an army moving on the Igmalenia castle. Servants, I was confident to take any of them on. In a fight, I don't think I'd lose to anyone here, but they're noble phantasms, it would be a lie to say they didn't frighten me. Yet, this feeling swelling up in my chest, this excitement, I wanted to fight them regardless. I summoned Mirage into my hand, my familiar blade easing my beating heart. It was time to begin. Lancer of Black, Vlad LLL the Impaler, POV. Lancer. Darnik addressed me. Our spies have reported in, the enemies are upon us. HOH. I sat upright on my horse, a fine stallion that my master had procured. A nostalgic comfort, mounted as I surveyed my troops. If they're so bold to openly march on us, it would be rude to not meet them halfway. I couldn't help but grin. They willingly want an open battle such as this? Do they take me for a fool? One of their number attempted to assassinate the ruler, such actions would not line up with this attack. A distraction, or something more. Regardless, I can't say I dislike this kind of battlefield, it is where I thrive the most. 500 homunculi I counted, another 200 golems of impressive quality. Do we have numbers, troop composition, and eyes on the enemy servants? I directed my question towards Darnik. He bowed lightly towards me, answering immediately. We've located 3 servants moving along with their forces. It appears as though their numbers comprise completely of some kind of skeletal constructs. As for their numbers, over 10,000 is a conservative guess. Quite a bit. Skeletal constructs in such number? Likely to be dragon tooth warriors, a common deployment method of the caster class. Or so says the Grail. It was a common enough method of the casters that such information was not hidden behind identities. And the servants showing themselves so blatantly. This could be nothing but a provocation, and one we had to accept. It doesn't matter, in the face of absolute strength, their schemes will be for naught. Not that we did not take many precautions for various avenues of attack ourselves. The castle is a fortress even a servant would have a hard time penetrating. I frowned, thinking of the assassin that went silent in another city. We didn't have time to figure out what happened over there. Ryder! I called out. Yosh, I'm here. The pink-haired man appeared. Take to the skies. I commanded. Okie dokie. He did a mock salute, summoning his mount. As majestic the creature was, it seemed to possess a disposition similar to its master. It liked to pose when summoned. He shot off at a blinding speed. If nothing else, Ryder was capable, even with his eccentricities. Saber, remain hidden for now. I glanced at the Dragon Slayer. He was a powerful servant, he would be crucial in battle. Berserker, you're with me. I turned towards the other melee combatant. The woman thing that wore a wedding dress. Raya. She nodded, aware enough to accept orders. I turned my head upwards, to the tower sitting aloft the castle. Archer glanced back at me, his gaze meeting mine. We both nodded, words not needing to be spoken here. Knowing who he was, I did not feel the need to command him. Perhaps I would feel awkward if I had to do so, he reminded me too much of the teachers I had when I was a child. Nonetheless, he knew the role I wished him to partake, as obvious it was. I shall attend to the castle's defences. Darnik bowed again, his words indication of his intent to retreat to safety. Not that I expected more of this man who was so keen to hand over such authority to his summoned servant. I wouldn't balk at the ease I could command, but it struck me as odd that he was so willing to forego his lofty throne. It seemed that no magus wished to accompany us to this battle. While I could understand the reasoning, it only lowered my opinion of them even more so. A master is a part of a servant's strength, the pair are to brave the dangers together as per their contract. I summoned forth my spear and held it aloft, pointing towards the oncoming army. March! I commanded as our forces began moving. Perhaps it was just my own amusement that I went through with this, they were already almost upon us, we truly only needed to wait a moment or two. Old habits are hard to break. The rattling of bones, and cumulative footsteps upon the earth that made the land tremble, my blood started to boil at the thought. The enemy servants, I could see them accompany the haphazardly organized skeletons, these dragon tooth warriors. A single of our homunculi could defeat a few of those, and our golems would need just as many homunculi to be defeated as well. While the numbers were not in our favor, we were not on the losing end of this exchange. In the distance, I spotted a green blur, dashing through the air. A chariot pulled upon 3 horses, I could guess who commanded such a contraption. Our rider would have his work cut out for him. And the lancer servant that Saber described, he skulked the left side of the army, prepared for battle. He had a good look in his eyes, I was excited to cross my spear with his. Finally, there was the archer servant, bow in her hand and strange animal features, but I cared not about her circumstance. Unique all 3 appeared, but first guesses at their identities would be fruitless. I held my spear up, gesturing for my forces to cease movement. Let's see what their first move shall. A sudden crack of thunder filled the area, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground between our two armies. My eyes widened at the sudden arrival of two individuals, a red-haired man that had the same description Saber also gave previously, as well as the woman who stood with her back to his, the servant no doubt. Red faction, black faction. The Magus addressed us, his voice carrying more than it should, a sure sign of magecraft in use. "If you want to fight, we'll take you all on," he declared, raising his hand up in a beckoning manner. "Arrogant boy. Wilhelm POV. Arrogant boy." The servant riding a horse, spear in hand, shouted from the black faction's side. "Well, looks like I have their attention, now to keep it. Let's see, how did Sir Wiggles do it, something like this?" I gathered lighting around my hands, condensing into an almost armor-like form. "Haha, tingly. Would need to practice this a little bit, but I had an idea." I raised my hand up towards the thousands of skeletons coming towards us, unperturbed by our sudden appearance even if the red faction servants hadn't reacted yet. "Condense the lightning into an attack, channeling through runic circles, shall we call this lightning rain?" I breathed out, dozens of spears of lightning manifested in the sky above, and began to rain down onto the oncoming horde. Each one that struck the ground discharged the accumulated power. They unraveled and erupted at the point of impact, creating a storm of electricity at each point. "Reikau!" I called out through our mental link. I looked up in the sky and saw Ryder's glowing chariot coming down at us. "Take care, don't push yourself too hard, and your priority is survival." I could tell she was going after the Lancer immediately. Whatever strange link she had with him, I would let her settle it on her own if that was her desire. A quick glance at her, and her smile did fill me with confidence. "I look forward to our lives after we win, Master," she sent back, gripping her sword tight. I turned back towards the killing intent in the distance. A force slammed into the ground, Ryder abandoning his chariot that was in the sky. "Wilhelm!" He let out a roar, magical energy erupted from where he stood, a whirlwind following in his wake. He didn't seem to care about the minions that were utterly annihilated as he pushed right through the army towards me. A noble phantasm? I couldn't help but smile, and I sent a quick thanks to Thorim for what I was about to do. "Would kest," my voice bellowed out, the air shifted around me, and I kicked off as well, a second whirlwind firing towards his with me at the center. My sword flashed out, meeting the tip of a spear aiming for my heart. The surroundings were utterly blown away, the ground ruptured at the sheer impact. The magical energy cascaded off the struggling weapons, each edge not budging from their spots. "You bastard, you're mine now!" Achilles had a maniac grin on his face, a mixture of exhilaration and anger. "I've been waiting for this rematch, Siegfried." I smirked. Round 2. Sorry for the late chapter, I didn't like the first rendition of what I had done, so I rewrote it. Chapter 171, Chapter 163. My Mirage struggled against his spear, neither giving an inch. "Haha!" Ryder of Red began to laugh, a wide grin on his face and killing intent pouring out onto me. "I knew it, bastard, you were holding back before." I couldn't help but match his expression. "Like you're one to talk." I pushed his spear away and slashed at his body. He didn't even bother to dodge, raising his arm and my blade pushed against his skin without budging. "That shit isn't gonna work," he shouted, grabbing onto the edge of my sword. His spear reeled back, the air distorting as it pushed towards my heart again. "Zunhal Aik!" I shouted, the words vibrated in the air as they enveloped him. The muscles on his arm bulged as his eyes widened. He did his best to remain a grip on his spear, but it was forced out of his hand and flew to the side. Still not a shout I was particularly adept in, but it did its job. To his credit, the moment of confusion was brief, his knee was already sailing towards my stomach. I slapped my hand down to block it and his fist moved towards my head, my aura flaring to shield me from the blow, and his hand still gripped tight on my sword. "Tricks!" he spat out, eyeing the shining barrier projected from my soul. I held my free hand up towards his face, the lightning still clinging tightly to my arm like armor. Burst! I let all the lightning uncoil and burst out of my hand, right into his face. I felt the grip on my sword lessen enough that I could pull it free. He took a step back, regaining his composure quickly. As I thought. I tapped my sword on my shoulder. Your noble phantasm prevents damage, not the physical force behind my blow. Ryder cracked his neck, holding his hand out to retrieve his spear. The fact that you know that, and still call me Siegfried. He let out a sigh. You're doing it just to piss me off. Come, Dragon Slayer. I called out with a cheeky smile. And it's working more than it should. He lost his grin, going into a stance. He was about to attack before hundreds of the skeletal monsters began to swarm on me. Their battlefield lines had finally been restored and I was quickly reminded where exactly we began our second fight. How many eyes were on us right now? Annoying pests! Ryder shouted, magical energy coalesced around him as he thrust his spear. Hundreds of thorn-like blades made of his mana stabbed at everything around us, including me. My other swords shot out of my ring at blinding speed, arcing and swinging in every which way around me. Ryder's gaze met mine and I merely raised an eyebrow at his attack. Cute! I replied, waving my hand to have my swords hover around me slowly. Well, you do make this more interesting. He tapped his foot on the ground and retook a proper stance. Again, right as he was about to attack, the sky filled with arrows, coming right towards me. Sis! Ryder shouted, an annoyance in his voice. Well, I guess we're doing this. I muttered, but I couldn't really fault her. I did step out in the middle of two armies and challenged everyone. It was no place to expect a duel. 100 birds. I swung Mirage. The overlaid slashes comprised of magical energy to mimic the sword phantoms found in Eastern ideology. I could recall when doing 10 of them was straining for me. I tilted my head slightly as a few arrows pierced through my attacks. The penetrative power was surprising enough that I had to have my swords shoot up and block. Ryder! Archer of Red appeared next to the spear wielder. This isn't a duel, get your head out of your ass and focus. Right, right. I had to focus too. I glanced to the side and noticed that Rei Kao was already engaging the Lancer Servant of Red. I don't know what her deal was, or perhaps I did. We hadn't spoken of Lancer's identity, but I think we could both guess at it based on the more obvious clues provided. It seemed to be a sore spot for her, and I don't think even she understood why, so the topic was left alone. I turned and glanced at the black faction out of the corner of my eye. Lancer was staring at me. The look in his eyes, it made me feel as if he wanted to skewer me without hesitation, yet he did not move. No, he gestured every now and then, and the forces around him moved at his command. They began to engage the horde of skeletons, or rather the dragon-tooth warriors. They are a rather inexpensive creation by those from the older age. They are rather simple to make by planting dragon teeth in the ground. I know Medea can make them easily, but there are probably dozens of other famous magi who could do the same, so that doesn't narrow down Caster of Red's identity. Well, to be able to create them on this scale is rather impressive. I think even Medea would have trouble doing something like this. Either the caster is on her level or has a frightening amount of resources at their disposal. Unfortunately, Dawnbreaker won't be more useful than a normal sword here. While these things were skeletons, they weren't undead. Regardless, the army of dragon-tooth warriors engaged the army of golems and homunculi. I clicked my tongue as I saw the created humanoids fall to the constructs. Truthfully, I did not like killing people. I could weave some poetic reasoning as to why, but to put it simply, I find it wasteful. That doesn't mean I hesitate to do it when I have a reason, or I cower away when I have my blade to someone's neck. If someone needs to die, I will take their head without hesitation. Homunculi, though, raised and bred to be disposal soldiers. Their eyes looked utterly dead. Even when they were skewered by several dragon-tooth warriors, they didn't cry out or scream. They just moved to continue as best they could before their lives finally ended. Annoying. I believe I said, I was going to take you all on. I turned my head fully towards Lancer of Black, who sat upon a horse surveying the battlefield. I wanted their attention fully on me. Taking 3 talismans between my fingers, I flung them at the servant. They became shooting stars, crossing the battlefield at amazing speed towards their target. The Lancer servant held out his hand, a baleful aura gathered around, a grin rising on his face as he jerked his arm up. Stakes shot out of the ground, piercing through the paper spell works, stopping them in their tracks. Impressive for a master. Lancer spoke for the second time this evening. To think a living being dares to act so arrogantly in front of so many servants. He stepped off his steed, giving it a pat as it started trotting away. I slid to the side, lightning arcing across the ground in my wake as I looked at the green-haired rider who resumed our fight. "Don't ignore me," he said with a cheeky smile. "Bindings of Gaia." I pressed my hand to the ground, forming the runic sentences to actualize my spell. The roots sprung up around the rider's servant as I swung my sword, destroying another hail of arrows the archer of red shot at me. She had already disappeared into the crowd, arrows continuing at me from the shadows. Whisper flashed through the area, carving out runes, spells forming and shooting off at every appearance of the cat-like woman. My attention was on Lancer of Black though. I flicked my hand to cast my own spells. My runic circles floated behind me, discharging lightning at the spear-wielding servant. Surprisingly, he didn't move at the coming barrage. "Berserker!" he lazily called out. A woman wearing a wedding dress with strange limbs jumped in front of him. She crackled with her own lightning, the big mace in her hand erupted to disrupt my attacks with ease. "Ray-a-a-a!" she shouted, the ground bursting beneath her as she ran at me. My bindings of Gaia wore off, rider staring at me, spear in hand as he thrust it forward, covering the distance within a blink of an eye. Arrows filled the sky, some even given me a dreadful feeling, packed full of magical energy. Even Lancer swung his hand out, stakes jutting out of the ground as they threatened to impale me from below. I let out a sigh. I guess this is what I get for challenging so many servants at once. They are a prideful bunch and would make me regret this course. But still. That's more like it. I couldn't help but grin as the dragon-slaying blade flew into my hand. My magical energy erupted as I gripped the noble phantasm and invoked its true name. Ascalon. Their surprise was obvious. My sword moved in inhuman ways that defied the conventional laws of the world to block every attack that was aimed at me. A nearly perfect defense. Mace was deflected to the side, spear was blocked, arrows shattered, and stakes rebuked. As my noble phantasm's effect ended, I reached out and grabbed Berserker's mace, the lightning dancing up my arm. I forcefully repelled it by recovering my own arm in my own lightning element. Slamming my foot onto the ground, I hefted her mace up, which she refused to let go of, and threw her towards the last spot I saw Archer. I slid my foot against the ground, casting an earthen spike spell towards Ryder to obscure his vision. In that moment that he was caught off guard, I took out the staff of Magnus, pointing it at the Ryder's servant. A spell circled formed at the tip, actualizing a rather simple spell. Thunderbolt. It was a stronger variant of a lightning bolt, packing a bit more punch. Adding on my lightning affinity, it discharged with an impressive force. The spot he was standing on was scorched, my own earthen spikes had been utterly reduced to ash. "You bastard, you have something like that." The dust settled, Achilles stood there, arms covering his face. He had good instinct to at least do that in that brief moment. One of his arms had been charred black. A divine construct. He narrowed his eyes. So I was right, divinity is the key. I tapped the staff on my shoulder before pointing it towards Lancer of Black. Fires of Muspelheim. Whisper wasn't inactive this time, weaving the spell for me to use. The intense flames came together and erupted in the direction of Lancer. I thought about firing it at Ryder, but with his speed, even at this distance, I knew he would be able to dodge it now that he knew not to trust his own protections. Ryder didn't seem to care, his face was eerily calm. A noble phantasm, and a divine construct. His arm was black, armor having been destroyed, yet he didn't look fazed. I could only praise his martial ability in these circumstances. Who are you? I would very much like to know that as well. Lancer's growl reverberated across the battlefield, the smoke and fire died down to reveal his untouched figure, stakes falling away and disappearing into ashes in the wind as they acted like a shield at my attack. No, that wasn't quite right, he was burned a little bit, but nothing writing home about. Still, my spell harmed him and he had to defend against it, that was something. Ray-ah! Berserker's growl also sounded out, accompanied by an explosive burst of lightning in the crowd of skeletons. She didn't look all too pleased with me. Maybe it was the arrows sticking out of her back? Couldn't see Archer anywhere, but she was a wily one, hard to pin down even with my perception. Shall I properly introduce myself then? I chuckled. I guess I fully earned the attention of everyone here instead of just being an annoyance. Well, the battlefield clearly warped around my presence, it was hard to ignore me at this point when I was going after everyone and anyone. It would be the smart thing to just deal with a chaotic entity like me before looking at each other. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. At my words, the sky above crackled ominously. Chaotic battlefield with MC properly introducing himself. Chapter 172, Chapter 164. POV Caster of Red, William Shakespeare. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I sat up as he announced his name, the dramatic introduction, the delivery, the ambience. Wonderful. I gave a small clap. Ah, how I wish I could pick his brain. I bit my thumb, oh how I wished to go learn of his thoughts, to understand this character that entered the stage, front and center. Declaring he'll take on both factions, simply marvelous. If you keep speaking, I will be more than happy to toss you off the edge of my gardens so you can head down and see for yourself. A venomous voice rebuked my appreciation. I am surrounded by critics. My dear assassin, I am but a humble writer, I'm afraid the mere fall will force me off the stage for good. I bowed. We can only hope. She drawled, flicking her finger to enhance the long-distance magecraft viewing spells she had cast. Schweinorg. I turned my gaze towards the one who spoke. Our master, so to speak. Not the person who had summoned me, but the one who now held my leash. Well, I did find him more interesting than that boor who performed the ritual. Does the name hold significance, my master? I grinned, and twirled my pen. He turned to me, his eyes lit with a small fire within. This was a true main character, I was excited to see how this play unfolded before my eyes. Schweinorg, it's the name of the second magician, Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg. Master looked at the man who had wounded him, intently. I was not aware that the Kaleidoscope had any family members. Oh ho, his character becomes even more interesting. A possible relation to such an illustrious figure? How mysterious this new addition to the stage is. Irrelevant. Assassin spat out, tapping her fingers on her throne. Inside my garden, even a magician can't move freely. She stared at his face, the master that was fighting against multiple servants, and scowled deeply. I'll teach him a lesson if he has the courage to step foot here. She had been quite irritable after healing up our master from that little meeting. Well, more so than usual. Shiro Kotomine suffered no major wounds, but he was still injured and the scars lingered. I suppose her arrogance is well earned. My artistic flair started and ended with the written word, but I could appreciate other avenues of expression. And to deny her noble phantasm was a work of art would be the height of foolishness. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Would this flying fortress be a stepping stone or an unassailable wall for our performers? As a caster class servant I could understand this place more so than any another class, even if I never practice magecraft in my life. Not only was it a fortress high up into the heavens, it was assassin's workshop. A plot twist it was, to have our assassin also be our more traditional magus of the group. I will believe in your ability, assassin. Our master said without any hesitation, making our dear assassin puff up happily. Oh, master, if only you weren't a man of the cloth, this could have been a fun rom-com side story. A bit low-brow for my tastes, but it's hard to not enjoy the simplicity every once in a while, especially since it wouldn't detract from the main plot. I have been left woefully in the dark, master. I clutched my heart, aghast at this turn of events. What plans have you devised so I may prepare myself accordingly? I readied my pen and parchment. Master had a small smile on his face, looking at the viewing of the battle. His entrance has given us a good opportunity to acquire the Grail. Oh my, to assault the enemy's stronghold while their forces are away. I began scribbling down my thoughts. Do you wish to sneak in or openly attack the front? I looked up, waiting for an answer, then paused. Wait, don't tell me. I stopped myself. I wanted to see how this would play out without any spoilers. You can always come along, Castor. Shiro gave a small laugh. I am but a humble playwright, my master. The battlefield is no place for me. Gods forbid he does something useful. Assassin added, offhandedly. Assassin, I am wounded by such harsh words. I clutched my heart. Did I not apply my talents in healing Lancer? I did most of the work. She scoffed in annoyance. Ah, but it would have taken at least another day to fully heal him had I not intervened. I pointed out, much to her chagrin. And I shall apply my efforts once again. I declared, turning back towards our master. I shall provide you with a fine blade to fight for your ideals, master. So, struggle. Attempt to prove your ideals to the world and I will watch it all. POV Fiori Forvijig Millennia, Master of Archer of Black. This location is suitable, thank you. I politely dismissed the homunculus that was navigating my wheelchair. Fiori. Darnik spoke, his voice was not loud, but it carried across the entire room we occupied. How is the situation with Archer? His last report noted there was no movement around the perimeter, and he was focusing on the battle and waiting for an opportunity to intervene advantageously. I replied. Archer, rather Chiron, had taken the highest point on the castle and was relaying information to me. Good, well done, Fiori. Darnik praised. Thank you, Lord Darnik. I bowed my head slightly in appreciation. Is the long-distance scrying ready? I inquired. It's done. Gords, the master of Saber, slammed the door open, apparently answering my question. Behind him, Selnike sauntered in. Is this it? He looked around with an annoyed expression. I'm here too. Calls arrived late, as per usual. I swear, if I didn't keep on him, he wouldn't ever show up. Everyone else is busy with their own duties. Darnik raised his scepter, and screens appeared at the center of the room, giving us a long-distance scrying of the battle. We'll take you all on. The master that Saber had spoken of appeared on the screen. All of us seemed surprised at his arrival and sudden declaration. That brat! Gord slammed his foot on a nearby table. Oh ho! Selnike let out a haughty laugh. Is this the one who attacked you? He snuck up on me. Gord snapped. If he didn't sneak attack me, I'd have easily taken him. He had conveniently forgotten that this master had fought with a servant, per Saber's words. Calls seemed to ignore them, staring at the image. So that's his servant, any guesses? I do not see any clues besides her being from the east and wielding a sword as a woman. That should narrow it down a little bit, but it still leaves us hopelessly in the dark. I said quietly. Indeed. Darnik nodded towards me again. It may prove more fruitful to focus on Saber of Red's master instead. We continued to watch, mostly in bated silence. Insofar there was no need to assume command over out servants. Lord Darnick's servant Lancer was leading them well enough. I was not a military expert, so I could not comment beyond what I saw on the surface. The army of skeletons was a bit concerning, but they didn't look very strong. But they seemed utterly insignificant when the master and the rider-servant clashed right in the middle of the army. Ha, he's attacking his own faction. Gords sneered. Let them kill each other, we can clean up the rest. That didn't last long as he also took on Lancer. I didn't understand this master's mindset, why he looked so confident to fight so many servants by himself. His thaumaturgy was beyond impressive. I've never heard of a magus with such control over lightning mage craft before. Is he really a nobody? I whispered. There's no way. Seal Nike crossed her arms. No way in hell a guy like that is unknown. He must be disguised or something. I glanced at her, but I think she spoke the words on everyone's minds right now, judging by the looks on everyone's faces. It was common knowledge that a magus couldn't match up to a servant, yet he was fighting several at the same time. The surprises continued. A noble phantasm. He possessed a noble phantasm that was not his servant's. That would have turned the entire Mages Association upside down if it came out. The Frogga clan is the only known owners of a noble phantasm, and they are a very unique situation. No, if that wasn't enough, Ryder declared the staff the master pulled out to be a divine construct. How was I supposed to react to that? This war was already something I had a hard time coping with, and now there's someone like this running around? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. The name of the master was finally revealed, and what should have turned into discourse to plan our next course of action instead continued in utter silence. Like the wizard marshal. I said quietly. Does he have any family? Calls, my younger brother, sighed, sitting down. Selenik's hands balled up tight. Is there an idiot in this world who would dare to use the Kaleidoscope's name like that otherwise? She spat out angrily. Gords just looked lost. We all turned towards Lord Darnick for direction. I felt at ease when his reaction didn't change, his aristocratic expression still hardened and unwavering. There was a reason he presided over the family, why we were all willing to be under him and go against the Mages Association. Truly he is. Fuck. The uncharacteristic word left his mouth. Oh. Wilhelm POV. Well, based on what Ray Cow told me, my last name isn't really noteworthy as the name Zelretch had taken much higher precedence. Oh well. Anyways. I looked up at the sky, the memory of fighting that dragon had come back, and I smiled brightly. Strun Bakuo. Storm call. The moon was immediately covered, and my storm enveloping the sky. It was smaller than the dragon's, but that was expected, I suppose, and it wouldn't last very long. I had less experience with this shout than it did, so it was impressive in its own way. I held out my hands and laughed as lightning bolts began to fall from the sky, targeting the servants. What the hell? Achilles was the first to look confused at the sudden turn of events. Even to the other servants that didn't have the same protections, this wouldn't do much, but it was a good harassment strategy. Ray-a! Berserker roared, getting hit head-on. Annoying. Lancer scowled, throwing his arm up, summoning stakes to intercept the blasts. Speaking of harassment, I saw Archer hopping around, avoiding them entirely. I took that moment to grab Mirage and shift the space around me, appearing dozens of yards away and right next to Archer. I could see the fur on her ears stand up, her head turning to me with shock. I revealed my name, there was no point in hiding my magic. Her bow was already facing MYE, arrows knocked and pointing towards my head, but I was quicker. Even as the arrow passed by, barely grazing my aura, my mirage pierced into her chest. Sis! I heard Ryder's cry and the battlefield erupted at his sudden movement. I described his movement before as instantaneous, and this put that to shame. His spear came like a meteor as I adjusted myself to defend, my aura flared to its max and my other hand, which held my staff, moved to block. The fury he displayed only exemplified the force behind his spear. The force pushed my staff back to my chest, his strength impressive with the force of his speed behind it. I let go of Mirage, instead grabbing his spear with my free hand, and a spell circle formed at the tip of my staff of Magnus. You think I'd fall for something like that? Ryder howled, as something appeared in his other arm and swung at me. A shield. My vision was consumed entirely by the sight of a shield. It was like the world went silent and my heartbeat stopped, my breathing ceased. I summoned my boosted gear onto my arm and held it up like a shield. My vision went momentarily dark as his shield hit me. I blinked and the next moment I was hurling through the air, skipping across the ground. My aura was shattered by the blow, not able to absorb everything, about half of it gone from that single shot. I rose to my feet, a little shaky, as I looked at what happened, the distance I was from where Ryder stood, fussing over Archer. I'm fine. Archer hissed, removing my sword and tossing it to the side. My spirit core is intact. Look at the gauntlet. Drake's words echoed in my ear. I did as he said, and my eyes widened. There was a crack on it. That's not good. It's not as bad as it looks, it'll repair itself over time. But you should know what kind of ridiculous thing would be needed to damage the gauntlet like this. Yet. I looked up at Achilles, who seemed rather pleased with himself. I wiped away the blood flowing down my nose and the corner of my mouth. It felt like I was hit by a mountain, maybe something more. Well, he's already out, no point in hiding it. I put the staff away, holding my hand out to bring Mirage back to my hand while my other swords returned to my side. Our eyes locked, I held the gauntlet up. Boost! I called out, doubling my physical capabilities. The rush was always insane, intoxicating. I'm not used to being ignored. I turned at Lancer, who casually strode over. That baleful aura enveloping as he jerked his hand up. The ground was torn apart, hundreds upon hundreds of stakes burst out into the sky, weaving around at his command. Like a torrent, they moved around him, and it was just a flick of his wrist that made them turn and come right at me. Well, allow me to rectify that. I was unperturbed by the sight. It was certainly impressive, and even dangerous, but I was feeling rather confident right now. My sword of destruction moved in front of me as I fed it my aura. These were no divine flames. It erupted in my power of destruction, pointing towards the mass of stakes and shooting at them. They were nothing more than paper in front of my sword, in front of my bloodline that could even reach the divine. The crackling of that dark energy jutted out in every direction, engulfing all the stakes that it passed by. What? Lancer blurted out, his composure changing for the first time. What is this disgusting power? He flexed his arm, more stakes coming forth, but it was unable to stop my sword of destruction from moving forward towards him. He ceased the fruitless endeavor and instead lifted his spear up about to strike, but paused. His eyes glanced to the side as another figure materialized next to him, great sword in hand colliding with my sword of destruction, knocking it away. He's here. Drake spoke in my soul. I could feel him as well. With a mental command, my sword flew back to me, my power of destruction rescinding. I told you to wait for my command. Lancer looked at the saber servant in annoyance. I'm sorry, but he is someone I must face. Saber declared, eyes not leaving mine. Get in line, buddy. Ryder stepped forward, that fury he had before seemed to disappear, and I didn't have the chance to see where Archer went. But by the sounds of battle to the side, and lightning cracking, I think her and Berserker are fighting. Funnily enough, fighting all of these servants actually handicapped them. If one of them wanted to release a wide-range noble phantasm, it was likely they would be ganged up on by the other side. I looked at Saber and let out a sigh, but a smile crept up on my face. So, you finally noticed. This feeling I felt in my heart when I first saw you, this burning need to turn my blade towards you. Saber gripped his sword tight. I now know why. He took a proper stance. You are a dragon. Sorry for the late chapter, was having trouble writing today. Just a heads up, there may not be a chapter tomorrow, more work stuff still not settled. Fingers crossed I get back to normal in the next few days. Chapter 173, Chapter 165. Berserker of Red, Minamoto no Reikau, POV. Master. I watched him go head first into a battle between many servants, yet, my eyes could not leave the one in front of me. I knew I should have been supporting him, but this feeling inside of me made it impossible to ignore Lancer of Red. Even if he told me to move as I wanted, I felt uneasy. A mother should be there to protect her son, especially on a battlefield such as this. Is it really okay for me to be greedy? I bit my lip, glancing back at the battlefield, then back at Lancer, who I followed this far away. An unconscious action that we both moved away to fight without interruptions. You are distracted. Lancer's words broke me from my thoughts. Despite this feeling, this compulsion to draw my sword, I was eerily calm, and he appeared much the same. Are you worried about your master? He followed my gaze into the distance, a small smile forming on his face. You are lucky to have him as your master. I have not spoken with mine since my summoning, yet yours will fight by your side. I still can't help but feel jealous of you, Arjuna. Arjuna. I said in confusion. Lancer shook his head. Apologies, that was a slip of the tongue. He didn't take a battle stance, instead preformed something of a proper greeting. You have this feeling as well? This pain in my chest that does not allow me to exist while you still breath. I cannot live while you still draw breath. I placed my hand on my sword's hilt. I have never met you before in my life, why do I feel this way? I couldn't look at him as an insect, I was more clear-minded than I had been since my summoning. I am Karna, son of the sun god Surya. He introduced himself, spear hefted up. And you, appear so similar to my brother. It is almost like a jest. Is it a cruel twist of fate or a boon I should be thankful for? The hero of charity. I whispered, the knowledge coming to the forefront of my mind, and many things began to make sense now. I am Minamoto no Reikau, daughter of Gozu Tenno. Gozu Tenno, an aspect of Indra. A flash of understanding was seen on his face. Yes. I confirmed. Indeed, this battle was inevitable. He shook his head again, but did not look displeased. Daughter of Indra, sister to my brother and fated foe, Arjuna. Flames ignited around him. Fight me or return to your master's side and we can continue our battle like so. He was letting me choose, this fight was important to him, more than I could understand, even with this strange feeling compelling me to raise my blade against them. I don't want him anywhere near my master. No, you are dangerous. I shook my head, my sword drawn from its sheath. I will crush you here. This time it will not end with merely an arm. He smiled lightly, holding up the arm that had been healed, before letting out a small laugh. It took a command seal, and 2 other servants to heal me this quickly. Your attack was praiseworthy. He gripped his spear back, taking a proper stance this time. Instinctively, I summoned forth my divine lightning, as if it had the incessant need to display itself against his flames. Yes, that is the lightning I know. Karna was more expressive than I've ever seen of him yet. Is it the will of the gods that this fight happens again, or just a happenstance of fate? He gave a genuine smile. Father, watch over me. Karna spoke softly. Father. I felt myself whisper under my breath without even realizing my actions. My light roared, and his flames burst out as we collided for the first time. Wilhelm POV. I locked eyes with the Dragon Slayer, his gaze unwavering. I felt the trepidation, the call for my blood that pulsated off his blade. It was the first time I've had an anti-dragon weapon pointed at me as opposed to being nearby. It was different than even the holy attribute of the church that's like poison to my devil heritage. With them, it carried a purifying principle, the desire to remove my evil from the world. For this dragon slayer, I felt a murderous intent bearing down, to cut me to pieces and scatter my ashes to the wind. His words gave me a moment of respite. Achilles looked at me strangely, his lackadaisical attitude was shifting to something more serious. He briefly exploded in anger when I hurt his companion, but he shifted back to that fun-loving fool that I've seen plenty of times now. Even when he was angry at my provocations, it didn't feel like he was all that invested beyond just having fun. Lancer of Black, he looked like he was mentally advising strategies. He didn't appear to be the type to run in head first like Rider of Red unless overly provoked to do so. Even this fight I was having with him, he didn't openly enter my range, taking the opportunity probe and feel me out. Well, if no one's going to make the first move, my head jerked up at the clouds and I realized, they were no longer being struck by my lightning bolts. I held my hand out and static crackled all around me, but it wasn't of my own make. We all turned to see a massive pillar of green lighting shoot to the sky. My eyes widened as I realized who had just taken hold of my lightning, the berserker servant. My eyes reinforced, I could make her out of the crowd of disposable minions, her fighting archer of red. She raised her mace up, and slammed it into the ground. Pillars of lightning erupted all over the area, the ground beneath us sundered from the unleashed torrent of power. We all moved to dodge, as the battlefield became completely chaotic. Out of the corner of my eye, an arrow made its way right for my eye, but it was not from Archer of Red. I caught it with a scowl, tossing it to the side as I continued to move. Annoying! I spat out as another arrow coming from the direction of the Igmalenia castle came at me. With a swipe of my sword, I deflected it easily, and another was right in the spot where I continued to move in. I dodged to the side, and there were two more right upon me. Okay, he was pretty damn skilled to predict me like this. I unleashed two birds effortlessly to destroy them, yet once again another was right in front of my chest. My aura flared, blocking it, only for a barrage to land in the same exact spot, even as I moved with a burst of lightning. One arrow pushed against my aura, another burst through the base of that one, hitting the same spot, and several more followed suit in the blink of an eye, like they were released with utmost certainty moments before I had even stood here. I looked down, and there was an arrow sticking out of my shoulder, my aura having been punctured through. I was more impressed than angry. I pulled it out, the arrowhead not being very deep. The wound healed almost immediately, but it was the fact that he managed to land a clean blow on me from so far away that really grabbed my attention. Well, I suppose I should return the favor. At this distance, I could only vaguely make out the silhouette of an archer up on the highest tower over at the castle. Arrows for arrows. I held my hand out, my lightning danced around my palms. It should go like this. Condense. Form. Accelerate. Lightning. Arrow. Burst. My lighting formed into the shape of arrows, aiming far away. With a thunderclap, they shot off into the distance. They arced across the sky visibly, nosily colliding with a bounded field that sprung up around the castle. The defenses didn't budge, and I just clicked my tongue in annoyance, but I think the archer already abandoned that sniping spot, so the effort wasn't wasted. Well, for a hastily made spell, it wasn't bad. I pivoted, foot digging into the ground as Mirage swung up to meet a bloodthirsty blade coming down on me. Well, you're first I suppose. I grinned at the dragon slayer. I didn't react, but I was hesitant about being hit by that sword. Forget me already. I snapped to the side and held up the boosted gear as a shield to block the familiar spear of Rider, as it struggled to move against my gauntlet. You're blocking me with one arm. Rider said with confusion. The strength of a dragon, I don't know how, but he's intertwined with one. Saber spoke up. HOH, both sides working together against me? I'm flattered. Tisk. Rider clicked his tongue. I don't need help to beat you, bastard. He said, but didn't dismiss Saber. Saber pushed down on his sword, and I buckled slightly. His strength was no joke, but I wasn't even at my peak yet. The strength of a dragon, well, you're not wrong. What do you think, Drake? He has good insight, I can see how he was able to slay Fafnir. The jewel on the boosted gear lit up, his voice projected out. What? Ryder looked taken back. Even Saber's blade hesitated. You can speak. Of course, do you think I'm incapable of it? Drake scoffed. Don't put me on the same level as that greedy dragon you killed. You know who I am. Saber still seemed utterly shocked that this conversation was happening. I've met that dragon in the past, do you think I wouldn't recognize the person who carries his scent? Siegfried. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Ryder scowled and I held back a laugh. I stepped forward, pushed his blade away and swung in a wide arc to force both Saber and Ryder back. It's as you say. Siegfried hefted his blade up again. I am Siegfried, the dragon-blooded knight. If you can speak, I would ask your name, dragon. Haha, actually asking my name, I like you. Struggle, dragon slayer. Fight with all your might and test yourself against my wielder. Drake declared. I am Drake Gotch, the Red Dragon Emperor. I will remember your name. Siegfried nodded. I have one more thing to say. Siegfried perked up attentively. Boost. Me and Drake said at the same time. Again, Siegfried's eyes widened, my sword swinging up from below at him, he moved his sword bombing to block, but his guard was destroyed at first contact. I ducked down as Ryder's spear moved through the spot my head had just been, no indication that he even moved, his speed still ridiculous, but at this point, it didn't seem out of my reach anymore. He twirled his spear, swinging it down in the same movement to try and catch me. I slid to the side and slashed my sword at him, full of magical energy. He quickly brought his spear up to block, only to get blown back at the impact, ground upheavaled as he regained footing. I flicked my hand towards Siegfried, talismans flew out forming a spell around him. 3 elements sealing formation. I didn't give him another second glance as my gauntlet-clad hand launched out, connecting with Achilles' face. The force of my blow knocked him off his feet, his head jerking to the side. To his credit, he didn't back down, he didn't get disorientated by the fact that I had just managed to land a solid hit on him even when he's been having the speed advantage. His own fist snapped back, an otherwise sharp and crisp jab I had narrowly dodged. His speed was still something else, and I was starting to think he had an ability that allowed him to match my own speed in some capacity because it felt like his was keeping pace even after 2 boosts. His knee shot up, but I pushed it down with my palm, followed up by an elbow from his side. His martial arts were indeed impressive, aiming for every opening I had to sneak a jab into. Pankration, I believe it's called, the most famous barehanded fighting style of the ancient Greeks. This didn't mean he abandoned his spear, it tried to sneak in, but was continuously rebuked by my sword, which had the advantage at this distance. He was losing ground, quickly. At this point, my physical abilities trumped his, each of my blows forced him back, and he buckled under the strain. I glanced to the side to see Siegfried already tearing through my seal after only a few breaths worth of time. His physical prowess combined with his innate magical resistance did short work to my hastily applied spell. He was already charging at me in a single blink of an eye. His overhead slash tore apart the ground, but I held firm as Mirage was brought up to block. With a single hand, I pushed his sword back to his chest as he struggled to fight against me. Achilles' spear shot out again, this double teaming was a bit annoying, I guess it was time to do something about it. My other sword flew at him, while not doing much, it was enough to give me a moment as my gauntlet-clad palm opened up towards the rider servant. Penetrate! I called out as a beam burst forth, tearing through his chest. Achilles let out a pained shout, perhaps mostly filled with surprise at his defenses being overcome so abruptly. I gripped Mirage with 2 hands, and knocked Siegfried's blade away. Following up, my free hand opened up and Ascalon flew down into it as I slashed down his own chest. You're not the only one with an anti-dragon noble phantasm, dragon-blooded warrior. I grinned, my sword cutting deep into him. Rider. It was Archer this time who shouted, arrows flying at me from the distance, my swords darting out to meet them in mid-air. Saber. Another voice joining the fray, the Lancer of Black decided to rejoin after backing away in the initial chaos. I guess he couldn't sit still after I just wounded 2 servants simultaneously. Woohoo! A shout erupted from above as my head snapped up, a person came flying down on a strange creature, lance in hand as he tried to stab at me. I swiped my hand, shattering the space around me, appearing a little distance away in a few steps, only to be bombarded by a hail of arrows, this time from the Archer of Black, whom I had yet to get a proper look at. I dodged easily enough, but that just opened me up to new problems. Ray-ah! A massive torrent of lightning was discharged my way. Stabbing my swords into the ground, the staff of Magnus appeared in front of me, and I cast a greater ward to defend. The residual blast scorched the earth around me for dozens of meters in every direction, but I was otherwise unhurt. Letting it go, I allowed it to float around me just like my swords, easier to call upon. A loud whistle filled the air, and a chariot flashed through the air in a speed that made even Achilles look a bit slow. The 3-horse noble phantasm sliding in under everyone's noses to pick up the rider-servant as Archer of Red astralized and disappeared. The chariot zipped through the air in a way that was extremely hard to track. In a literal blink, it had already disappeared from sight. Unfortunate, I was hoping that blow would have taken him out, but there was good money on him having some variation of battle continuation. Some servants in their legends had survived having their hearts gouged out, and conceptualized into the ability to fight through such things. If they could heal Lancer's arm, it was entirely possible that wound was not as debilitating as I would hope. But now, I was surrounded by the entirety of the Black faction, though I've seen nothing of their assassin, which kept me on guard. How long are you going to stand around? I called out, the servants look at me warily. Humph! I was watching you flail around like a novice, it was fun to watch. Mordred's voice flowed into my ears, her vibrant armor materializing next to me. I couldn't help but grin, sweeping my gaze around at all the enemy servants. This is my berserker servant. I introduced. Fuck you, I'm a saber. She shouted in return. See, a berserker. I laughed. Growling. She just growled, but didn't keep arguing. You're outnumbered, surrender, and we may work something out. Lancer leveled his spear towards me. It took me a moment to figure out your identity. I replied, looking right at him. It's obvious in hindsight, but I was caught up with other things admittedly. Your Majesty, I should have expected the Black faction to summon you since this is your territory. HOH, you have good eyes. Lancer looked pleased. No, Vlad the Impaler. You are a king. I nodded. It was expected that you would try to gain the advantage without any losses on your side as well. To bring us over to yours would be the best outcome. I couldn't fault him, nor did I feel particularly offended at his attempt. Your answer. My answer. I pursed my lips, holding my hand up. Here it is. I snapped my fingers, the dust bombs all around the castle exploded as one, the bounded fields shuddered and burst as the numerous elemental effects cascaded in every direction. They all snapped their eyes back to their base of operations. I would be the first to admit that their defenses were impressive, it could even keep servants out without relying on noble phantasms to brute force in for the most part. Mirage swung up, resting on my shoulder. Should I repeat my answer? I said with a cocky smile. Work is finally starting to normalize, now I just need to catch up on everything I missed. Chapter 174, Chapter 166. You. Lancer Vlad the Impaler looked furious. What have you done? Whoops, was that important? I feigned shock. You're such an ass. Mordred actually chuckled. Well, they don't seem happy. I flex my fingers, getting a good feel on how fatigued my body felt with the adrenaline pumping through me. I was still good to go. I wonder why. Mordred's dry tone was noticeable even through her helmet. Hee, Master keeps screaming in my ear. The pink-haired rider servant said with a giggle. So, quick question. I looked at Ryder. I don't mean to be offensive, but are you a boy or a girl? Why don't you find out? She winked at me, tugging on the hem of their skirt. Oh my god! Mordred spat out. Did a shiver run down your spine too? Fucking yes! Mordred sounded horrified. Reminds me of when the adulterer cross-dressed. Stop ignoring me! Vlad slammed his hand on the ground, stakes erupting in the entire area except where his allies stood. I scoffed, slamming my staff onto the ground in response, forming a shield around me and Mordred. Good to know you aren't a complete pansy. Mordred grunted, flicking the shield around us. Do you think a pansy would be able to bed Artoria? I raised an eyebrow. She snorted. Of course no. She paused, head slowly turning towards me. The fuck you just say? That's right. I intentionally raised my voice. I fucked your father. Well, I will at some point at least. But that didn't stop me from posing dramatically. Been keeping that one in for too long. Though, everyone got really quiet. Nice. Ryder shot me a thumbs up. To my surprise, Mordred didn't overtly react. Should I call you mother then? She snorted, seemingly pleased with herself at the retort. Yes. No take-backs. Wait, what? Come, it's time for some mother-son bonding. I let go of my staff, taking back Mirage. No, seriously, what the fuck? My attention was drawn elsewhere from Mordred's balking, gleams of light heading towards us in the distance. I cast condensed lightning over my limbs again, and reapplied all my enhancement spells. Lightning.arrow.burst. I raised my hand over towards the forest, a dozen lightning arrows shot out, intercepting arrows firing right at us as the barrier fell. I would need to work on the casting sequence when I had time later, but it was actionable for now, I suppose. As if on K, they all moved on us. I grinned as Mordred erupted in her own red lightning, mimicking my own as it crackled around me. The ground was utterly destroyed as she burst forth, sword smacking into Ryder's large lance. Sparks flew as they traded blows, Ryder being deceptively nimble with that large weapon. Oh well, I guess I can support her, she'd been patient this long and really wanted to fight apparently. Holding out my hand, I cast my lightning arrows, dozens upon dozens of them filled the air. The other servants around me appeared hesitant, and ready for battle, but instead, I pointed towards the forest and fired them off to keep that archer pinned down. Boost! I called out again, regaining double my abilities after using a penetrate on Achilles. The ability itself consumed all my boosts to use. Your presence skyrocketed again. Siegfried commented, moving at me with a burst of speed. I see, it is tied to your gauntlet, and quite literally with your words. His sword swung out fiercely, my own swinging out to meet it. According to Ray Cow, he was an endurance fighter, but that didn't mean he had to be passive. Speaking of Ray Cow, I briefly focused on the link between us. I could sense the turbulent emotions flowing back. She was deep into the fight, and it was important to her, so I chose not to distract her. Ha! Siegfried swung his dragon-slaying sword down and I swung Mirage up to meet it, the impact blowing away the surroundings. His blade struggled against mine. This wound you gave me, it has yet to heal. His eyes trailed the line of blood that was still dripping down his chest. Ascalon is a pretty good anti-dragon weapon. You may not have the soul of a dragon, but your body may as well be one physically. A dragon with an anti-dragon sword, how amusing. Siegfried actually smiled. I let out a chuckle. Like you're one to talk, Dragon-blooded warrior. Saber, don't fall into his rhythm. Lancer sneered, jerking his hand up, the baleful aura surging and stakes attacked me from all sides. Annoying. I grunted, my other swords swung around me, my own lightning burst out as well, destroying them all. Are you just going to stand back, mighty king? Very well. His spear swung at me, the distance closing with a blink of an eye. My eyes widened as I blocked with my gauntlet, the force of it actually made my arm shake. He only grinned savagely as the two servants pressed the advantage. I tumbled slightly, but quickly regained my foot, deflecting attacks from both foes. A physical boost from your legend being intertwined with the land we're fighting on? No, this is more than that. You are significantly stronger than a lancer should be. I snapped my fingers, runic circles summoned in the air, but not aimed towards me. Mordred. I looked towards her, she was taking on 2 servants, no 3. Archer was really screwing with her, there were some arrows sticking out of her armor, even if she was overpowering the berserker and rider servant. They began to discharge lightning bolts towards the oncoming barrage. Humph, with my demonic defender of the state, as long as you remain within my territory, my abilities are unmatched. He waved his arms out, grandstanding. Impressive, but how about, boost? I called out, shifting through the kaleidoscope, appearing right in front of him. My mirage swung at his neck, only to be deflected by Saber. They made a good combo, makes it hard to get a deciding blow without leaning more into my gauntlet or magic. I've had enough of this foolishness. Lancer's aura exploded out, the ground shook, and even the sky turned red. My eyes widened, the release of his noble phantasm was obvious at this point, and I felt a large sense of danger. The lightning around my legs burst out and I moved towards Mordred as fast as I could. Come, savages who trample over my territory. It's time to discipline you. I'll turn my compassion and rage into red-hot stakes and skewer you all. And these stakes are not limited, but truly infinite, so despair and gorge on your own blood. The aura around him reached its peak. Kazakli Bay. Mordred POV. Guess I'll get you Pinky, and the monster over there. I gestured towards the obvious berserker servant who just growled and roared without speaking. And if that wasn't obvious enough, only a mad fool would wear a wedding dress to fight in. Ray-ah! Berserker shout, running towards me without an ounce of martial prowess. Compared to that cow bitch, this servant was weak. I knocked her mace aside with ease, even her discharging of lightning I could ignore with my own mana burst. Grabbing her face, I tossed her to the side. Don't forget me, woohoo! Ryder jumped off his strange mount, the bird creature going back up into the sky. He ran at me, the tip of his lancer aiming for the joints of my armor. The fool at least knew what he's doing. I stepped to the side, dodging his thrust. His speed was decent on ground, but nothing worth noting. I swung Clarent up, a casual swing at his side, and he brought his lance to block it, an annoying grin on his face. Dangerous! I stomped the ground, my lightning bursting out before kicking him in the side. Rah-hey-hey-hey! Berserker made herself known easily, her annoying shouting giving away her position every moment. I charged my sword with my magical energy and swung it in her direction, blowing her away. Ducking my head swiftly, several arrows sailed past me, my head jerked towards the forest where the archer of black from before was targeting me. Take this! Ryder shouted gleefully, the tip of his lance intertwined with his own power, piercing through the air towards me. The flat of my blade was brought up to block, but the force was enough to push it back into my chest before I could deflect it away. Fuck off! I shouted in annoyance as more arrows came at me in that brief moment. Swinging my sword in the air I destroyed them from dozens of feet away. Grrrrrrrrr Berserker was on me again, mace slammed in the ground and discharged a burst of lightning towards me. At the same time, several more arrows came at me, and Ryder's lance shot towards my face. I slammed Clarent into the ground, activating my mana burst again. Rider and Berserker were blown back, but a stream of arrows hit my shoulder, tunneling through my armor. I was about to go after the archer, but suddenly magical lighting fired into the air, destroying another volley of arrows. I turned to see who cast the spell, though I could have guessed. Asshole, I didn't need your help. I spat out, but it was nice to have backup. He wasn't as much a pushover that I thought. I thought he was some smooth-talking magus that tricked father, but he's decently strong. I turned back to Berserker and Rider, a grin forming on my face. I broke the arrows still sticking out of me. Well, how about round 2 without the bastard hiding in the back? How about we talk this out? Rider offered. Yeah, no. I flicked Clarent to the side, carving the ground apart. I was ready for another round, but something suddenly felt off, and the sky turned red with the ground shaking. What the hell? I felt someone grab me suddenly, fast enough that I didn't notice in time. Kazakli Avalon. A golden light surrounded me, a warm light I hadn't seen in a very long time. All around us, stakes shot out of the ground, but failed to penetrate this barrier around us. This is... I was at a loss for words. Made it in time. That was dangerous. The bastard magus laughed. This is why servants are scary, noble phantasms are just hard to deal with. The light took an ethereal form around us and it was something I would forever recognize. Father's sheath. I whispered. Yeah, she gave it to me to keep me safe. He smiled, holding it up for me to see. You really are together with father. It was hard to imagine, but why else would he have this sheath? It only worked with father's magical energy as well, he would have to have given it to this this person. She's someone very important to me. He pat my shoulder. Talk later, fight now. Right. I quickly dismissed all those troubling thoughts. I was a knight, I had no business being distracted by such things on the battlefield. I looked around again, the red sky started to fade and even the uncountable number of stakes that blocked our vision began to disappear. I gripped my sword tightly, and I couldn't help but glance at this man who was beside me. Move quick, I'll support you. Fine. I replied. You better keep up. What kind of mom would I be if I let my son play without any supervision? He grinned. But for some reason, it didn't feel as annoying like it had been before. Father's sheath faded just as the other noble phantasm returned the world to normal and I burst out, targeting the berserker servant, who looked surprised at my sudden appearance. Not so fast. Rider jumped after me. Trap of Argalia. The feeling of his noble phantasm activated, his spear lit up with an ethereal light as it stabbed towards my lower body. Bindings of Gaia. That. Magus's voice called out, and massive roots sprung up to wrap the rider servant up and bound him. Berserker swung her mace, but I sidestepped it easily. I poured a chunk of my magical energy into my sword, and my mana burst exploded out. Die! I shouted, swinging Clarent with all my strength right at the berserker servant, cleaving her in half and utterly destroying the area. The father's lover appeared at my side. That's one down, well done. I don't need your praise. I huffed. Of course I could take that servant down, I'm the best knight under father. Wilhelm POV. Mordred was acting strange, but I guess seeing Avalon might have dredged up some buried feelings. That noble phantasm Kazakli was dangerous, the entire area, as in literally every square inch, was covered in stakes for its activation. And these weren't like the normal ones he can use as he wished, these ways gave off a foreboding feeling of death. Noble phantasms are dangerous. I had to use primordial runes, a divine construct, and my strongest shield spell to block that Lancer's noble phantasms from before. You continue to be pests. Vlad shouted, his face snarled in rage. I felt a twinge in my link with Sir Wiggles. Following the link, it looked like he found the Grail. I had him sneak in while we were distracting everyone and find the grail. I looked at Mordred then back at Lancer. Well, my feelings are hurt. I put my hand on Mordred. Good day, sir. I pulled Mordred through a portal opening up within the castle grounds. The hell? Mordred blurted out, landing on the ground from the sudden shift. The area was practically in ruins because of my bombs, elemental effects were still seen everywhere, but there was no one running out to attack us. Sir Wiggles found the grail, one moment. I closed my eyes to follow his senses. I wasn't done. She threw her hands up. I watched you fight for like forever and I barely got a turn. She whined. You can fight later, let me focus. I tuned her out. Let's see, he should be at the right side, a few stories below the ground. Smart, putting it closer to the ley line, it should be quick too. My eyes shot open. And then you Mordred stopped, looking at me. What? Which bitch dares? I shouted to the surroundings, feeling a ping from the familiar link. My face immediately morphed into an expression of rage. Ho ho! A haughty laugh answered. My, when things happen you don't foresee, is this how you react? Imagine how we've felt this entire time. A woman with long black hair appeared. I recognized her from before with the priest. She stood upon the castle walls, a good distance away. In any other situation, I may have made a cocky remark, or even flirted, but right now all I felt was unbelievable anger as she held Sir Wiggles, gripped tightly in her hand. He didn't move, his eyes were closed. I could only faintly feel him through the link, he was still alive. Is this rodent yours, An evil grin grew on her face as she squeezed a little bit tighter. Assassin! The priest's voice echoed out, he stepped up right behind her. There's no need to be cruel, we've got what we came here for. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large skeletal beast touched down from the sky next to them. You! I took a step forward but she raised up Sir Wiggles. Ah! She looked at my smugly. Careful, I may accidentally squeeze it too tightly. I stopped in my tracks, only able to glare. There, that's the perfect look for you. She laughed, mounting up with the priest who just stared at me without emotion. As they took to the skies, she tossed Sir Wiggles down. I moved as quickly as I could to catch him. I immediately called up on the power of Avalon, letting its light wash over him. There were spots on him, green and black. He had been poisoned. Come on, buddy, this is nothing. I ran a hand through his matted fur. Oi, you gonna let them get away with that? Mordred retracted her helmet, giving me a look. This is more important. I didn't even harbor the thought. You really care about that rabbit? He's family. Was all I said. Wilhelm. Vlad's enraged voice filled the area, already having come back to the castle. Where is my grail? I guess he had been informed on what happened by someone. I don't have it. I spat out, cradling my familiar. You're too late. Mordred clarified. Those other guys stole it. He let out an angry grunt. This is your fault, if you hadn't. Quiet. Ray Cow appeared next to me. Speak one more word and I shall crush you, insect. Lancer. Siegfried also came to calm his companion. Flanked by Ryder and whom I believe was Archer since I didn't recognize him and he had a bow. I ignored them for the moment. You're back. I sent towards Ray Cow. With a glance, I could see her condition. She had been fighting with Lancer for a while now, and it definitely showed, she was sporting many wounds and looked exhausted. Lancer was forcibly recalled. Ray Cow didn't sound too happy. Another command seal. Yes, but, he said that he needed one to regrow his arm in such short time. That means 3 had been used, that doesn't sound right. Something was definitely up there. What happened? Why is everyone standing around? Riders slammed their lance into the ground and leaned against it. Look up into the sky and see, I stated. What do you mean? Ryder looked up. Oh. That's... Siegfried looked surprised as well. How did that appear without anyone noticing? Even Vlad shared their reaction. It appears that we've underestimated the Red faction. Archer's voice reached my ears. Being able to bring something like that out, it would not be simple. For them to do it under our noses, it speaks of detailed planning. I noticed it when they flew away. High up into the sky was a fortress. There was no doubt in my mind that it was a noble phantasm. A noble phantasm that existed in the normal world, not a single usability, and it was a flying fortress. Things were not simple at all. Sir Wiggles opened his eyes, the foreign colors leaving his body. Good boy. I'm going to bring it down, I declared. What? Mordred looked at me. You're going to take down that thing? That's probably Castor's fucking workshop, and a noble phantasm. It probably has more defenses than this place, and such a stupid thing is probably from the Age of Gods. Yup. I nodded at her words. They were surprisingly well thought out. I turned towards the Black faction members. Temporary truce, I offered. Vlad scowled. What's stopping us from taking you now and merely sieging them ourselves? The fact that they have the Grail and thought it was a good idea to steal it implies they can do something with it, so time is a factor. I pointed out first. And second, how much longer do you think the night will last? I knew Ruler was skulking nearby. If we tried to do something overtly during the day, she had plenty of command seals for a reason. Vlad looked at me before furrowing his brow and clicking his tongue. Fine, do what you wish to bring it down, we will not interfere. If you fail, I'm putting your head on a spike outside my castle. Awesome, team up. Ryder jumped up happily. How do you expect to bring it down? Archer spoke up, his eyes reminded me of Scathicus. I'm a magus, what do you think I'll do? I took hold of my staff. I'm going to cast a spell. I took a few steps forward, each time my foot touched the ground, a magic circle formed around a rune. I'll show you, the strongest spell I've ever created. The completed form of my 9 realms. Chapter 175, Chapter 167. I continued my steps. Sir Wiggles watched in my arm, not fretting over the situation. He was a strong rabbit, he would easily recover from this little setback and be stronger for it later. My staff glowed bright, the accumulated magical energy a constant outpour onto the surroundings. Behind me were dozens of spell circles on the ground, each spot I had passed by briefly until coming to a stop a little bit away from the others. What's going on? A voice shouted, coming from a large entrance deeper into the castle. He held himself upright, a cane in his hand as he swept his gaze around the area. Flanked by his sides were people in somewhat matching uniforms, and behind him was the familiar figure of Siegfried's master. Vlad shot him a look. We have agreed to a ceasefire while we retrieve the Grail, he said plainly, though the way they looked at each other, I could guess a mental link, meaning this man was Lancer's master. Vlad was no doubt giving him a more in-depth explanation. You're Darnik Priestone Igmillenia, head of the Igmillenia family. I met his eyes. You are Wilhelm Schweinorg. He emphasized my name, perhaps even with a tone of respect. You don't have to look so afraid, my grandfather isn't going to interfere in this war. The pensive look on his face when he spoke could easily be understood if I placed myself in his shoes. The Igmillenia family broke away from the Mages Association, and if Zelretch wanted to move on them, there was frankly nothing they could realistically do. Now, I raised my staff up, beginning the important bits of the spell sequence. I need to concentrate. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Raikau look more alert. Despite being a berserker and having some weird version of mad enhancement, she was undoubtedly a warrior. Funnily enough, even Mordred appeared to be keeping an eye on the others while also watching me intently. Well, if my son was watching, I had to show off a bit. I swiped the staff against the ground, creating many more magic circles. Dozens upon dozens began to cover the ground all around me. Stabbing the staff of Magnus into the ground, I let go and withdrew a handful of talismans from my ring. Metal enriches water. Water nurtures wood. Wood feeds fire. Fire dries earth. Earth refines metal. They shot out, forming a pentagram that covered the entire courtyard. The 5 elements mutual generation. It was the creation cycle from most Eastern cosmologies. Usually, this spell had the effect of doubling the output of most other spells, but in this particular instance, it went even further. I began the next step. Runes all began to form around me with a flick of my wrist. They shot out and formed a large runic circle using the pentagram as the base. The sequence was reminiscent of the Skyrim runic spells I had come across and thus repurposed for my own use. I wasn't done. Holding my hand up, I steadily began to draw more runes, primordial runes. The very air around the castle shuddered at the actualization of these spells that were created during the Age of Gods. This system of symbols that could reach the truth of the world with their hidden meanings. Overlapped, my primordial runes that represented the elements overlaid with my 5 elements mutual generation. Putting my hand over the orb on my staff of Magnus, I continued. 1 gives birth to 9. The ground around the castle shook, as if an earthquake overtook the area. The magical energy in the air stirred, and the stars above began to glow just a little bit brighter. My spell circles lit up immediately, all encompassed by the larger one that began to shine brighter and brighter. 2 different systems of world creation, 2 different cosmologies. The Eastern creation cycle bolstered the Norse's version of origins, the beginnings of their 9 realms. I felt a swelling in my chest, and I couldn't help but smile. This was the first time I attempted to cast this spell, and now, the blessing of Odin burned within me, as if reacting to my intent. I was pulling massively on concepts connected to the Norse cosmology, and who better defined that than the All-Father himself? Who hung himself upon the branches of Yggdrasil to gain wisdom. The blessing synchronized with the casting, adding weight to my spell, pulling further upon the concepts. And 9 embraces 1. I held my hands out, something began to grow out of the ground. At a visible speed, they came together, merged and expanded. A tree. The world tree. It grew, shooting up towards the sky, immediately eclipsing the height of the castle, towering above everything within 100 miles. I finished and the final pieces of the tree sprouted, its form taking a solidified shape unto the world. Something not seen in millennia, not born of this age. It was fake, a broken image of the past, but for a moment, it would exist again. Blessings of the world tree Yggdrasil. Still, the flying fortress sat above the clouds, continuing to look down upon us. What is that? It was Saber's master who spoke, pointing at the new addition to the landscape. The air. Archer spoke. It's nostalgic. I feel good. Mordred said idly, holding her hands up. The tree just existing is a boon to those who I choose to shelter beneath it. That is impressive magecraft, to call upon the sacred tree in this era like so. Siegfried spoke with praise, and forgotten that he grew up in a time where the Norse were still adhered to, their teachings followed. Master, I feel energized, and my wounds are healing rapidly. Raikau spoke through the link. I feel stronger as well. I wanted to respond, but something caught my attention up into the sky. The flying fortress shifted, and I saw colorful symbols alight around its exterior. Even with reinforcing my eyesight, I could just barely make out massive spell circles charging up. You! Do something! Saber's master shouted, pointing towards the sky. Can this stupid tree stop that? Did you think I cast this spell just for aesthetic purposes? I scoffed, withdrawing Gibolg from my ring and stabbing it into the ground. I call upon the realm of gods. The halls of immortals, and the All-Father. The tree shuddered and 9 figures appeared around it, located at the same places they existed along with the tree. These symbols, each representing their realm, glowed bright, but the one up top glowed the brightest. A floating city of gold, the symbol of the godly realm. Asgard! I commanded, tossing Gibolg up into it. Gibolg, it was a spear crafted by Skathatch, who was taught her runic prowess by Odin himself. But that wasn't all. Gibolg could be said to be descended from a certain spear, one wielded by the All-Father, a symbol of his authority as the king of gods in this particular world view. Gibolg that always strikes the heart, it made for a wonderful anchor to call upon the image of another spear, supported by my fake Yggdrasil. The spear which strikes anywhere within the 9 realms. Reveal yourself. My Gibolg filled with power, overlapping its existence with another phantasm, another memory and legend. Odin's blessing thrummed within my body, the spear solidified, a golden sheen now adorning the night sky, scaled up several-fold from its normal size. The power of Asgard upon my spell, it gave everything to form this spear. This was the final form of Asgard as represented in my 9 realms. I looked up, completely unafraid as I watched the flying fortress gather power. It was clear it thought my spell was a threat, perhaps unknowing of what it does, but the absolute amount of power it radiated probably causes them to worry. And I'm sure whoever sat upon the throne within that fortress assumed they held the advantage, that they didn't even consider themselves in danger. I smiled while running a hand through Sir Wiggle's fur. The spell circles reached their peak above the clouds, and a handful of beams of destruction fired down upon us. Each one would be enough to vaporize the castle in full. I heard shouts behind me to bring back up the shield, to use what spells they could to defend. Mordred cast a glance at me. I could tell she was a bit hesitant, but I just winked her way, earning a scoff, but she settled down. Raikow did not fret one iota, her faith in me was a warm welcome. Strike with absolution Gungnir. I commanded. It moved, faster than one would perceive normally. A golden line ascended to the sky, jutting out in directions and moving in ways that should be impossible under the normal laws of the world. My spear and the fired magical beams collided with an explosion of magical energy. There was no epic stalemate, no fighting between spells. A golden spear returned to my side without resistance, the night sky becoming serene once again. My 9 realms spells, they take an aspect of the corresponding realm I imbued them with. I chose Asgard for defense, to have a shield to defend within using the basic application. But here, Asgard takes on its true principle: the best defense is a good offense. What better defense was there than Odin's spear that strikes anywhere and never misses? I could use the spear to strike at them, but it perhaps would not do much. It was not something for wide-speared destruction. No, I had something else in mind. While I called this my final form of my 9 realms, the truth was, there was still much left to do to complete it. At the moment, I was comfortable calling upon 2 of the realms within. Asgard was the first, the manifestation of Odin's spear using Gibolg as an anchor and Odin's blessing to help facilitate the fake phantasm. The fires of destruction Muspelheim I called out, the second symbol ignited, quite literally. I didn't require anything to bring forth my concept of Muspelheim, I could do so with everything I had provided into this spell. But at the same time, I was a bit worried because this next one would be a bit aggressive. I withdrew the sword of destruction, and tossed it into the raging fires. My sword that held the concept of destruction synergized with my spell that practically shouted with joy. My original application, the lesser version, the fire of Muspelheim. It was meant as a purely destructive force, and this completed form would not be much different. The flames swirled around my sword, changing shape, overlaying it like Gibolg and Gungnir. It took a moment for them to solidify into the shape I desired, the false phantasm that I would be drawing upon. Sun-like sword that becomes a calamity. I called upon the new sword, the bane of all Norse gods. The sword which seared away the textures that was the Norse cosmology from the layers of the world, the sword which brought about Ragnarok. Wielded by the fire giant Surtur. Fake as it was, a mere image of a phantasm that no longer exists, it still held much weight in this state. The concepts that brought it together are some that have thoroughly disappeared from the world. This ridiculous sword that could match the pillar that fastens together the layers of reality. Distance did not matter. An absolute authority over life. Well, this version was significantly weaker, but certain concepts still applied to it. And with my sword of destruction acting was a wonderful container for the spell to bring about the true sword's effects, even severely diminished as they were. The space around the sword was burned away. The flame that threatened to spew out was forcibly contained at the sword's edge, but still, everything in the vicinity became significantly hotter. If I lapsed in focus for even a moment, this spell would run rampant in all directions. It floated high up, my arm raising along with it. This one is for you, Sir Wiggles. Twilight of the Gods Leviatine. I swiped my hand through the air. The space between the sword and the flying fortress was immaterial, it was all burned away in an instant. A white streak extended from the point of the slash, all the way up to the sky, colliding with the defensive capabilities of the noble phantasm. They lasted only for a moment before a chunk of the fortress was incinerated, and the rest of it began falling from the sky. Oh, make Dracula is only a second-rate vampire. You are one tough bastard. I grit my teeth, meeting each of Vlad's strikes head-on. He had blood running out the corners of his mouth, but that smile on his face revealed how much he was enjoying this. To survive against my enhanced abilities while in my territory, you are praiseworthy. He swung his spear out. Well, I just need to stall for time, while you're here, my servant can take out your companions. I began pushing back, my blade flashing out with increased speed. Vlad's brow furrowed. No, I simply have to deal with you quickly and go assist in retaking the Grail. Ha, like I'll let you leave me like that. My other sword shot out, flying at him from all angles. He was forced to back off, the pressure of his attacks lessening. Annoying pest! He growled, jerking his hand up and summoning hundreds of stakes to pierce towards me. They did nothing in front of my many sword, all of which shot out to defend me. The attack abruptly stooped, Vlad looking dazed. No! He shouted, spear planting in the ground. Darnik, don't you dare! His voice filled with rage. He clutched his head, gritting his teeth. I forbid you from making me use this noble phantasm. Darnik, you backstabbing fool! What the hell is going on? I blurted out. I'm not him. I can't be, this isn't true. Vlad shouted out with increasing frenzy. No. I whispered in horror, realizing what was happening. The legend that attached itself to Vlad the Impaler, that carried itself over to modern times. I didn't think it was possible. Vlad growled, his features shifting visibly on what appeared to be a noble phantasm centered on himself. He changed, eyes bloodshot, fangs visible in his simile, and 3 words that brought sheer horror to every fiber of my being. It's Morbin time.